For much of the Cold War, international relations were largely seen through the prism of two superpowers. Then came a short period of unipolarity. Now we are rapidly moving towards a multipolar world. And this is in many ways positive. It brings new opportunities for justice and balance in international relations. But multipolarity alone cannot guarantee peace. At the beginning of the 20th century, Europe had numerous powers. It was truly multipolar, but it lacked robust multilateral institutions, and the result was World War I. A multipolar world needs strong and effective multilateral institutions. Yet, global governance is stuck in time. Look no further than the United Nations Security Council and the Bretton Woods system. They reflect the political and economic realities of 1945, when many countries in this assembly hall were still under colonial domination. The world has changed. Our institutions have not. We cannot effectively address problems as they are if institutions do not reflect the world as it is. Instead of solving problems, they risk becoming part of the problem. And indeed, divides are deepening. Divides among economic and military powers, divides between North and South, East and West. We are inching ever closer to a great fracture in economic and financial systems and trade relations, one that threatens a single open internet with diverging strategies on technology and artificial intelligence and potentially clashing security frameworks. It is high time to renew multilateral institutions based on 21st century economic and political realities rooted in equity, solidarity, and universality, and anchored in the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law. That means reforming the Security Council in line with the world of today. It means redesigning the international financial architecture so that it becomes truly universal and serves as a global safety net for developing countries in trouble. I have no illusions. Reforms are a question of power. And I know there are many competing interests and agendas, but the alternative to reform is not the status quo. The alternative to reform is further fragmentation. It is reform or rupture. At the same time, divides are also widening within countries. Democracy is under threat. Authoritarianism is on the march. Inequalities are growing, and hate speech is on the rise. In the face of all these challenges and more, compromise has become a dirty word. Our world needs statesmanship, not gamesmanship and gridlock. As I told in the G20, it is time for a global compromise. Politics is compromise. Diplomacy is compromise. Effective leadership is compromise. Leaders have a social responsibility to achieve compromise in building a common future of peace and prosperity for our common good. Excellencies, over the past year we have shown the promise of multilateral action. With important new agreements on safeguarding biodiversity, on protecting the high seas, on climate loss and damage, on the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. We have all the tools and resources to solve our shared challenges. What we need is determination. And determination is in the DNA of our United Nations, summoning us with the first words of the Charter. We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined. Determined to end the scourge of war. Determined to reaffirm faith in human rights. Determined to uphold justice and respect international law. And determined to promote social progress and better lives for all people. It falls to us, through our actions, to apply that determination to the challenges of today, being faithful to the Charter of the United Nations. Excellencies, it starts with determination to uphold the Charter's pledge for peace. Yet, instead of ending the scourge of war, we are seeing a surge of conflicts, coups, and chaos. If every country fulfilled its obligations under the Charter, the right to peace would be guaranteed. When countries break those pledges, they create a world of insecurity for everyone. Exhibit A, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The war, in violation of the United Nations Charter and international law, has unleashed an nexus of horror. Lives destroyed, human rights abused, families torn apart, children traumatized, hopes and dreams shattered. But beyond Ukraine, the war has serious implications for us all. Nuclear threats put us all at risk. Ignoring global treaties and conventions makes us all less safe. And the poisoning of global diplomacy obstructs progress across the board. We must not relent in working for peace, a just peace in line with the UN Charter and international law. And even while fighting rages, we must pursue every avenue to ease the suffering of civilians in Ukraine and beyond. The Black Sea Initiative was one such avenue. The world badly needs Ukrainian food and Russian food and fertilizers to stabilize markets and guarantee food security. And I will not give up on my efforts to make it happen. Excellencies, Excellencies, around the globe, old tensions fester while new risks emerge. Nuclear disarmament is at a standstill while countries develop new weapons and make new threats. Across the Sahel, a series of coups is further destabilizing the region as terrorism is gaining ground. Sudan is descending into full-scale civil war. Millions have fled, and the country risks splitting apart. In Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, millions are displaced, and gender-based violence is a horrific daily reality. In Haiti, a country that suffered centuries of colonial exploitation is today overwhelmed by gang violence and still awaits international support. In Afghanistan, a staggering 70% of the population needs humanitarian assistance, with the rights of women and girls systematically denied. In Myanmar, brutal violence, worsening poverty, and repression are crushing hopes for a return to democracy. In the Middle East, escalating violence and bloodshed in the occupied Palestinian territory is taking a terrible toll on civilians. Unilateral actions are intensifying and undermining the possibility of a two-state solution, the only pathway to lasting peace and security for Palestinians and Israelis. Syria remains in ruins, while peace remains remote. And meanwhile, natural disasters are worsening the man-made disaster of conflict. In the face of this mounting crisis, the global humanitarian system is on the verge of collapse. Needs are rising, and funding is drying up. Our humanitarian operations are being forced to make massive cuts. But if we don't feed the hungry, we are feeding conflict. And I urge all countries to step up and to fund fully our global humanitarian appeal. Excellencies, the peace and security architecture is under unprecedented strain. That is why, in the context of the preparations for the Summit of the Future, we put forward ideas for the consideration of member states for a new agenda for peace based on the Charter and international law. It provides a unifying vision to address existing and new threats for a world in transition, calling on states to recommit to hold free from nuclear weapons and to end the erosion of the nuclear disarmament and arms control regime, bolstering prevention at the global level by maximizing the capacity and convening power of the UN and our good offices to bridge geopolitical divides, bolstering prevention at the national level by linking actions for peace with progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, putting women's leadership and participation at the center of decision-making, and committing to the eradication of all forms of violence against women, calling for a broad-based reflection on peacekeeping and make it nimbler and more adaptable with forward-looking transition and exit strategies from the start, and supporting peace peace enforcement action by regional organizations, notably the African Union, with Security Council clear mandates and predictable funding. Determination for peace also requires new governance frameworks for emerging threats, from artificial intelligence to lithium autonomous weapons that function without human control. Excellencies, peace is inextricably linked to sustainable development. We see a familiar pattern around the world. The closer a country is to conflict, the further is far from the Sustainable Development Goals. The Charter calls on us to be determined in promoting social progress. In 21st century terms, that means achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet inequality defines our time. From cities where skyscrapers tower over slums, to countries that are forced to choose between serving their people or serving their debts. Today, Africa spends more on debt interest than on health care. Yesterday's SDG Summit was about a global rescue plan to scale up support from billions to trillions. And Excellencies, the international financial architecture remains dysfunctional, outdated, and unjust. And the deep reforms that are needed won't happen overnight, but we can take determined steps now to help countries where the crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic have dramatically impacted. By urgently advancing the SDG stimulus of $500 billion per year and relieving the financial burden on developing and emerging economies. By scaling up development and climate finance, increasing the capital base and changing the business model of multilateral development banks, by ensuring effective debt relief mechanisms and channeling emergency financial support towards those in greatest needs. Excellencies, we must be determined to tackle the most immediate threat to our future, our overheating planet. Climate change is not just a change in the weather. Climate change is changing life on our planet. It is affecting every aspect of our work. It is killing people and devastating communities. Around the world, we see not only accelerating temperatures, we see an acceleration in sea levels rising, glaciers receding, deadly diseases spreading, the extinction of species, and cities under threat. And this is only the beginning. We have just survived the hottest days, the hottest months, and the hottest summer on the books. Behind every broken record are broken economies, broken lives, and whole nations at the breaking point. Every continent, every region, and every country is feeling the heat. But I'm not sure all leaders are feeling that heat. Actions are falling abysmally short. There is still time to keep rising temperatures within the 1.5-degree limits of the Paris Agreement, but that requires drastic steps now to cut greenhouse gas emissions and to ensure climate justice for those who did least to cause the crisis but are paying the highest price. We have the receipts. G20 countries are responsible for 80% of greenhouse emissions. They must lead. They must break their addiction to fossil fuels, stop new coal. Indeed, the International Energy Agency's findings that new oil and gas licensing by them is incompatible with keeping the 1.5-degree limit alive. To stand a fighting chance of limiting global temperature rise, we must phase out coal, oil and gas in a fair and equitable way and massively boost renewables. This is the only path to affordable, renewable energy for all. And unfortunately, many still in Africa, mainly in Africa, still lack electricity. So the fossil fuel age has failed. If fossil fuel companies want to be part of the solution, they must lead the transition to renewable energy. No more dirty production. No more fake solutions. No more bankrolling climate denial. I have laid out a climate solidarity pact in which all big emitters are asked to make extra efforts to cut emissions, and wealthier countries support emerging economies with finance and technology to do so. For example, Africa has 60% of the world's solar capacity, but just 2% of renewable investments. And I've also put forward an acceleration agenda to supercharge these efforts. Developed countries must reach net zero as close as possible to 2040, and emerging economies as close as possible to 2050, in line with common but differentiated responsibilities. And immediate steps include an end to coal by 2030 for OECD countries and 2040 for the rest of the world. An end to fossil fuel subsidies and the price on carbon. Developed countries must also finally deliver the $100 billion for developing country climate action as promised, double adaptation finance by 2025 as promised, and replenish the Green Climate Fund as promised. And all countries must work to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund this year and ensure universal early warning coverage by 2027. Tomorrow, I will welcome credible first movers and doers to our Climate Ambition Summit. And COP28 is around the corner. Climate chaos is breaking new records, but we cannot afford the same old broken record of scapegoating and waiting for others to move first. And to all those working, marching, and championing real climate action, I want you to know that you are on the right side of history and that I am with you. I won't give up this fight of our lives. Excellence.
Excellencies.
Nous devons...
We must also be determined to honour the Charter's commitment to fundamental human rights. Just 4 women signed our founding document. One look around this room shows that not enough has changed. We the peoples does not mean we the men. Women are still waiting for equal opportunities and equal pay. Women are still waiting for equal opportunities and equal pay, for equality under the law, for their work to be valued and their opinions to count. Around the globe, women's rights, including sexual and reproductive rights, are being suppressed and even rolled back, and women's freedoms curtailed. In some countries, women and girls are punished for wearing too many clothes. In others, for wearing too few. Thanks to generations of women's rights activists, times are changing. From sports field to schools and public squares, girls and women are challenging the patriarchy and winning. I stand with them. I entered this office with a commitment to ensure gender parity at the UN. We have achieved that at senior levels and are on track to do so across the UN system. Because gender equality is not the problem. Gender equality is the solution. It is not a favour to women. It is a fundamental condition to ensuring a better future for all. Excellencies, we must be determined to answer the call to action to put human rights at the heart of our work. 75 years after the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there has been enormous progress in some areas, from ending colonization and segregation to ensuring women's voting rights. But we have not achieved basic rights for all. When 1.2 billion people still live in acute poverty and hunger is at levels not seen since 2005. When discrimination on racial and ethnic grounds is perfectly legal in many countries. When people must risk death to seek a better life. When refugees, migrants and minorities are routinely demonized and hounded. When declaring your gender identity or simply who you love can lead to imprisonment or even execution. When speaking out can lead to perilous consequences. Human rights, political, civil, economic, social and cultural, are the key to solving many of the world's interlinked problems. Laws to protect the vulnerable must be enacted and enforced. The targeting of minorities must stop, and human rights and human dignity must be at the centre of social, economic and migration policies. All governments must fulfil the commitment they made in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Excelências.
Excellencies, we must also face up to the looming threats posed to human rights by new technologies. Generative artificial intelligence holds much promise, but it may also lead us across a Rubicon and into more danger than we can control. When I mentioned artificial intelligence in my General Assembly speech in 2017, only 2 other leaders even uttered the term. Now AI is on everyone's lips, a subject of both awe and fear. Even some of those who developed generative AI are calling for greater regulation. But many of the dangers of digital technology are not looming on the horizon, they are here. The digital divide is inflaming inequalities. Hate speech, disinformation and conspiracy theories on social media platforms are spread and amplified by AI, undermining democracy and fueling violence and conflict in real life. Online surveillance and data harvesting are enabling human rights abuses on a mass scale. And technology companies and governments are far from finding solutions.
We must move fast and mend things. New technologies require new innovative forms of governance, with input from experts building this technology and from those monitoring its abuses. And we urgently need a global digital compact between governments, regional organizations, the private sector and civil society to mitigate the risks of digital technologies and identify ways to harness their benefits for the good of humanity. Some have called for consideration of a new global entity on AI that could provide a source of information and expertise for member states. There are many different models, inspired by such examples as the International Atomic Energy Agency, the International Civil Aviation Organization, or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And the UN stands ready to host the global and inclusive discussions that are needed, depending on the decisions of member states. To help advance the search for concrete governance solutions, I will appoint this month a high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence, which will provide recommendations by the end of this year. And next year's Summit of the Future is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for progress to deal with these new threats in line with the vision of the UN Charter. Member States will decide how to move forward on the new agenda for peace, the Global Digital Compact, reforms to the international financial architecture, and many other proposals to address challenges and bring greater justice and equity to global governance. Excellencies, the United Nations was created precisely for moments like these, moments of maximum danger and minimum agreement. We can and must use our tools in flexible and creative ways. Last month, we saw the dividends of determination off the coast of Yemen. Carrying 1 million barrels of oil, the decaying FSO Safir supertanker was a ticking time bomb, a looming ecological disaster in the Red Sea. But no one offered to solve the problem. So the United Nations stepped in and brought the world together. We mobilized resources, assembled the experts, navigated difficult negotiations and built trust. We have more work ahead and more resources are needed. But last month, the oil was successfully transferred from the Safir. This UN-led action saved the Red Sea. Where no one else could or would, UN determination got the job done. Despite our long list of global challenges, that same spirit of determination can guide us forward. Let us be determined to heal divisions and forge peace, determined to uphold the dignity and worth of every person, determined to realize the Sustainable Development Goals and effectively leave no one behind, determined to reform multilateralism for the 21st century and come together for the common good. And I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, and all stakeholders here present. Good morning. It is my honor and privilege as President of the United Nations General Assembly to welcome you to this hall for the opening of the general debate of the 78th session. Allow me to acknowledge in our midst today several presidents, former presidents of the General Assembly, including His Excellency Han Sang-soo, former Prime Minister of Korea, who served as President of the 56th session of the Assembly, and who now sits as Chair of the UN Council of Former Presidents of the General Assembly. Together, this Assembly Hall and this rostrum stand as a living testament to multilateralism and to the extraordinary role and compelling influence of the United Nations over the 75 years of its existence. It is a unique and truly global platform for debate, dialogue, and problem solving through multilateral diplomacy. This year, our imperative is clear: to unite the nations, to be united in conviction of common purpose and in solidarity of joint action. Excellencies, such a common coordinated approach is needed now as much as at any point in our history. War, climate change, debt, energy and food crises, poverty and famine. These crises are directly impacting the lives and well-being of billions of people around the world. They are rolling back decades of hard-won development gains and thus condemning millions to lifelong intergenerational poverty and hardship. It is at times like these that we must search deep within to find our better selves and our common humanity that impels us to meet the moment. I therefore implore you, let us use this forum for that which it was intended. Let us listen and learn. Let us rebuild trust and reignite global solidarity. And let us find common ground to address the challenges we face. In the words of the late, great Madeleine Albright, if the UN did not exist, we would have to invent it. We are fortunate, therefore, that it does indeed exist. Let us therefore make full and effective use of this unparalleled resource. Excellencies, this message is all the more important in light of the continued violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of a fellow member of the United Nations, Ukraine. That horrendous war has unleashed untold suffering and destroyed countless families, communities, and lives. Its cascading impacts has also spooked many developing countries in far-flung corners of the globe, unleashing acute shortages of essential commodities, triggering food insecurity and volatility in energy prices. It has even revived the unconscionable threat of nuclear war. We all want this war to end. It is an affront to everything that this organization and the UN Charter stands for. We need just and sustainable peace in Ukraine and elsewhere in the world, in line with international law and with the UN Charter. Peace must also be given a chance in other parts of the globe, from Africa to the Middle East. With the adoption of the Agenda 2063, Africa spelled a clear path for the Africa we want, and the continent still has a great chance to cut a corner in consolidating democracy and good governance. But the resurgence of coups in Africa is a regressive step, and the root causes of such alarming trends must be carefully analyzed and addressed. I urge you, member states, to use this high-level week not to fan the flames of conflict and hostility, but instead to opt for dialogue and diplomacy. We must remember that peace is an investment in our collective prosperity. I call on leaders to come together, to abide by the Charter, and support efforts to deliver a peaceful resolution to the war. Excellencies, yesterday we began our high-level week with the SDG Summit. It offered a prime moment to take stock of our successes and failures in delivering the Sustainable Development Goals. Front and center with the fact that 1.2 billion people are living in multidimensional poverty as of 2022. While some progress has been made on the goals, the summit is being convened in a context where there have been unacceptable delays and rollbacks. Let me be clear, we do not have the luxury of excuses, nor are we absolved of our responsibilities. The onus is on us, collectively, to make up for the lost momentum and work much harder in the remaining 7 years to accelerate progress on that which we have promised to deliver. The commitment to action presented at the summit should therefore be the tailwind to regain lost ground and supercharge implementation. Excellencies, the SDG Summit was only the start of what is a full agenda during High-Level Week. It naturally interlinks with the General Assembly's high-level dialogue on financing for development, which is key to accelerating the financing impetus for the SDGs. The preparatory ministerial meeting for the Summit of the Future will help to launch the negotiations of the Pact of the Future, giving guidance on how to ensure that the United Nations is fit for purpose in the 21st century. It will give member states the opportunity to come together and to transform our shared future. We will also see 3 health-related high-level meetings on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, universal health coverage, and on tuberculosis, all of which offer us opportunities to better the lives of our global citizens. And the Secretary General's Climate Action Summit offers a moment to build political ambition ahead of COP28 in November. Tomorrow, I will also join hands with several heads of state and government to convene a breakfast summit to address the existential threats posed by sea level rise, an issue of significant concern to small island developing states, especially those in the Pacific region. Excellencies, allow me to pause here and to reiterate my deepest condolences to the governments and people of Morocco and Libya. The twin disasters of earthquakes and flooding have left thousands dead and untold more suffering. It is my sincere hope that resources and relief can be expedited to support all those who now find themselves in desperate need. As a citizen of a climate-vulnerable region, I urge member states to recognize the continued and escalating impacts of climate change and to deliver real transformative results. Let us work together to unlock the finances and resources required to support those most vulnerable in mitigation, adaptation, and resilience building. And let us continue to work on the multidimensional vulnerability index with the aim of moving beyond GDP to a measure of economic development that effectively captures a country's true vulnerability to external shocks. Excellencies, beyond the high-level week, this year we will commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is an opportunity to rededicate ourselves to the principles enshrined in the Declaration and to remind ourselves that we are all born free and equal in dignity and in rights. As President of the 78th session, I am committed to championing vulnerable and marginalized groups, including indigenous peoples, peoples living with disabilities, and older persons. I have committed to ensure that we do not continue to neglect countries in special situations, and I intend to soon launch the high-level advisory group on LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. But first and foremost, we need to work for all women and girls who are appallingly still struggling for equality and respect. We must walk the talk on gender equality and women's empowerment. This means according women full, equal, and meaningful participation at every level. As an international gender champion myself, I'm strongly committed to promoting gender equality and women's empowerment, and I have appointed a special envoy and special advisor on gender equality and women's empowerment to assist me in this endeavor. Before I close, allow me to emphasize this. Despite the many and complex challenges we face, we do have the capacity to effect change, consequential change. We can make a meaningful difference to the lives of billions of people, if we so choose. We do not lack capacity. What we lack is the will to act. By putting aside our differences and bridging divides, we can deliver, we must deliver peace, progress, prosperity, and sustainability to everyone, everywhere. So let us step up and take action now. Let us re-energize the UN General Assembly and demonstrate our capacity and our will to deliver for all. In the words of Stephen Pressfield, an author born in Trinidad and Tobago, the most pernicious aspect of procrastination is that it can become a habit. We don't just put off our lives today, we put them off till our deathbed. Never forget, this very moment, we can change our lives. There never was a moment, and never will be, when we are without the power to alter our destiny. This second, we can turn the tables on resistance. This second, we can sit down and do our work. Excellencies, I thank you once again for your support to me and my presidency, and I wish you fruitful, productive, and healthy debate in the coming days. I thank you. Thank you. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official UN languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly Hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly Hall through room GA 200, located behind the rostrum, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
My greetings to the President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Dennis Francis from Trinidad, Tobago. It's a great pleasure to be preceded by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. I greet each of the heads of state and government and delegates present. I pay homage to our compatriot Sergio Vieira de Mello and 21 other employees of this organization, victims of the brutal attack in Baghdad 20 years ago. I also wish to express my condolences to the victims of the earthquake in Morocco and the storms that hit Libya. Like what happened recently in the state of Rio Grande do Sul in my country, these tragedies have claimed lives and causing irreparable losses. Our thoughts and prayers are with all the victims and their families. Ladies and gentlemen, exactly 20 years ago, I stood on this rostrum for the first time and said, on that September 23rd, 2003, my first words before this World Parliament be of confidence in the human capacity to overcome challenges and evolve towards superior forms of coexistence. I return today to say that I maintain my unshakable trust in humanity. At that time, the world had not yet realized the severity of the climate crisis. Today, it knocks on our doors, destroys our homes, our cities, our countries, kills and imposes losses and suffering on our brothers, especially the poorest. Hunger, the central theme of my speech at this World Parliament 20 years ago, today affects 735 million human beings who will go to sleep tonight without knowing if they'll have anything to eat tomorrow. The world is increasingly unequal. The 10 richest billionaires have more wealth than the poorest 40% of humanity. The destiny of every child born on this planet seems to be decided while they're still in their mother's womb. The part of the world where their parents live and the social class their family belongs to will determine whether or not that child will have opportunities throughout life. Whether they will eat at every meal or whether they will be denied the right to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. Whether they will have access to health care or whether they will fall to diseases that could have already been eradicated. Whether they will finish school and get a quality job or whether they will become part of the countless of unemployed, underemployed, and discouraged people. First of all, we must overcome resignation, which makes us accept such unfairness as a natural phenomenon. To overcome inequality, there's a lack of political will from those who govern the world in order to overcome inequality. Ladies and gentlemen, if today I return in the honorable capacity of President of Brazil, it is thanks to the victory won by democracy in my country. Democracy ensured that we overcame hate, misinformation, and oppression. Hope, once again, has won over fear. Our mission is to unite Brazil and rebuild a sovereign, fair, sustainable, supportive, with solidarity, generous, and a joyful country. Brazil is finding itself again with itself, with our region, with the world, and multilateralism. As I never tire of repeating, Brazil is back. Our country is back to make its due contributions in facing the major global Our country is back to make its due contribution in facing the major global challenges. We have reclaimed our foreign policy's universalism, marked by respectful dialogue with everyone. The international community is immersed in a whirlwind of multiple and simultaneous crises. The COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis, the food and energy insecurity have been amplified by growing geopolitical tensions. Racism, intolerance, xenophobia have spread, encouraged by new technologies created supposedly to bring us closer together. If we had to summarize these challenges in a single word, this challenge could be called, the reason for its challenge would be inequality. Inequality is at the root of this phenomena, or acts to aggravate them. The UN's broadest and most ambitious collective action aimed at development, the 2030 Agenda, could turn into its biggest failure. We have reached half of the implementation period and are still far from the defined goals. Most of the Sustainable Development Goals are moving at a slow pace. The moral and political imperative of eradicating poverty and ending hunger appears to have been numbed. In the 7 years that we have left, reducing inequalities within and between countries should become the core objective of the 2030 Agenda. Reducing inequalities within countries requires including the poor in government budgets and making the rich pay taxes that are proportional to their wealth. In Brazil, we are committed to implementing all the 17 SDGs in an integrated and indivisible manner. We want to achieve racial equality in Brazilian society through an 18th goal, which we will voluntarily adopt. We launched the Brazil Zero Hunger Plan, which will bring together a series of initiatives to reduce poverty and food insecurity. Amongst them is the Bolsa Família, the family stipend, which has become a global reference in income transfer programs for families that keep their children vaccinated and in school. Inspired by Brazilian Bertha Lutz, a pioneer as an advocate in gender equality in the UN Charter, we have passed a bill that makes equal pay between women and men mandatory when they perform the same role. We shall fight femicide and all forms of violence against women. We shall rigorously advocate for the rights of the LGBTQI+ groups and of people with disabilities. We have revived social participatory practices as a strategic tool for implementing public policies. Mr. President, acting against climate change involves thinking about tomorrow and facing historical inequalities. Rich countries grew based on a model with high rates of climate-damaging gas emissions. The climate emergency makes it urgent to correct course and implement what has already been agreed. There is no other reason why we speak of common but differentiated responsibilities. It is the vulnerable populations in the global south who are most affected by the loss and damage caused by climate change. The richest 10% of the world's population are responsible for almost half of all carbon released into the atmosphere. We, developing countries, do not want to repeat this model. In Brazil, we have already proven once and will prove again that a socially fair and environmentally sustainable model is possible. We are at the forefront of energy transition, and our matrix is already one of the cleanest in the world. 87% of our electrical power comes from clean and renewable sources. Solar, wind, biomass, ethanol, and biodiesel power generation is growing every year. The potential for generating green hydrogen is immense. With the Ecological Transformation Plan, we will invest in sustainable industrialization and sustainable infrastructure. We have resumed a sound and renewed Amazon agenda with oversight actions aimed at fighting environmental crimes. Over the last 8 months, deforestation in the Brazilian Amazon has already been reduced by 48%. The whole world has always talked about the Amazon. The whole world has always talked about the Amazon. Now, the Amazon is speaking for itself. A month ago, we hosted the Belém Summit meeting at the heart of the Amazon and launched a new collaboration agenda between countries that are part of that biome. There are 50 million South Americans living in the Amazon whose future depends on the decisive and coordination action of the countries that hold sovereignty over the region's territories. We all have also further dialogue with other countries that have tropical forests in Africa and Asia. We want to arrive at COP28 in Dubai with a joint vision that reflects, without any coaching, the priorities for preserving the Amazon, the Congo, and Borneo Mekong basins based on our needs. Without mobilizing financial and technological resources, there's no way to implement what we decided in the Paris Agreement and the Global Biodiversity Framework. The promise to allocate $100 billion annually to developing countries remains just that, a long promise. Today, this amount would be insufficient for a demand that already reaches trillions of dollars. Mr. President, the principle on which multilateralism is based, that of sovereign equality between nations, has been eroding. At the main global governance levels, negotiations in which all countries have a voice and vote have lost momentum. When institutions reproduce inequalities, they are part of the problem, not the solution. Last year, the IMF made available $160 billion in special drawing rights to European countries and just $34 billion to African countries. The unequal and distorted representation in the management of the IMF and the World Bank is unacceptable. We have not corrected the excesses of market deregulation and the support of the ideology of the minimum state. The foundations of a new economic governance have not been laid. The BRICS was the result of this paralysis and constitute a strategic platform to promote cooperation between emerging countries. The recent expansion of the group at the Johannesburg Summit meeting strengthens the fight for an order which accommodates the economic, geographic, and political plurality of the 21st century. We are a force that works towards fairer global trade in the context of a serious crisis in multilateralism. Rich countries' protectionism has gained strength, and the World Trade Organization remains paralyzed, especially its dispute settlement system. Nobody remembers the Doha Development Round anymore. In the meantime, unemployment and precarious work has been undermining people's confidence in better times, especially the youth. Governments need to break away from the increase in dissonance between the voice of the markets and the voice of the streets. Neoliberalism has aggravated the economic and political inequality that plagues democracies today. Its legacy is a mass of disenfranchised and excluded people. Amidst the wreck, far-right adventurers emerge who deny politics and sell solutions that are easy as they are wrong. Many have fallen to the temptation of replacing failed neoliberalism with primitive, conservative, and authoritarian nationalism. We repudiate an agenda that uses immigrants as scapegoats, undermines the welfare state, and attacks workers' rights. We need to reclaim the best humanist traditions which inspired the creation of the UN. No relevant economical, social, active inclusion policies at cultural, education, and digital levels are fundamental for promoting democratic values and defending the rule of law. Preserving press freedom is essential. A journalist like Julian Assange cannot be punished informing society in a transparent and legitimate way. Our fight is against misinformation and cybercrimes. apps and platforms should not abolish the labor laws we fought so hard for. Upon taking over as the chair of the G20 next December, we will spare no effort to place the fight against inequality in all its dimensions at the core of the international agenda. Under the motto, Building a Just World and a Sustainable Planet, the Brazilian chair will coordinate social inclusion and fight against hunger, sustainable development, and reform of global governance institutions. Mr. President, there will be no sustainability or prosperity without peace. Armed conflicts are an offense to human rationality. We know the horrors and suffering produced by all wars. Promoting a culture of peace is a duty for all of us. Building it requires persistence and vigilance. It is disturbing to see that old unresolved disputes persist and new threats emerge or gain force. The difficulty of guaranteeing the creation of a state for the Palestinian people clearly shows this. Added to this case, the persevering humanitarian crisis in Haiti, the conflict in Yemen, threats to Libyan national unity, and institutional ruptures in Burkina Faso, Gabon, Guinea, Conakry, Mali, Niger, and Sudan. In Guatemala, there's a risk of a coup d'etat, which would prevent the winner of the democratic elections from taking office. The war in Ukraine exposes our collective inability to enforce the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. We do not underestimate the difficulties in achieving peace, but no solution will be lasting if it is not based on dialogue. I have reiterated that work needs to be done to create space for negotiations. A lot is invested in weapons and very little in development. Last year, military spending totaled over $2 trillion. Expenditures on nuclear weapons reached $83 billion, a value 20 times higher than the regular UN budget. Stability and security will not be achieved where there is social exclusion and inequality. The UN was born to be the home of understanding and dialogue. The international community must choose. On one hand, there is the expansion of conflicts, the furthering of inequalities, and the erosion of the rule of law. On the other, the renewing of multilateral institutions dedicated to promoting peace. Unilateral sanctions cause great harm to the population of affected countries. In addition to not achieving their alleged goals, they hinder the mediation and prevention processes and the peaceful resolution of conflicts. Brazil will continue to reject measures taken without support from the UN Charter, such as the economic and financial embargo imposed on Cuba and the attempt to classify this country as a state sponsor of terrorism. We shall continue to criticize any attempts to divide the world into zones of influence and reviving the Cold War. The UN Security Council has been progressively losing its credibility. This frailty is the specific result of actions from its permanent members who wage unauthorized wars aimed at territorial expansion or regime change. Its paralysis is the most eloquent proof of the urgent need to reform it, which will bring it greater representation and efficacy. Ladies and gentlemen, inequalities needs to inspire outrage over hunger, poverty, war, disrespect for human beings. Moved by the power of outrage, we may act willingly and unwavering in fighting inequality and effectively transforming the world around us. The UN needs to fulfill its role as a builder of a world with more solidarity, fraternity, and fairness. But it would only do so if its members have the courage to proclaim their discontent at inequality and work tirelessly to overcome it. And I will just to say thank you very much to all of you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Yes?
Yes. Was there any live? Was there any single live?
Yeah. The Assembly will hear an address from His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my fellow leaders, about a week ago, I stood on the other side of the world, in Vietnam, on soil once bloody with war. And I met a small group of veterans, Americans and Vietnamese, who witnessed, and I watched the exchange of personal artifacts from that war, identification cards and a diary. It was deeply moving to see the reaction of the Vietnamese and American soldiers. Culmination of 50 years of hard work on both sides to address the painful legacies of war and to choose to work together toward peace and a better future. Nothing about that journey was inevitable. For decades, it would have been unthinkable for an American president to stand in Hanoi alongside a Vietnamese leader and announce a mutual commitment to the highest level of country's partnership. But it's a powerful reminder that our history need not dictate our future. With the concerted leadership and careful effort, adversaries can become partners. Overwhelming challenges can be resolved, and deep wounds can heal. So let us never forget that. When we choose to stand together and recognize the common hopes that bind all humanity, we hold our hands the power to bend that arc of history. My fellow leaders, we gather once more at an inflection point in world history, with the eyes of the world upon all of you, all of us. As President of the United States, I understand the duty my country has to lead in this critical moment, to work with countries in every region, linking them in common cause, to join together with partners who share a common vision of the future of the world, where our children do not go hungry and everyone has access to quality health care, where workers are empowered and our environment is protected, where entrepreneurs and innovators everywhere can access opportunity everywhere, where conflicts are resolved peacefully and countries can chart their own course. The United States seeks a more secure, more prosperous, more equitable world for all people, because we know our future is bound to yours. Let me repeat that again. We know our future is bound to yours. And no nation can meet the challenges of today alone. The generations that preceded us organized this body, the United Nations, and built international financial institutions and multilateral and regional bodies to help take on the challenges of their time. It wasn't always perfect, but working together, the world made some remarkable and undeniable progress that improved the lives of all people. We avoided the renewal of global conflict while lifting more than 1 billion people out of extreme poverty. We together expanded access to education for millions of children. We saved tens of millions of lives that would have otherwise been lost to preventable and treatable diseases like measles, malaria, tuberculosis. HIV/AIDS infections and deaths plummeted, in no small part because of PEPFAR's work in more than 55 countries, saving more than 25 million lives. It's a profound testament to what we can achieve when we act together, when we take on tough challenges, and an admonition for all of us to urgently accelerate our progress so that no one's left behind, because too many people are being left behind. The institutions we built together at the end of the Second World War are an enduring bedrock of our progress, and the United States is committed to sustaining them. And this year, we're proud to rejoin UNESCO. We also recognize that to meet the new challenges of our decades-old institutions and approaches, they must be updated to keep peace with the world. We have to bring in more leadership and capability that exists everywhere, especially from regions that have not always been fully included. We have to grapple with the challenges that are more connected and more complex. And we have to make sure we're delivering for people everywhere, not just somewhere, everywhere. Simply put, the 21st century results are badly needed. They're needed to move us along. That starts with the United Nations, starts right here in this room. In my address to this body last year, I announced the United States will support expanding the Security Council, increasing the number of permanent and non-permanent members. The United States has undertaken serious consultation with many member states and will continue to do our part to push more reform efforts forward, look for points of common ground, and make progress in the year ahead. We need to be able to break the gridlock that too often stymies progress and blocks consensus on the Council. We need more voices, more perspectives at the table. The United Nations must continue to preserve peace, prevent conflict, and alleviate human suffering. And we embrace nations stepping up to lead in new ways and to seek new breakthroughs on hard issues. For example, on Haiti, the Caribbean community is facilitating a dialogue among Haitian society. I thank President Ruto of Kenya, I thank him for his willingness to serve as the lead nation of a UN-backed security support mission. I call on the Security Council to authorize this mission now. The people of Haiti cannot wait much longer. The United States is working across the board to make global institutions more responsive, more effective, and more inclusive. For example, we've taken significant steps to reform and scale up the World Bank, expanding its financing to low and middle-income countries so it can help boost progress toward meeting the Sustainable Development Goals and better address interconnected challenges like climate change and fragility. Under the new president of the World Bank, change is already taking root. Last month, I asked the United States Congress for additional funds to expand World Bank financing by $25 billion. And at the G20, we rallied the major economies of the world to mobilize even more funding. Collectively, we can deliver a transformational boost to World Bank lending. And because the multilateral development banks are among the best tools we have for mobilizing transparent, high-quality investment in developing countries, reforming these institutions can be a game changer. Similarly, we proposed making sure developing countries have a strong voice and representation at the International Monetary Fund. We're going to continue our efforts to reform the World Trade Organization, and preserve competition, openness, transparency, and the rule of law, while at the same time equipping it to better tackle modern-day imperatives like driving the clean energy transition, protecting workers, promoting inclusive and sustainable growth. And this month, we strengthened the G20 as a vital forum, welcoming the African Union as a permanent member. By upgrading and strengthening our institutions, that's only half of the picture. We must also forge new partnerships, confront new challenges. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence hold both enormous potential and enormous peril. We need to be sure they are used as tools of opportunity, not as weapons of oppression. Together with leaders around the world, the United States is working to strengthen rules and policies so AI technologies are safe before they're released to the public. To make sure we govern this technology, not the other way around, having it govern us. And I'm committed to working through this institution and other international bodies and directly with leaders around the world, including our competitors, to ensure we harness the power of artificial intelligence for good while protecting our citizens from its most profound risk. It's going to take all of us. I've been working on this for a while, as many of you have. It's going to take all of us to get this right. In every region of the world, the United States is mobilizing strong alliances, versatile partnerships, common purpose, collective action to bring new approaches to our shared challenges. Here in the Western Hemisphere, we united 21 nations in support of the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection, launching a region-wide approach to a region-wide challenge to better uphold laws and protect the rights of migrants. In the Indo-Pacific, we've elevated our Quad partnership with India, Japan, and Australia to deliver concrete progress for the people of the region on everything from vaccines to maritime security. Just yesterday, after 2 consultations in diplomacy, the United States brought together dozens of nations across 4 continents to establish a new partnership for Atlantic cooperation so that the coastal Atlantic countries can better cooperate on science, technology, environmental protection, and sustainable economic development. We brought together nearly 100 countries in a global coalition to counter fentanyl and synthetic drugs, to reduce the human cost of this affliction, and it is real. And as the nature of the terrorist threats evolve and the geography expands to new places, we're working with our partners to bring capabilities to bear to disrupt plotting, degrade networks, and protect all of our people. Additionally, we convene the Summit for Democracy to strengthen democratic institutions, root out corruption, and reject political violence. And in this moment where democratically elected governments have been toppled in quick succession in West and Central Africa, we're reminded that this work is as urgent and important as ever. We stand with the African Union and ECOWAS and other regional bodies to support constitutional rule. We will not retreat from the values that make us strong. We will defend democracy, our best tool to meet the challenges we face around the world. And we're working to show how democracy can deliver in ways that matter to people's lives. The Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment addresses the enormous need and opportunity for infrastructure investment in low and middle income countries, particularly in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Through strategic, targeted public investments, we can unlock enormous amounts of private sector financing. The G7 has pledged to work with parties to collectively mobilize $600 billion in infrastructure financing by 2027. The United States has already mobilized more than $30 billion to date. We're creating a race to the top with projects that have high standards for workers, the environment, and intellectual property while avoiding the trap of unsustainable debt. We're focusing on economic corridors that will maximize the impact of our collective investment and deliver consequential results across multiple countries and multiple sectors. For example, the Libido Corridor will extend across Africa from the western port of Angola to the DRC to Zambia, boosting regional connectivity and strengthening commerce and food security in Africa. Similarly, the groundbreaking effort we announced at the G20 to connect India to Europe through the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel will spur opportunities and investment across two continents. This is part of our effort to build a more sustainable, integrated Middle East. It demonstrates how Israel's greater normalization and economic connection with its neighbors is delivering positive and practical impacts, even as we continue to work tirelessly to support a just and lasting peace between the Israelis and Palestinians, 2 states for 2 people. Now, let me be clear. None of these partnerships are about containing any country. They're about a positive vision for our shared future. When it comes to China, I want to be clear and consistent. We seek to responsibly manage the competition between our countries so it does not tip into conflict. I've said we are for de-risking, not decoupling with China. We will push back on aggression and intimidation and defend the rules of the road, from freedom of navigation to overflight to level economic playing field that have helped safeguard security and prosperity for decades. But we also stand ready to work together with China on issues where progress hinges on our common efforts. Nowhere is that more critical than accelerating the climate crisis, than the accelerating climate crisis. We see it everywhere. Record-breaking heat waves in the United States and China, wildfires ravaging North America and Southern Europe, a 5th year of drought in the Horn of Africa, tragic, tragic flooding in Libya. My heart goes out to the people of Libya. That's killed thousands of people. Together, these snapshots tell an urgent story of what awaits us if we fail to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and begin to climate-proof the world. For one day, my administration, the United States, has treated this crisis as an existential threat from the moment we took office, not only for us, but for all of humanity. Last year, I signed into law in the United States the largest investment ever anywhere in the history of the world to combat the climate crisis and help move the global economy toward a clean energy future. We're also working with the Congress to quadruple our climate financing to help developing countries reach their climate goals and adapt to climate impacts. And this year, the world's on track to meet the climate finance pledge that made under the Paris Agreement, $100 billion to raise collectively. But we need more investment from public and private sector alike, especially in places that have contributed so little to global emissions, but face some of the worst effects of climate change, like the Pacific Islands. The United States is working directly with the Pacific Island Forum to help these nations adapt, build resilience to the climate impacts, even as we lead the effort to build innovative new partnerships that attack the global challenges from all sides. From the First Movers Coalition, which is mobilizing billions of private sector community and the private sector commitments, to creating a market demand for green products in carbon-intense sectors like concrete, shipping, aviation, and trucking, to the Agricultural Innovation Mission for Climate, which is bringing farmers into the climate solution and making our food supply more resilient to climate shocks, and the Global Methane Pledge, now endorsed by more than 150 countries, which expands our focus beyond our carbon emission targets to reduce the potential greenhouse gases in our atmosphere by 30% in this decade. It's all within our capacity. We need to bring the same commitment and urgency and ambition as we work together to meet the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. These goals were adopted at the United Nations in 2015 as a roadmap for improving lives around the world. But the hard truth is, for decades of progress, the world has lost ground these past years in the wake of COVID-19, conflicts, and other crises. The United States is committing to doing its part to get us back on track. All told, in the first 2 years of my administration, the United States has invested more than $100 billion to drive development progress in bolstering food security, expanding access to education worldwide, strengthening healthcare systems, and fighting disease. And we've helped mobilize billions more in the private sector investments. But to accelerate our forward progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, we all have to do more. We need to build new partnerships that change the way we tackle this challenge, to unlock trillions of additional financing for development, drawing on all sources. We need to fill the gaps and address the failures of our existing system exposed by the pandemic. We need to ensure that women and girls benefit fully from our progress. We must also do more to grapple with the debt that holds back so many low and middle-income countries. When nations are forced to service unsustainable debt payments over the needs of their own people, it makes it harder for them to invest in their own futures. And as we work together to recover from global shocks, the United States will also continue to be the largest single country donor of humanitarian assistance at this moment of unparalleled need in the world. Folks, cooperation, partnership, these are the keys to progress on the challenges that affect us all, and the baseline for responsible global leadership. We don't need to agree on everything to keep moving forward on issues like arms control, a cornerstone of international security. After more than 50 years of progress under the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Russia is shredding long-standing arms control agreements, including announcing the suspension of the New START and withdrawing from the Conventional Forces in Europe Treaty. I view it as irresponsible and makes the entire world less safe. The United States is going to continue to pursue good faith efforts to reduce the threat of weapons of mass destruction and lead by example, no matter what else is happening in the world. This year, we safely destroyed at least the last chemical munitions in the U.S. stockpile, fulfilling our commitment toward a world free of chemical weapons. and we condemn the DPRK's continued violation of UN Security Council resolutions. But we are committed to diplomacy that will bring about the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We're working with our partners to address Iran's destabilizing activities that threaten regional and global security, and remain steadfast in our commitment that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. Now, even as we evolve our institutions and drive creative new partnerships, let me be clear. Certain principles of our international system are sacrosanct. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, human rights. These are the core tenets of the UN Charter, the pillars for peaceful relations among nations, without which we cannot achieve any of our goals. That has not changed, and that must not change. Yet, for the second year in a row, this gathering, dedicated to peaceful resolution of conflicts, is darkened by the shadow of war. An illegal war of conquest brought without provocation by Russia against its neighbor Ukraine. Like every nation in the world, the United States wants this war to end. No nation wants this war to end more than Ukraine. And we strongly support Ukraine in its efforts to bring about a diplomatic resolution that delivers just and lasting peace. But Russia alone bears responsibility for this war. Russia alone has the power to end this war immediately. And it's Russia alone that stands in the way of peace, because Russia's price for peace is Ukraine's capitulation, Ukraine's territory, and Ukraine's children. Russia believes that the world will grow weary and allow it to brutalize Ukraine without consequence. But I ask you this: if we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor, can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected? If we allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no. We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow. That's why the United States, together with our allies and partners around the world, will continue to stand with the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity and their freedom. It's not only an investment in Ukraine's future, but in the future of every country that seeks a world governed by basic rules that apply equally to all nations and uphold the rights of every nation, no matter how big or small. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, they are the fixed foundations of this noble body. And universal human rights is its North Star. We cannot sacrifice either. 75 years ago, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights captured a remarkable act of collective hope. I say that again, collective hope. Drafted by a committee representing different regions, faiths, philosophies, and adopted by the entire General Assembly. The rights contained in the Declaration are elemental and enduring. And while we still struggle to uphold equal and inalienable rights of all, they remain ever steady and ever true. We cannot turn away from abuses, whether in Xinjiang, Tehran, Darfur, or anywhere else. We have to continue working to ensure that women and girls enjoy equal rights and equal participation in their societies, that indigenous groups, racial, ethnic, religious minorities, people with disabilities do not have their potential stifled by systemic discrimination, that the LGBTQI plus people are not prosecuted or targeted with violence because of who they are. These rights are part of our shared humanity. They're absent. When they're absent anywhere, their loss is felt everywhere. They are essential to the advancement of human progress that brings us together. My fellow leaders, let me close with this. At this inflection point in history, we're going to be judged by whether or not we live up to the promises we made to ourselves, to each other, to the most vulnerable, and to all those who will inherit the world we create, because that's what we're doing. Will we find within ourselves the courage to do what must be done, to preserve the planet, to protect human dignity, to provide opportunity for people everywhere, and to defend the tenets of the United Nations? There can only be one answer to that question. We must, and we will. The road ahead is long and difficult, but if we persevere, and prevail, if we keep the faith in ourselves and show what's possible, let's do this work together. Let's deliver progress for everyone. Let's bend the arc of history for the good of the world, because it's in our power to do it. Thank you for listening. You're kind.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. May I request representatives to remain seated while we suspend the meeting for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker.
meeting is resumed and you can connect.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is resumed. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia, and invite him to address the Assembly. Extraordinary. Sorry. I have to repair the gavel. This is extraordinary. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask that the Assembly come to order to receive the statement of His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Antonio, Dennis, my wife Veronica, and my youngest daughter Veronica here. I, a week ago, was in Santiago de Chile, and I've made my journey to here from there to commemorate the 50th anniversary of a homicidal and bloody coup against President Salvador Allende. I then went through my own country and a popular neighborhood of Medellin, where the mafia used to attract young people to offer them the possibility of learning computer programming. I then arrived in Havana, an unjustly blockaded country, where a president of my country suggested and achieved that it be included in the list of terrorist-sponsoring countries simply because it helped to make peace in Colombia. And now I am here, ladies and gentlemen, to make my speech to you. Over this year, since the last speech that I gave in the United Nations, we have only seen a deepening of what the wealthy, meeting in Davos, call a polycrisis. The war is continuing. Hunger continues. The recession is increasing, and the climate crisis has shown its teeth as never before, claiming thousands of lives and heating our lands and our seas like never before. This has been a year where humanity has been losing and has unfailingly hastened the era of extinction. All of these crises are, in fact, just one crisis: the crisis of life. It seems that world leaders have become the enemies of life. The crisis of life is being expressed in one devastating indicator. This began at the furthest corners of the earth, far away from the remotest regions, a silent march of people from different cultures who are intermingling on their way Like an infinitely nuanced painting, the colors are mixing together in an uncontainable march. A multitude of all the colors is moving along the tracks, through the seas, through the jungles. It is making up a kind of work of art on the canvas of the earth. A flow of tones, sounds, different clothes and cultures in an amalgam which does not forget its beginnings. In an amalgam in a great march from the south to the north. This is the exodus of humanity which has begun. Today, there are tens of millions. Tomorrow, according to experts, by 2070, the figure will have reached 3 billion, fleeing from their beloved homes because these homes will be uninhabitable. In my homeland, the country of beauty, Colombia, the country of an explosion of life, by 2070, only deserts will remain. The people will go to the north, no longer attracted by the mirage of wealth, but rather by something simpler, something more vital, water. Since the beginnings, the millenary beginnings of humanity, people have gone to where water is, to the north. Billions of people will defy armies and will change the earth to do this. This exodus of the peoples to the north is an exact reflection of the dimension of the failure of governments. This last year has been a time of defeat for governments, a defeat for humanity. The exodus across the borders has increased. They have set the dogs and the hounds on the immigrants. They have put people on horses to pursue them, with whips in their hands, with stocks and chains. They have built prisons. So much the hatred has grown of the foreign, of the strange. These prisons have even been built at sea, so that these women and men cannot tread the earth of the white people who still believe themselves to be the superior race and are nostalgic for this. And through their choices and elections, they revive the leader who said so and who killed millions as a result. The exodus has increased over this year, showing how much the crisis of life is advancing. But the minutes are ticking on in defining life or death on our planet. And rather than halting this march of time and talking about how to defend life for the future, thanks to greater knowledge and expanding life to the universe, we are deciding instead to waste our time killing one another. We are not thinking about how to expand life to the stars, but rather how to end life on our own planet. We have devoted ourselves to war. We have been called to war. Latin America has been called upon to produce war machines, men to go to the killing fields. They're forgetting that our countries have been invaded several times by the very same people who are now talking about combating invasions. They're forgetting that for oil, Iraq was invaded, Syria and Libya. They're forgetting that the same reasons they use to defend Zelensky are those very reasons which should be deployed to defend Palestine. They forget that to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, all wars must be brought to an end. But they are helping to wage one war in particular, because world powers see this suiting themselves in their gamesmanship, in their games of hunger, and they're forgetting to bring an end to the other war, because for these powers, this did not suit them. What is the difference between Ukraine and Palestine, I ask? Is it not time to bring an end to both wars and other wars too, and make the most of the short time we have to build paths to save life on the planet? As President of Colombia, this country of beauty, of a group of humanity, millions of workers, women and men from popular neighbourhoods, indigenous people, Afro-descendants, people from the fields, workers, young people of all colours. I'm the president these people decided to elect in the majority, and I'm here to speak before you. And I propose bringing an end to this war so that we have time to save ourselves. I propose that the United Nations should hold, as soon as possible, 2 peace conferences, one on Ukraine, the other on Palestine. Not because there are no other wars in the world, as there are in my country, but because this would guide the way to making peace in all regions of the planet. Because both of these alone can bring an end to the hypocrisy as a political practice. Because we could be sincere, a virtue without which we cannot be warriors for life itself. The generation which today must decide and must act as soon as possible to overcome the enormous hurricane which has been unleashed against life from the dark but powerful forces of greed, the hurricane of capital, which only looks to profit and which has swallowed up the planet and the very foundation of our existence. I propose bringing an end to war, to defend life from the climate crisis, which is the mother of all crises. This summit has been established to evaluate the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals established by the governments for 2030. It's easy to carry out an assessment. These human development goals will not be achieved. We are far from reaching them. We have moved backwards. The United Nations Human Development Objectives could more simply be called social and environmental justice. Social justice will not be achieved for humanity by 2030 because what we have sown is injustice in our planet. What has been created over these years is injustice. The injustice of putting the vaccine against the deadly virus on the market, concentrating it in rich countries. Latin America saw 30% of COVID deaths, although it makes up only 8% of the world population. Who said that health should be a business and not a right? Millions of older people and others died because the vaccine was traded rather than being a common good of humanity. They failed to deliver on their own promise to finance adaptation to climate change. They do not have $100 billion to give to countries to defend themselves from floods, storms, and hurricanes. But they do have that money in a single day to allow Russians and Ukrainians to kill one another. Now we no longer need $100 billion. We need $3 trillion to overcome the climate crisis. And the clock is ticking. Ladies and gentlemen, injustice has been sown. And cannabis growers and coca growers have been arrested rather than tackling the solitude in which the youth of their own countries live. These countries are the greatest economic and military power in the history of humanity. To combat this solitude, they have moved on to the drugs of death, to fentanyl. They wanted a war against the drugs of the rebellious youth who opposed the war in Vietnam, the marijuana and the LSD of the hippies, and they ended up driving their society towards the drug of neoliberalism and competition, the drug of the Manhattan yuppie, cocaine. And they imprisoned millions of Africans and Latin Americans in cold, private prisons, and 1 million Latin Americans were killed. Democracies were destroyed in our America. But they never arrested the Manhattan yuppie. And now they are facing the grand outcome of the prohibition of drugs, fentanyl, which is not killing 4,000, but 100,000 young people every year in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, they sowed injustice. And the worst of these has been to condemn humanity to war. So today, the balance of social justice across the world is so skewed. The problem is that this was not an issue of socialists, of progressives. Rather, it was a matter where the time left to the planet was flowing away. As president of the country of beauty, I propose returning to a time of simplicity to recover the time lost. So ending the war and reforming the global financial system. From the conferences, the peace conferences on Ukraine and Palestine, we should come out able to build a reform that we have already discussed in the Amazon forest, where the greatest river of the earth, which has crossed the greatest jungle of the earth, reaches the sea. We had discussed this in Brasilia, and we went to Kenya to meet with the brotherly peoples of Africa, where we came from at the time of one of the other great injustices of power, slavery. And we went to Paris to see whether multitudes there were still crying for liberty, equality, and fraternity. And we went to Washington to talk to the president and see whether we in the North and the South of the Americas could meet again, as we did in the past, over 2 centuries ago, where we met in history to talk about liberty, equality, democracy, and republic. And let us talk in all possible ways about getting to the root of the climate crisis and its solution. If fossil capitalism has no financing, it will die. Its death throes will be hard, but this is necessary for there to be humanity, nature, and life. The decarbonized capitalism will have to be financed, but we know that green capital will only flow to places where there is profit. That is what governs it. And its structure is a very narrow one to contain the decarbonization of the entire world. Governments and powers who still believe that the climate crisis and that of life can be overcome with cheap loans are mistaken. They are deluded to propose that those countries of the earth which are already indebted are indebted as a result of disease and greed, and that they can use more loans to overcome a problem that only the belching chimneys of the north have produced. It is not possible to overcome the crisis of life, this mega crisis, with more indebtedness. The financing of life, the flow of medicines, which must be pumped into the veins of the economies and societies of the world to meet the challenge of leaving behind coal and oil under the earth, leaving it under the earth in those very places where the true veins of the earth flow, as Roberto Cobarilla, the UA indigenous native from Colombia, said over 30 years ago. As he said, extracting oil was to remove the blood from the earth, and life would then die. The majority of the investment to decarbonize the world's economy should come from public funds, the efforts of societies, bringing together states so as to bring together humanity. Today they call this multilateralism. Governing the earth with the vision of democracy and not a vision of empire. Empires do not save life. They merely unleash wars. If the mega crisis of life is to be resolved, it will be through a democracy which achieves a global scale, a deeper democracy, which will not fear interlinking states and societies and planning for the great Marshall Plan of the revitalization of the planet. The market will help us somewhat, but we cannot ask for solutions from a mechanism which has no humanity. And when it was this mechanism which produced the very problem. Private funds can be used, but they will be limited by their own logic. The force to do this will come from public funds, and these funds are currently weakened by debt. The great battle of our generation is defending life for our children and grandchildren, and this can only be fully financed by what is public, by what belongs to all of us. We must liberate the public to save life. Many people may not like this, but if the voice of the public, of the state, of humanity, of multilateralism is to be heard again, this means the voice of change will be heard again. Because in order to save life, this is fundamental. Saving life requires an epoch of change, and it is urgent. Change and life are now synonymous. Youth of all colours today, in order to live, must fly the flags of change, of transformation, of a new humanity. It is democracy, and not authoritarian regimes, which is looking more and more like the Nazis. It is global democracy. These plans, the power of those states who are not tackling war, but are tackling and attacking the plans for life. These plans to achieve the transition to a decarbonized economy and to finance it. The decarbonized economy will, without a doubt, be a more humane and a more just economy. So, I, as President of the Country of Beauty, propose a reform of the global financial system, of the IMF, of the Multilateral Bank, and bringing an end to economic blockades and guiding funds from private capital. If everybody's debt is reduced, paying off the creditors with an IMF issuance of special drawing rights, there will be a decrease in the global public debt and a real increase in budgets and public funds. In this way, we will be able to finance the Marshall Plan for the Sustainable Development Goals, for the social and environmental justice of the planet. The plan to overcome, through mitigation and adaptation, the climate crisis, which is the crisis of life. This is reviving Keynes worldwide after forgetting him. This wise old man already said this, as did other wise people before him. And their words, too, are forgotten. The words that they expressed from their deep ideas. What a beautiful perspective in the midst of today's darkness and storms. A perspective which looks hopeful. The objective of life and justice can be achieved by treading the path of global democracy and of returning value to what is public, to what is common and shared, which can be reached by all. I want my grandchildren, who are babies today, Luna, Victoria and Luca, and my daughter Antonella, to be able to live far from the apocalypse and the era of extinction. I want them to live in times where humanity was able to stop killing itself and killing the planet, and through the very diversity of its cultures, managed to achieve understanding and to achieve its mission, spreading the virus of life to the stars of the universe. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II ibn al-Hussein II, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Majesty King Abdullah II ibn al-Hussein King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, when human catastrophes seem beyond description, we turn to the appalling statistics. This year around the world, more than 345 million people face food insecurity, daily hunger, or starvation. Among the most vulnerable are 108 million refugees, people who have been forcibly displaced from their homes and ways of life. And 40% of these refugees are children, the most defenseless of all. Yet these numbers cannot really convey the tragedy or the failure. Refugees are our brothers, our sisters. They look to our countries to help end the crises that have driven them from home. Refugees are mothers, fathers, grandparents who have made perilous journeys to save their families. They are young people with big dreams and little children who deserve the chance to dream big. They depend on the international community for their survival, and multiple UN agencies provide vital services to help meet the need. But in recent months, one by one, these agencies have been delivering difficult news. A severe shortfall in international funds has forced them to cut support. Is this what we've come to? Is the international community going to watch as refugee families find themselves forced to send their children to work instead of school? In Jordan, where refugees make up over 1/3 of our 11 million population, cuts have already thrown the lives of hundreds of thousands of refugees into uncertainty. The impact of such humanitarian shortfalls is never limited to a country or a region. Fear and want bring on sharp increases in the number of refugees fleeing to Europe and beyond, on journeys that too often end in tragedy. My friends, Jordanians are serious about our duty to those in need. We have done everything we can to secure a dignified life for refugees. Nearly half of the almost 1.4 million Syrians we host are under 18 years of age. For many of them, Jordan is the only place they have ever known. Over 230,000 Syrian children have been born in Jordan since 2011. We are sharing precious resources to help them meet basic needs: food, energy, and especially water. We are among the water-poorest countries in the world, even as our water supplies face extraordinary demand. And we face these pressures just when another crisis has hit our region: climate change, with its destructive heat waves, drought, and flooding. And to meet the refugee burden, we have been carefully managing to combine our limited resources with essential support from the international community. Because the responsibility to act falls on everybody's shoulders. Because the world cannot afford to walk away and leave a lost generation behind. But today, Jordan's capacity to deliver necessary services to refugees has surpassed our limits. Syrian refugees' future is in their country, not in host countries. But until they are able to return, we must all do right by them. And the fact is Refugees are far from returning. On the contrary, more Syrians are likely to leave their country as the crisis persists. And Jordan will not have the ability nor the resources to host and care for more. We must find a political solution consistent with UN Security Council Resolution 2254, the step-for-step approach that offers a path forward, proposed by Jordan as the basis for engagement with the Syrian government and coordinated with the UN. This approach sets a roadmap to incrementally resolve the crisis and deal with all its consequences. Until then, we will protect our country against any future threats the crisis could pose to our national security. My friends, Jordan's case is a microcosm of our entire region. For all our people's immense potential, repeated crises have held back the promise of greater development and prosperity. Our region is a focal point where some of the most urgent global challenges are converging. How will our world respond? Will we come together in global solidarity to get to the root of the problem, the conflicts and the crises that destroy life and hope? Will we work as one to rebuild the lost trust in international action and help those in want? My friends, our region will continue to suffer until the world helps lift the shadow of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, the central issue in the Middle East. No architecture for regional security and development can stand over the burning ashes of this conflict. But 7.5 decades on, it still smolders. Where are we going? Without clarity on where Palestinians' future lies, it will be impossible to converge on a political solution to this conflict. Five million Palestinians live under occupation. No civil rights, no freedoms of mobility, no say in their lives. Yet every UN resolution since the beginning of this conflict recognizes the equal rights of the Palestinian people to a future of peace, dignity, and hope. This is the heart of the two-state solution, the only path to a comprehensive, lasting peace. We can see the Israeli people actively defending and engaging in the expression of their national identity. Yet the Palestinian people are deprived of that same right to express and fulfill their own national identity. The basic requirement for that right is the establishment of their own independent and viable state on the June 4th, 1967 lines, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living alongside Israel in peace, security, and prosperity. And delaying justice and peace has brought endless cycles of violence. 2023 has been the deadliest for the Palestinian people in the past 15 years. How can people trust in global justice while settlement building, land confiscations, and home demolitions continue? Where is the global solidarity to make UN resolutions believable by people in need of our help? Jerusalem is a flashpoint for global concern. Under the Hashemite custodianship of Islamic and Christian holy sites, Jordan remains committed to safeguarding the city's identity. But preserving Jerusalem as the city of faith and peace for Islam, Christianity, and Judaism is a responsibility that we all share. and we must not abandon Palestinian refugees to the forces of despair. Sustainable funding is urgently needed by UNRWA, the UN agency that provides vital relief, education, and health services to millions of Palestinian refugees. And this is essential to protect families, keep communities stable, and prepare young people for productive lives. We must protect young Palestinians from extremists who prey on their frustrations and hopelessness by making sure they continue to learn at the schools under the blue flag of the United Nations, as the alternative will be the black flags of terror, hate, and extremism. My friends, we come together here as partners to deal with our challenges and shape a better future. We speak here for our people. We speak for families and the younger generations. We speak for victims of conflict, displacement, hunger, climate challenge, disasters, and more. They are not mere statistics. They are our fellow human beings sharing our world. Only by restoring trust, only by acting in solidarity, will we create the future all our peoples desire and deserve. We cannot allow for a lost generation on our watch. Thank you.
I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Majesty. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Good morning, Excellency.
Morning, Excellency. How are you? On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, honorable delegates, I wish to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis on his election to the honorable function of the President of the 78th United Nations General Assembly. I wish to express Poland's full support for his mission and wish him every success in its fulfillment. At the same time, my thanks go out to His Excellency Csaba Kőrösi in recognition of his active engagement while presiding over the work of the 77th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, 193 countries from every continent have gathered in New York at UN headquarters to discuss the most important threats and challenges facing the world today. The United Nations General Assembly is an extremely important event. It is the only place and the only opportunity to debate in our midst the crucial problems that affect us all. We are here because of the courageous and forward-looking decisions made by the leaders of the Western world during the darkest days of the Second World War. At that time, they pondered over how to avoid similar tragedies in the future. The leaders of the United States and Great Britain, President Roosevelt and Prime Minister Churchill, and soon the other countries of the anti-Hitler coalition including Poland, signed the Atlantic Charter. It contained the most important principles on which the post-war world order was to be based: self-determination of nations, inviolability of borders, renunciation of violence, economic cooperation, human rights. The Atlantic Charter, together with the Washington Declaration, were the cornerstone in a building of the United Nations organization. Ladies and gentlemen, today once again, it befell on us to live in dangerous times. As a result of Russia's full-scale aggression on Ukraine, hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives or suffered injuries. Millions were forced to flee their own home country, and hundreds of millions worldwide are facing the specter of famine and serious economic disruptions. Russia's brutal aggression brought immense global problems in its aftermath. It put to a test international world order. Costs of those barbarian actions, humanitarian, material, and environmental, are incalculable and still growing. For long, world peace has never been as threatened as it is today. We, Poles, know fully well that peace is not to be taken for granted. September in the history of my home country is a special month. On 1st September 1939, Nazi Germany invaded my homeland, Poland. The Second World War broke out. On 17th September 1939, we received a blow from another direction. The Soviet Union also made an onslaught on Poland. In the wake of the alliance between Hitler and Stalin, Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia, Poland lost its independence, was wiped out from the map of the world, and subjected to extremely brutal occupation. This is precisely why we understand the tragedy of Ukraine better than any other country in the world, and the tragedy of other countries experiencing the pandemonium of war. In the Second World War, 6 million of our citizens perished, including 3 million Polish Jews, and Warsaw, the capital of Poland, was razed to the ground. And yet our history stands as a testament that even crimes and persecution are not able to suppress the true spirit of freedom, that freedom will finally prevail. Enslavement, imperialism, and neocolonialism are a denial of freedom as much as insane dreams of dominating the others. When unleashing the war in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin wanted to restore the Russian Empire, to divide the world, and to make Europe systematically dependent on his raw materials. He has not succeeded. It is my firm belief that he will no longer succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, today the world needs courageous and visionary leaders. The late President of Poland, Lech Kaczyński, with whom I had the honor to cooperate, was such a leader. The leader who a dozen of years ago was trying to shake the conscience, to appeal to politicians, to warn of imperial policy of Vladimir Putin's Russia. Let me recall at this point his seminal words said in Tbilisi at the height of Russian aggression on Georgia in 2008. For the first time in a long time, Russians have shown the face we have known for hundreds of years. They believe that the nations around them should be subjected to them. We say no. Russia believes that the old days of the empire that collapsed less than 20 years ago are coming back. That domination will again be feature of our region. Well, it will not. Those days are over, once and for all. Yes, today, in this very place, at the United Nations headquarters, I wish to reiterate, those days can never return. The logic of conquest, changing borders by force, disregarding the law, and denying the Ukrainian people their right to exist must be stopped. This brutal war must end and not be converted into a frozen war. This can only be done by restoring the full territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland's position in the face of any war is clear and straightforward. We demand absolute respect for internationally recognized national borders. The inviolability of these borders is a fundamental element of the world order. Today, the victim is Ukraine. Tomorrow, it could be any one of us if we do not follow these ironclad rules, if we do not insistently enforce compliance with international law. Forgotten and unpunished war crimes, crimes against humanity, build a sense of impunity among the perpetrators. Such crimes give permission to their successors and imitators who, following suit, commit similar crimes when they want to dominate and determine the fate of other states and nations. The crimes in a war in Ukraine are the living proof thereof. That is why we are engaged in initiative to hold Russia accountable for gross violations of fundamental norms of international law. We strongly support the work of the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice. We support the work of the Independent International Commission under the UN Human Rights Council to investigate violation of human rights and humanitarian law in the context of Russian aggression, and to collect, verify, and preserve evidence. We support the idea of establishing an ad hoc special tribunal. The crimes must be accounted for and the perpetrators punished. Ladies and gentlemen, information wherefore goes on. Lie is used to cover up and justify Russian crimes on civilian population. Russia continually tries to shape international public opinion by building a false vision of the reality. In Poland, this comes as no surprise to us, but the world is just about to discover the scale of manipulation and disinformation. This spearhead is often directed also at my country, Poland, labeled in many various ways. This is because we have consistently been opposing Russia's imperial and neo-colonial policy and have supported Ukraine in its defense from the outset. We, as international community, must draw conclusions from the situation. We must confront manipulation and disinformation. We must fight against the hypocrisy of history, the reversal of the roles of the henchman and a victim. What is evil should be called evil. A crime should be called a crime. Ladies and gentlemen, these days, many states are blamed for prolonging the war as they supply necessary weapons to Ukraine in its defense war. This is a completely false logic, as if putting the blame on a neighbor who comes to aid to the people next door defending their own home against mugger. If someone attacks your household, you have the right to defend it, and the neighbors should not to stay indifferent. Ukraine would not be able to resist the aggression and effectively stand for its independence if it were not for the assistance of other countries, and primarily on the biggest scale, the United States of America. It is the United States that has been playing a pivotal role in assuring security in Europe for more than a century. I'm saying so as a president of the European country which was plagued by war experience on so many occasions. It must be remembered that the engagement of the United States in the First World War led it to an end, as much as to the restoration of independence by Poland and by other countries of the Central and Eastern Europe. The United States played a pivotal role in defeating Nazi Germany. Without the US support, neither the United Kingdom nor the Soviet Union would have been able to resist Hitler. Finally, the United States was instrumental in the reconstruction of Western Europe in the aftermath of war and in fending off the threat posed by the Soviet Union throughout the Cold War. It is too often that Europe tends to forget that it owes its security and prosperity to the US commitment and presence. In Poland, we recall this very well. That is why Poland's top priority for the time of our presidency of the European Union in the first half of 2025 will be enhancing transatlantic relations and cooperation between the EU and the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland has never had colonies, the fact of which we are proud. We emphasize it on all occasions. Instead, my home country was many times brutally attacked, destroyed, and used by the neighbors with their imperial ambitions. For 123 years, Poland disappeared from the maps of the world. That is why we understand very well the countries that suffered colonialism and the challenges they need to confront. Wherever the international community is in need, Poland is always ready to respond to the call and without any hesitation. We provide assistance in many corners of the world. Despite the war in the immediate neighborhood, we will continue our support to the Eastern Partnership countries. We continue to focus on countries of the sub-Saharan region. We are present in the Middle East. Given the refugee crisis caused by the war in Syria, Poland's assistance to Iraq, Lebanon, Palestine, and Jordan will be maintained. Poland will also continue its humanitarian support. Many places around the world are facing worsening food crisis. The situation is most difficult in Africa, where 1 in 5 people is suffering from hunger. Also, the population suffering hunger is increasing in West Asia and the Caribbean. Today, an estimated 2.4 billion people lack sustainable regular access to food, of which some 900 million face severe food insecurity. Therefore, in 2022, we in Poland have supported the World Food Fund activities in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia, including Lebanon, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and Syria. We found our activities mainly through multilateral channels, as well as through Polish NGOs and their local partners. Poland fully recognizes the ambitions of the African Union to play an even more active role in the on the global stage. Ensuring peace and development in Africa will be facilitated by good and cost-effective governance and the development of democracy on the continent. We respect African solutions to African problems, standing ready to share the experience we have gained in the difficult but successful transformation of our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland is a country of freedom and solidarity. It is known worldwide for the great solidarity movement, which not only stood for workers' rights, but also for freedom and fundamental values. The movement which brought together millions of people courageously defied an evil and changed the course of modern history, bringing about the fall of communism. We are extremely proud of our solidarity. Upon Russian aggression on Ukraine, the Poles have once again illustrated that solidarity is not only the great history, but that solidarity lives in us. Millions of my compatriots committed themselves to bring aid to the people fleeing the nightmare of war. In the very first days of the war, many journalists were coming to Poland and invariably asked me, "Where are the refugee camps?" And my response was, "There are not any. There are not." There was no talk about camps. We hosted our guests in our own homes. We also had the honor of hosting many world leaders who came bringing humanitarian aid, including the United Nations Secretary General and other United Nations high-ranking officials. Thank you for your support and for your presence. Greater solidarity must come as a response to the evil, the war, and aggression. Without solidarity, there will be no lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today needs more solidarity. We believe that the idea of solidarity-based development, which we hold so dear, is a beacon for security and prosperity. Poland is ready to take on concrete measures to support the United Nations operation undertaken to confront the most fundamental global challenges and threats, social and economic crisis. We wish to support the idea of just transition of economic and social changes that will not lose sight of the human dimension so that nobody is left behind. We believe that our experience as a leader of Central Europe, the fifth economy in the European Union, and the largest state in a Three Seas initiative can prove valuable, and many countries which vary in degrees of economic and social development. We are ready to share with our partners from around the world not only our experience in the process of economic transformation, but also specific technologies that many Polish companies have available. Poland is proud to have been elected as a member of the United Nations Economic and Social Council for the 2024-2026 term. A key priority for our ECOSOC membership will be to draw the international community's attention to the impact of global crises, such as armed conflicts, the energy crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and climate change, their impact on socio-economic development. Time is running out to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, and there are still many challenges ahead, so we must unite and intensify our efforts to accelerate the implementation of the individual tasks. Ladies and gentlemen, today the United Nations measures its strength against various challenges. The decision-making impasse in Security Council, the situation in which Russia, one of the permanent members of the Council, is deliberately violating the UN Charter. The lengthy debates are considered as symptom of the weakness of both the organization and its constituent states. There are some people who ask questions about whether the UN is needed at all. Does it fit the times? On behalf of Poland, a neighbor of attacked Ukraine, a country that has taken in millions of refugees, I emphatically answer, yes, the United Nations is very much needed. No better system for international cooperation has been invented. The United Nations best justifies its experience not here in the New York or Geneva, but by bringing aid and assistance to those most in need, children, victims of war, the persecuted and the hungry, every day, all over the world. In 2025, the UN will celebrate 80 years of its existence. We remember why it was founded. Today, in these dangerous times, we need a return to the thinking and actions of the founding fathers of the United Nations. There will be no lasting peace without cooperation, without solidarity between richer and poorer countries, and ultimately without respect for international law. Poland wants cooperation. Poland wants solidarity. Poland wants peace. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Poland for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Miguel Diaz-Canel Bermudez, President of the Republic of Cuba. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Miguel Diaz-Canel.
President, I am bringing to this Assembly the voice of the South, the exploited and humiliated, as was said by Che Guevara in this same room almost 60 years ago. We are a diverse group of nations sharing the same problems. We have just confirmed that in Havana, which was honored to host the summit of leaders and other high representatives of the G77 and China, which is the most representative, broad, and diverse representation that exists in the multilateral arena. During those two virtually tireless days, more than 100 representatives from 134 nations making up the group raised their voices to call for changes that can no longer be postponed in the midst of this unjust, irrational, and abusive international economic order that, year after year, has deepened the enormous inequalities between a minority of well-developed nations and a majority that has not managed to get rid of the euphemism of developing nations. Worse still, as was recognized by the United Nations Secretary-General at the Havana Summit, the G77 was founded 6 decades ago to repair centuries of injustice and abandonment. And in today's convulsive world, they are entangled in a host of world crises, where poverty is on the rise and hunger is even greater. We are united by the need to change, which has not been resolved, and by the condition of being the main victims of the current global multidimensional crisis, abusive unequal exchange, scientific and technological gaps, and the degradation of the environment. But we are also united, and have been for more than half a century now, by the inescapable challenge and the determination to transform the current international order, which, as well as being exclusionary and irrational, is unsustainable for the planet and is not viable for the well-being of all. The countries represented at the G77 and China, where more than 80% of the population lives, do not only have the challenge of development, they also have the responsibility of modifying those structures which marginalize us from social progress and turn many peoples of the South into laboratories for renewed forms of domination. A new and more just global contract is imperative. President, only 7 years ahead of the deadline established to implement the promising 2030 agenda, the panorama is bleak. This august institution has already recognized it. At the current pace, none of the 17 SDGs will be achieved, and over half of the 169 agreed targets will not be met. In the midst of the 21st century, the fact that almost 800 million people suffer from hunger in a planet that produces enough to feed all is outrageous. Equally outrageous is the fact that in the era of knowledge and accelerated development of ICTs, more than 760 million people, 2/3 of them women, do not know how to read or write. The efforts of developing countries are not enough to implement the 2030 agenda. They must be supported by concrete actions to provide access to markets, financing under fair and preferential conditions, technology transfer, and North-South cooperation. We are not begging for alms or asking for favours. The G77 calls for rights and will continue to demand a profound transformation of the current international financial architecture because it is deeply unjust, anachronistic, and dysfunctional. Because it was designed to profit with the reserves of the South, to perpetuate a system of domination that increases underdevelopment and replicates a pattern of modern colonialism. We need and demand financial institutions in which our countries have true decision-making capacity and access to financing. A recapitalization of multilateral development banks is imperative to radically improve their lending conditions and to meet the financial needs of the South. The member countries of this group were forced to allocate $379 billion from their reserves to protect their currencies in 2022, almost twice as much the amount of special drawing rights allocated to them by the IMF. A rationalization, review, and change of role of credit qualifying agencies is needed. Equally imperative is to establish criteria that would go beyond the GDP, to define the access of developing countries to financing under favorable conditions and with adequate technical cooperation. While the richest countries fail to meet the commitment of allocating at least 0.7% of their the GDP to official assistance for development, the nations of the South need to spend up to 14% of their incomes to pay the interests associated with external debt. Most of the G77 nations are forced to allocate more resources to servicing debt than to investments in health or education. What sustainable development can be achieved with that noose around their necks? The group today reiterates its call to public, multilateral and private creditors to refinance the debt through credit guarantees, lower interest and longer expiration deadlines. We insist on the implementation of a multilateral mechanism to reschedule the sovereign debt with an effective participation of the countries of the South that will allow for a fair, balanced and development-oriented treatment. It is imperative to redesign once and for all the debt instruments, and to include activation provisions to alleviate and reschedule as soon as a country becomes affected by natural catastrophes and problems that are microeconomic problems that are so common amongst the vulnerable nations. President, no one in their right mind is denying now that climate change threatens the survival of all with irreversible effects. It is also a secret to no one that those who are least responsible for climate change are those who are suffering the most from its effects, particularly small island developing states. Industrialized countries, meanwhile, are the voracious predators of resources and of the environment, but they elude their greatest responsibility and fail to comply with their commitments and the Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. Just to mention one example, it is profoundly disappointing that the goal of mobilizing no less than $100 billion a year up to 2020 as climate financing has never been met. On the eve of the 28th COP, the G77 countries will have as a priority the exercise of the global balance, the implementation of the Loss and Damage Fund, the definition of the framework for the adaptation goal, and the establishment of the new climate financing goal, which fully abides by the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. The G77 is convening a summit of leaders of the South to be held on the 2nd of December in the context of COP28 in Dubai. This initiative is unprecedented in the context of a conference of the parties and will be a forum to articulate positions within our group at the highest level in the context of climate negotiations. COP28 will show whether or not, beyond speeches, there is a real political will on the part of developed nations to achieve the agreements required in this field that cannot be postponed for any longer. President, for the G77, the priority is to change once and for all the paradigms of science, technology and innovation, which is limited to the environment and perspectives of the North, thus depriving the international scientific community of a considerable intellectual capital. The successful Havana summit launched an urgent appeal to concentrate science, technology and innovation around the Sustainable Development Goals. There, we decided to resume the work of the Consortium of Science, Technology and Innovation for the South, with the purpose of promoting joint research projects and promoting the joining up of production systems so that they could reduce their dependence on the markets of the North. We also agreed to promote a call for convening in 2025 a high-level meeting of the United Nations General Assembly on Science, Technology and Innovation for Development. The 17 cooperation projects that Cuba has designed in the context of its chairmanship of the G77 will contribute to channeling the potentials of South-South and triangular cooperation. We call on the richest nations and on international bodies to participate in these initiatives. Cuba will not falter in its efforts to promote the creative potential, influence and leadership of the G77. Our group has a lot to contribute to multilateralism, stability, justice, and the rationality that the world requires today. Excellencies, added to the problems and challenges characterizing the reality of our nations and mobilizing peoples are the unilateral coercive measures, euphemistically called sanctions, which have become a practice of powerful states that intend to act as universal judges and to weaken and destroy economies and isolate and subject sovereign states. Cuba is not the first sovereign state against which measures of that sort are applied, but it is the one being subjected to them for the longest period of time, despite world condemnation, which is expressed almost unanimously every year in this assembly, but which is disrespected and goes unheard by the government of the biggest economic, financial and military power in the world. We were not the first, and we are not the last. Pressures to isolate and weaken economies and sovereign states are also today affecting Venezuela, Nicaragua, and both before and after, these have been the prelude to invasions and the overthrowing of uncomfortable governments in the Middle East. We reject unilateral coercive measures in countries such as Zimbabwe, Syria, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and Iran, amongst many other countries whose people have been suffering from the negative impacts of these measures. We reiterate our solidarity with the Palestinian cause and support the right to self-determination of the Sahrawi people. Let us all struggle for a world of peace without wars or conflicts. 5 years ago, I spoke for the first time from this rostrum that had been taken before by the historical leader of the Cuban Revolution, Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro Ruz and Army General Raúl Castro Ruz, to speak these truths and to speak the ideals of peace and justice of a small archipelago that has resisted and will continue to resist, to live up to the dignity, courage, and unbreakable strength of its people and history. But I cannot stand at this global tribune without denouncing once again the fact that for 60 years now, Cuba is suffering from an asphyxiating economic blockade designed to depress its income and living standards, to promote a continued scarcity of food, medicines, and other basic inputs, and to damage its development potential. That is the nature, and those are the objectives of the economic coercion and the great pressure applied by the United States government against Cuba in violation of international law and the UN Charter. Cuba has not implemented a single measure or action aimed at damaging the United States, or its economic sector, or its trade, or social fabric. Cuba has not engaged in any action threatening the United States' independence, harming their sovereign rights, interfering in its internal affairs, or affecting the well-being of its people. The United States' behavior is absolutely unilateral and unjustified. The Cuban people is resisting and overcoming isolation day after day creatively against this merciless economic warfare, which since 2019, in the midst of the COVID pandemic, was opportunistically escalated to an extreme, cruel, and inhumane dimension. The effects are brutal. The United States government is pressuring entities for them not to provide the oxygen of medicine which are needed in Cuba to face the pandemic. Our Cuban scientists created vaccines and developed the ventilators which were needed to save the country and which we put at the disposal of other countries of the world as well. With surgical and vicious precision, they calculated, both in Washington and Florida, how to inflict the greatest possible damage to Cuban families. The United States continues its actions and has tried to prevent the supply of fuel and lubricants to our country, which would be unthinkable in times of peace. In a globalized world, it is not only absurd, but criminal to prohibit access to technologies, including medical equipment, which have over 10% of United States components. It is shameful, their action against the medical cooperation provided by Cuba to numerous nations. It even goes so far as to openly threaten sovereign governments for requesting this contribution and meeting the needs for public health amongst their populations. The United States is depriving its citizens of the right to travel to Cuba, defying its own constitution. The intensification of the blockade has an impact on migratory flows in our country over the last few years, which means a painful cost for Cuban families and has demographic and economic consequences of an adverse nature for the nation. The government of the United States lies and causes great harm to international efforts to combat terrorism when it accuses Cuba, in an utterly baseless way, of being a sponsor of this scourge. Under the shield of this arbitrary and fraudulent accusation, they extort hundreds of banking and financial entities throughout the world and force them to choose between continuing their relations with the United States or maintaining their links with Cuba. Our country is truly under siege. It's suffering from a cruel, silent, extraterritorial economic war. This is accompanied by a powerful political machinery for destabilization, with vast funds approved by the United States Congress, with the aim of capitalizing on the shortfalls caused by the blockade and undermining the constitutional order of the country and its people's serenity. Despite the hostility of this government, we will continue to build bridges with the people of the United States, as we do with all peoples of the world. We will strengthen still further the links with Cuban immigrants in any part of the world. President, promoting and protecting human rights is a shared ideal, which requires a genuine spirit of respect and constructive dialogue between states. Regrettably, 75 years since the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, reality is very different from this. This has become a political weapon for powerful nations who seek to force their geopolitical designs upon independent nations, mainly those from the South. No country is immune from challenges, and none has the authority to consider itself an example in terms of human rights and to stigmatize other models, cultures, or sovereign states. We defend dialogue and cooperation as effective ways to promote and protect human rights without any politicization or selectivity, without applying double standards, conditions, or pressure. In this spirit, Cuba has presented its candidature to the Human Rights Council for 2024 to 2026 in the elections which will take place on the 10th of October. We are grateful in advance for the trust of those countries which have already provided their valuable support. If we are elected, the voice of Cuba will continue to stand up for a universal vision, as seen from the South, of the legitimate interests of developing countries, including constructive commitment and the unavoidable responsibility to the full achievement of all human rights for all. Cuba will continue to bolster its democracy and its socialist model, which, although it is buffeted, has shown what a developing country can do, even if it is small in size and with scant natural resources. We will continue our transformative efforts to seek exits from the siege which is imposed upon us by the United States imperialism and ways to achieve the prosperity with social justice that our people deserves. In this endeavour, we will never renounce the right to defend ourselves. President, distinguished heads of delegation and other representatives, I conclude by extending an invitation to all of you to work to overcome differences and to address shared challenges urgently. To do this, the United Nations and this General Assembly, including with all their limitations, are the most powerful instrument that we have. You can always count upon Cuba to defend multilateralism and together to promote peace and sustainable development for all. It will always be an honor to fight for justice, sharing the difficulties and challenges with the peoples of the South, who are ready to change history. We will prevail. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cuba for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished President, distinguished heads of states and governments, distinguished Secretary General, valuable delegates, I would like to salute you all with my most heartfelt emotions on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Turkish nation. I would like to congratulate Mr. Kurusi, who successfully completed his term as President of the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations, and wish all the success to Mr. Francis, who is taking over his duty. I hope that the 78th General Assembly, convened with a team of trust and solidarity, will be a blessing for the entire human race. Unfortunately, it's not possible to draw a more optimistic picture of the future of our world compared to the assessments we had carried out over this podium here last year. The picture before us shows that we're facing increasingly complex and dangerous challenges on a global scale. There are conflicts, wars, humanitarian crises, political strife, and social tensions to the south, north, east, and west of my own country. These growing challenges, compounded by global economic problems, are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. In addition to the humanitarian tragedy, the war on Europe's eastern borders has created serious problems in all areas, from economy to security, from energy to food supply security. Terrorism, which is used as an instrument of proxy wars in Syria, North Africa, and the Sahel region, is causing irreparable damage to the increasingly fragile international security climate. The areas of operation of terrorist organizations, which grow by exploiting the ambitions of global powers, are spreading like an epidemic across vast geographies, taking advantage of technological developments and deteriorating socio-economic conditions everywhere. The signs of xenophobia, racism, and Islamophobia, turning into a new crisis, have reached alarming levels in the last 1 year. No matter which corner of the world we shall live in, climate change and related natural disasters have become a reality in our daily lives and of our daily lives. On the morning of February the 6th, 2023, Turkey faced, in the words of the Secretary General, quote, one of the biggest natural disasters of the century, both in terms of its magnitude and the area it affected. It's impossible for us to forget the sincerity of the international community, including that of the United Nations, in responding urgently to our appeal for help, the self-sacrificing efforts, and the generous support provided to our country. The friendship shown to our country on this very dark day, when more than 50,000 people have lost their lives and 850,000 buildings were destroyed, and cities sheltering millions of people were virtually leveled to the ground, was an important source of consolation for us. We have friends from all across the globe, from 100 countries. I would like to thank you sincerely for the helping hand you have so generously extended to us. Our efforts are underway in an uninterrupted fashion in order to reconstruct our destroyed cities and the buildings in there. And a few days ago, Libya, with which we have strong historical ties, was subjected to heavy destruction and significant loss of life caused by storms and floods. Following the disaster, Turkey immediately mobilized to help Libya, where 12,000 people have lost their lives and thousands are still unaccounted for. Within the first phase, we've sent 3 vessels and 3 planes, along with 567 personnel, relief personnel, hundreds of vehicles, and thousands of tons of food, shelter, and sanitary supplies. Our non-governmental organizations are also participating in the relief efforts in that region with their own means and their capabilities. As a country that stands by the side of the victimized and oppressed people wherever they might be in the world, we haven't and we will not leave our Libyan brothers and sisters alone. And the friendly countries hopefully will be mobilized in order to extend a helping hand to Libya. And I would like to wish an expeditious recovery to our Moroccan brothers and sisters who were hit by a very strong earthquake, just like the one we had recently experienced. Distinguished delegates, we are pleased to see that this year's theme of the General Assembly is in line with Turkey's goals, because our vision of the Turkey's century, which we started to realize in the 100th anniversary of our republic, is the most concrete expression of this overlapping vision. A vision that eliminates global injustices, addressing economic inequalities and producing peace, security, stability, and prosperity. Effective, inclusive, that embraces humanity. In short, it's our call for the establishment of an international system for the benefit of entire humanity. And this vision is finding more and more resonance. We agree with the distinguished Secretary General, Mr. Guterres' recent observation whereby he stated that the institutions established after the Second World War no longer reflect today's world. This statement expresses our call for the world is bigger than 5. The Security Council has ceased to be the guarantor of world security and has become a battleground for the political strategies of only 5 countries. We consider the recent events taking place in Cyprus as a manifestation of this hollowed-out institutional structure that doesn't inspire justice and trust anymore. As a country that has pioneered numerous initiatives to strengthen peace and stability, we attach great importance to Mr. Guterres' call for a new agenda for peace. With this understanding, since the beginning of the Russian-Ukrainian war, we have been endeavoring to keep both our Russian and Ukrainian friends around the table with a thesis that war will have no winners and peace will have no losers. We will step up our efforts to end the war through diplomacy and dialogue on the basis of Ukraine's independence and territorial integrity. With the Black Sea Initiative, which we had launched together with the United Nations, we have prevented the threat of a global hunger crisis by ensuring the delivery of 33 million tons of grain through the Black Sea to the global markets. However, the failure to implement this agreement in all its elements has left the world facing a new crisis. This initiative had been extended 3 times, in part with my efforts. This humanitarian bridge that extends to the countries that are in dire need will hopefully benefit from our arrangements and from our negotiations. We have a new plan whereby another 1 million tons of grain will be released to the countries in dire need around the world. Our aim is to make the greatest possible contribution to the world peace and prosperity in the face of the conflicts around us. The humanitarian tragedy in Syria is now marking its 13th year, and it's worsening the living conditions of everyone in the region, regardless of their origin and their faith. We are the only country to take a principled, constructive, and a fair stance against developments that threaten Syria's political unity, social integrity, and economic well-being. It's becoming increasingly important to end the crisis in the south with a comprehensive, lasting, and a sustainable solution which meets the legitimate expectations of the people. The devastating impact of the February 6th earthquakes, which affected 14 million people in our country, was also deeply felt in Syria. Especially in northwestern Syria, the already troubled humanitarian situation has only worsened. It's unfortunate that the United Nations cross-border humanitarian aid operations in the region was interrupted at such a time. As Turkey, we will not leave more than 4 million people struggling to survive in the north of Syria to their fate and demise. As the construction of the settlements we lead beyond our borders are completed, we will continue to encourage the return of the refugees in our country to these settlements. However, the biggest threat to Syria's territorial integrity and political unity is the support given to terrorist organizations guided by the powers that have designs on this country. The Syrian people are overwhelmed by the PKK-PYD terrorist organizations and the radical groups organized on the basis of sectarian divisions, and on the other hand, different groups have reached the point where it is no longer unbearable for the people. As a matter of fact, various consequences of this have started to emerge recently. Iraq, another neighbor, is also making sincere efforts to overcome the internal and external challenges it faces. We act with an understanding that strengthens Iraq's political unity, territorial integrity, and reconstruction efforts, and we do not discriminate between the constituent elements of the country. As the countries of the region, the path to development will be established so that the regional integration will be ensured. The games of those who cling to the Daesh excuse every time they're in trouble in the region have now been all but exposed. As the leader of a country that has actually fought the biggest battle against Daesh, inflicted the biggest losses on this organization, and knows the realities in front of and behind the problem, I want to speak very clearly and frankly. We are sick and tired of the hypocrisy of those who use Daesh and similar organizations as a front to their own political and economic interests in the Middle East, North Africa, and Sahel, but especially in Syria and Iraq. We're tired. The threat in these regions is not only confined to Daesh. The real threat is the terrorist organizations, paramilitary groups, mercenaries, and local elements that are used and that are being nurtured as tools of proxy wars. And whoever pays the highest price will use these elements. Despite this reality, countries that continue to work with terrorist organizations for their own political and economic interests have no right to complain about terrorism and its problems as an extension. In such a world, no one is safe, whether they live right next to a conflict zone or far away on the land surrounded by oceans. Nobody can be safe. That's why we say that under the auspices of the United Nations, we must rapidly restructure the institutions charged with ensuring the security, peace, and prosperity of the world. We must build a global governance architecture that is capable of representing all origins, beliefs, and cultures in the world with its geography and demographies. In conclusion, we say once again, with all of our hearts, the world is bigger than five, and a fairer world is possible. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to briefly share with you my country's approach to various problem areas, starting with our own region. The transformation of the Eastern Mediterranean into a sovereign region of peace, prosperity, and stability will only be possible if the rights and the law of all parties are respected. We have no eyes on anybody's rights, and we do not and will not allow anyone to ignore our rights. This is the 60th anniversary of the emergence of the Cyprus question. The Turkish Cypriot side has always made sincere efforts to find a just, lasting, and sustainable solution to the Cyprus issue. It is a widely accepted fact that this solution can no longer be realized on the basis of the federation model. That's why we invite the international community to recognize the independence of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and to establish diplomatic, political, and economic ties with this country. We also expect the United Nations peacekeeping force on the island to observe meticulously the impartiality it is obliged to display. We do not want this already discredited force to face another loss of credibility in Cyprus. And we are making sincere efforts for Yemen. We have strong historical ties with Yemen, and we hope and pray that this problem will be settled once and for all through unquestionable respect to the territorial integrity and unity of Yemen. Our relations with Egypt used to be a little stagnant for a while, but we have recently entered an era where the relations are developing quite expeditiously, and our relations are growing on the basis of mutual interests and benefits. It's very important to mention also that in order for peace to reign in the Middle East, the Palestinian-Israeli conflict should be brought to an eventual solution. We will continue to support the Palestinian people and state in their struggle for their legitimate rights under international law. If I need to repeat once again, without the realization of an independent and geographically integrated Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders, it is difficult for Israel to find the peace and security it seeks in that part of the world. In this context, we will continue to pursue respect for the historic status of Jerusalem, in particular we have strong political, economic, and humanitarian ties with the Balkans, going back in history, and we are working hard on bilateral, regional, and international platforms to ensure stability in this critical region of Europe and to resolve the disputes through dialogue. We actively support the process for the normalization of relations between Kosovo and Serbia, which have been strained recently. The increasingly complex nature of regional and global challenges points to the need for Turkey and European Union relations to move forward on a healthy basis more than ever before. We expect the European Union to quickly start fulfilling its long-neglected obligations towards our country. Especially the ambiguous attitudes against Turkey should be stopped once and for all. Latin America and the Caribbean is another region where we are mobilizing all elements of our humanitarian foreign policy and where our ties of friendship are getting stronger day by day. In the forthcoming period, we aim to transform these relations into a Turkey, Latin America, and the Caribbean partnership policy. On the 60th anniversary of its establishment, the African Union is a monumental symbol of the continent taking its destiny into its own hands and standing up. The process that started with the will to find African solutions to African problems has turned into one of the most important developmental projects in the world. To accompany Africa on this path, we have crowned our ties of friendship with the continent with a strategic partnership. However, I must once again reiterate that we have welcomed the G20 membership of African Union, which we attach great significance to as well. It's a fact that the Sahel region faces serious political, economic, social, and security challenges. We hope that Niger, which has been experiencing troubled times recently, will regain constitutional order and democratic governance as soon as possible. Any military intervention in Niger risks plunging this country and the entire region into deeper instability. Our Asia Anew initiative has become a symbol of our will to further advance our relations with Asia, our ancestral homeland, on the basis of mutual benefit and common priorities. We have a historic opportunity to build peace, tranquility, cooperation in the South Caucasus. To seize this opportunity fully, we have launched a process with Armenia aiming at good neighborly relations and a full normalization. In the same spirit, we have supported the negotiations between Azerbaijan and Armenia from the very beginning. However, Armenia is not taking the utmost opportunity of this historical chance. We expect a comprehensive peace agreement to be signed between the two countries as soon as possible, and promises to be quickly fulfilled, especially the opening of the Zangezur corridor. And Karabakh is the territory of Azerbaijan. Any other status imposed will never be accepted. Everybody has the right to coexist on the Azerbaijani soil, including the Armenians, and that should be our primary goal. There will be one, we are moving together with Azerbaijan under the slogan, under the motto that we are two nations, one state. And the efforts for the strengthening of our cooperation with the countries of the Central Asia, where the roots of our ancient civilization lie and where we share the same culture, are currently underway. We are pleased that the Organization of Turkic States is becoming an increasingly effective regional and global actor. The Afghani people, who have been going through difficult times for half a century, are in dire need of humanitarian assistance and support, regardless of political motives. The transformation of the interim government into an inclusive administration in which all segments of society are fairly represented will pave the way for Afghanistan and will be positively received in the international arena. Another development that will pave the way for regional peace, stability, and prosperity in South Asia will be the establishment of a just and lasting peace in Kashmir through dialogue and cooperation between India and Pakistan. As Turkey, we will continue to support the steps to be taken in this direction. We emphasize at every opportunity that we respect China's territorial integrity and sovereignty. However, we will continue to express our sensitivity regarding the protection of the fundamental rights and freedoms of Uyghur Turks, with whom we have strong historical and humanitarian ties. We are a country that has extended a helping hand to Rohingya Muslims living in difficult conditions in Myanmar and Bangladesh since the first day. Our support for the displaced Rohingyas will continue until their safe, voluntary, dignified, and permanent return to their homeland is ensured. Dear delegates, our goal of continuously improving relations with our neighbors as well as with our friends in more distant geographies is an essential manifestation of our quest to respond more effectively to global challenges. And energy supply security is an important issue in the global agenda, and we have carried out significant investments in the last 2 decades in order to depend on our own means. Energy should no longer be used as an instrument of hostility, but energy should be a vessel for solidarity and cooperation. So within this framework, from the Black Sea to the Balkans, from the Caucasia to many different parts of the world, we have always prioritized cooperation and solidarity. And we are striving to do more. And in the field of transportation, Turkey has the geopolitical position to support all projects that will pass through or around it. Technological innovations should be seen as an opportunity to solve global and regional challenges, not as a trump card to increase competitiveness. Unfortunately, we are gradually moving away from the slogan "Zero Hunger by 2030", which is among the most important titles of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In fact, we find it difficult to accept hunger as an issue, as an unsolved problem here in the 21st century. We call on all countries to show strong will to realize the sustainable developmental goals, especially in this region where wealth has skyrocketed, and we cannot explain why 735 million inhabitants of the world still live in dire poverty. Hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent in order to reach space, but from Africa to Asia, millions of people cannot even find a decent portion of food to consume. So long as that is the situation, none of us can be safe. So, as I've said before, all countries should demonstrate a strong will in order to realize sustainable development goals. We are one of the most generous countries of the world in terms of development aid, and we have the right to launch this appeal. The global climate change is another issue that I'd like to touch upon. It's becoming increasingly difficult to limit the global temperature rise due to climate change to 1.5 degrees Celsius. One of the conditions for this is financial and technological support for the efforts of developing countries that is needed. Food security is one of the main areas affected by climate change. We must develop and implement the right policies and investments for the sustainable use of water and land resources. We cannot bequeath to our children a world plagued by pollution caused by unconscientious consumption and depleted natural resources. With this understanding, we have taken the zero waste movement, which we started in our country with the vision of a more livable and fairer world, to a global dimension with the decision adopted at the United Nations with the joint representation of 105 countries, along with my spouse, the First Lady. Yesterday, we have signed the Goodwill Declaration on Zero Waste at the Turkish mission yesterday evening. We hope that our zero waste targets will contribute to combating climate change and achieving sustainable development goals. So I would like to kindly invite all the countries, the international organizations, and the NGOs to support the zero waste movement globally. Especially the developed countries are suffering from racism as if it were a plague, along with xenophobia, Islamophobia, and it's become unbearable and it has reached intolerable levels. Hate speech, polarization, and discrimination against innocent people leave no conscience untouched around the world. Unfortunately, populist politicians in many countries continue to play with fire by encouraging such dangerous trends. The mentality that encourages the heinous attacks against the Holy Quran in Europe by allowing them under the guise of freedom of expression is essentially darkening its own future with its own hands. As Turkey, we will continue to support initiatives to combat Islamophobia on all platforms, including the United Nations, OSCE, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Regardless of which faith they might follow, nobody can accept heinous attacks against sacred elements. And I would kindly ask all the brotherly nations to support and follow these developments around the world. Combating all these challenges, each of which I have tried to touch upon in a few sentences, is our common responsibility. And we can fulfill this responsibility only through effective cooperation and solidarity. Quite recently, we believe that the ancient values that make humans what they are being eroded. These attacks are threatening prosperity and welfare of entire world, and we have family at the core of our endeavors that we need to protect and that we need to save. Saving families will mean saving the future of the entire human race. The global impositions are on the rise in an unprecedented fashion. That's why I would kindly ask all of the member states to support the family institution and protect the family institution. As the Republic of Turkey, which celebrates its 100th anniversary this year, we will continue to take steps towards peace, prosperity, and security for all, for the benefit of the entire human race. I hope that the work of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly will strengthen the spirit of global cooperation and solidarity. And on this occasion, I will also take a moment to mention that the recent negativities happening between Armenia and Azerbaijan need to be condemned, and the regional developments need to be brought to a solution immediately. That's what I hope and pray for. I would like to greet you all once again with love and respect, and may you remain in health. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, President of the Portuguese Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Just initially to say that Portugal completely supports President Denis France's priorities in his term. Another word to say to President Sabah Kurossi, whose term has ended. Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, I applaud you on behalf of Portugal for your inexhaustible dedication to the values of the United Nations Charter, in support for our common agenda and the reform proposals for global governance, including financial governance, but also the priorities that we never abandoned on climate change, human rights, migrants, refugees, and gender equality. Portugal supports the success of the Summit of the Future in 2024, the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations Forum, which Portugal will host in 2024, and the World Social Summit in 2025, which are hallmarks of your permanent lucidity and dynamism at this juncture of the world to build peace and international cooperation. Your Excellencies, we heard the report from the Secretary General of the United Nations. We also heard Presidents Lula da Silva and Joe Biden. And despite several positions, they agreed on the essential. We urgently need to respect the United Nations Charter to maintain peace in the world. We need to accelerate the fight against climate change to fulfill the objectives of the Agenda 2030 to protect oceans and biodiversity and to guarantee peace and institutional reform. We urgently need to reform the institutions which were formed in the last century, some of which in the first half of the last century, which are totally different from today's reality. The international financial institutions, as the Secretary General said, we must approve a new Bretton Woods. These three urgencies are connected. There is no peace, nor sustainable development, nor institutional reform without respect for the United Nations Charter. There is no sustainable development nor respect for the United Nations Charter without the reform of international institutions. And there is no reform without respect for the Charter, without the goals of the Agenda 2030 achieved, and our goals for climate change. But the problem is not this. The problem is something else. What is the urgency? What is the credibility for us to come here every day, every year, to say what is in fact not treated with the appropriate urgency? This has been the appeal of the Secretary General for many years. It is urgent to respect the United Nations Charter because without it, there is no sovereignty of the states nor human rights. And there can be no peace. Peace in the Ukraine, that's the struggle for the Ukrainian people and for the whole world. In other regions, such as the Sahel, the Middle East and Asia, in Africa, the problem is the same. Based on the principles of international law and the United Nations Charter. Therefore, we cannot differentiate the Ukrainian people's struggle from the struggle for respect for the United Nations Charter. It's also not possible to build peace without accelerating the goals of development for 2030. We are lagging behind. We need to promote equality among states and among peoples. We cannot achieve these goals without reforming international institutions. The concept of security corresponds to a world that no longer exists. Portugal has defended that countries like Brazil and India become permanent members. This decision should be made. These countries cannot be ignored. Similarly, existing financial institutions are incapable of financing sustainable development with equity and with justice. The richer have preference over the poorer nations. And the three urgencies are connected. And they continue to be connected year after year. Portugal defends the respect for the United Nations Charter. Portugal defends the acceleration of the struggle against climate change, trying to move forward in decarbonization, in promoting clean energy, in promoting the ocean, in protecting the oceans and biodiversity, in defending the reform of institutions in the United Nations and the international financial institutions. We will not cease to support the Secretary General of the United Nations because it's easy to come here every year and to make the same promises and never deliver on those promises, not to contribute to peace, not respecting international law and the United Nations Charter, not contributing to justice and sustainable development, delaying the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, to promise a new world governance with concrete solutions for institutional reform, talking about financing for those that need it without giving examples of such financing. Portugal just signed with Cabo Verde a country that is part of the world of 300 million Portuguese-speaking persons. We signed a environmental and climate fund committing debt to the economic development, sustainable, of Cabo Verde. This should happen systematically because existing debt and converted into sustainable development. Our goal and that of other countries that speak Portuguese. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, year after year, we lose time. Time has come for us to deliver on respect for international law, on building peace. It is time to deliver on international cooperation, on the correction of world inequalities, on climate change, on the reform of the United Nations. It is time to deliver on the reform of international financial institutions. Without this, there is no possible multilateralism. There is no lasting cooperation and no peace throughout the world. Every day we lose is another day of inequality, selfishness, conflict, war. Every day we gain is another day of justice, development, and peace. I hope that 1 year from now we can meet again and that we can say there is more peace than war, there is more justice than injustice, there is more equality than inequality, there is more climate action than climate inaction. There is more reform of the United Nations. There is more reform of the financial institutions. If that is so, it will be worth our while. Otherwise, we will continue to hear all the same people, very influential, who promise things that do not deliver. We realize why nations, people believe less and less on the people who govern them. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Portuguese Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, the President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, honorable audience, may God's peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis for assuming the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly, wishing him success. I would like also to express my appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Chasba Koroshi for his efforts in presiding over the 77th session. I would like to commend the efforts made by His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, as well as the personnel of the United Nations, towards the fulfillment of its lofty goals. Allow me at first to offer my sincere condolences to His Majesty King Mohammed VI and to the fraternal Moroccan people for the victims of the devastating earthquake. I would like also to extend my condolences to Libya, to the government and people of Libya over the victims of the floods there. We pray to God Almighty for the speedy recovery of the injured and for the deceased to rest in peace, and we reiterate our full solidarity with them in this tragedy. Mr. President, we are fortunate to be living in an era of unprecedented, accelerating progress, where innovation prevails in all walks of life, especially medicine, technology, and science, and where humanity is more capable than ever to harness resources for a decent life for all humanity. The consecutive innovations have led to productivity, prosperity, and a level of communication amongst people that can be tantamount to science fiction. This development has enabled us to achieve a lot of our wishes. However, this came with a cost for the people and the planet. The average life expectancy and the standard of living of the majority of humanity have risen. However, this is coupled with an increase in the rates of poverty and unemployment, not to mention that there is growing awareness of the lack of justice in wealth distribution and the dire consequences on environment. And in terms of genetics and artificial intelligence, we have a lot of potential that could achieve prosperity for the whole humanity. However, the gap between the possibilities and reality is widening. So, in this era, and as those potentials unfold, we find peoples grappling with child labor, hunger, unemployment, civil wars. Meanwhile, the developed countries guard their borders against the influx of refugees, as if the peoples on this earth live in two different eras. The accelerating technical development and the growing reliance thereon open up unprecedented prospects for humanity to develop for the better, and undoubtedly science and technology are crucial for increasing productivity and improving human life quality. However, embracing the means without responsibly thinking of the ends to which those means are used have led to major disasters, such as using nuclear weapons, conducting dangerous experiments on humans, as well as genocide in concentration camps. It is incumbent on us to keep pace with the scientific and technical development and to encourage the same in our countries. Meanwhile, barriers between countries in this field must be removed. However, at the same time, we should not ignore risks such as deep fakes, violation of privacy, hacking, phishing, identity theft, educational process disruption by facilitating plagiarism, as well as human deception ploys. Therefore, and in addition to the necessity of cooperation and investment in developing those technologies, we reiterate our call for unison to prevent the misuse of cyberspace and to regulate this vital aspect on the basis of the rules of the international law. In this context, the Web Summit 2024 is set to take place in Doha. This will be a very important opportunity to review development in the field of technology and to create new cooperation opportunities in the realm of technology for the benefit of humanity as a whole. And I would like to take this occasion to welcome you all in Doha. Mr. President, we must not forget that there are peoples around the world, especially in our region, that are overwhelmed by the present tragedies. Thus, the issues that I have just mentioned might seem to them as luxury. Thus, if we truthfully call ourselves international community and not merely separate entities, we have to work and to strive towards ending injustice afflicting those people, at least in accordance with the resolutions of this body and the international law. It is unacceptable for the Palestinian people to continue to languish under the yoke and the intransigence of the Israeli occupation and the rejection by consecutive Israeli governments of any just political solution according to international legitimacy. It is conspicuous to all that the inaction by the international organization to take procedures against the occupation has given Israel the opportunity, and it continues to give Israel the opportunities to undermine the pillars of the two-state solution to the extent that the occupation has become tantamount to a brazen and conspicuous apartheid system in the 21st century. This has been very conspicuous to the extent that even some of Israel's friends have noticed that. Israel also responds to Arab peace and normalization initiatives with more nationalist and ultra-Orthodox intransigence and extremism that is reflected in government coalitions and further settlement expansion. In addition to the Judaization of Jerusalem, attacks on the holy sites, and using heavy-handed and draconian measures against the people in Gaza. Qatar provides and extends political, humanitarian, and development support to our brotherly people in Palestine, and we do also contribute towards rebuilding the Gaza Strip, which is reeling under the siege, in addition, and the embargo, in addition to its continuous contribution to the UNRWA funds. We also maintain our firm stance regarding the fairness of this cause. As for Syria, it is unacceptable to condone the injustice sustained by the fraternal people of Syria as destiny. The crisis is awaiting a comprehensive settlement through a political process leading to a political transition in accordance with the Geneva Declaration 1 and the Security Council Resolution 2254, while maintaining Syria's integrity, sovereignty, and independence. It's regrettable to witness this year the outbreak of violence in the Sudan, which had dire effect and impact on the Sudanese people and which has exacerbated the crisis of refugees. We condemn all crimes perpetrated against civilians in the capital Khartoum and in Darfur, and we call for holding the perpetrators thereof accountable. Also, we call for putting an end to the violence and to resort to reason to spare civilians the consequences of fighting. And we do stress our support to all regional and international efforts to facilitate ceasefire and dialogue between all political powers in the Sudan for the future of the Sudan. And in fraternal Lebanon, where the specter of danger hangs over the state's institutions, we do stress the need for finding a sustainable solution to the political vacuum, introducing mechanisms that thwart its recurrence and forming a government capable of addressing the aspirations of the Lebanese people. It is regrettable for the suffering of this fraternal people to be prolonged just because of political and personal calculations. And in Yemen, we call for settling the crisis according to the National Dialogue, the Gulf Initiative, and the relevant Security Council resolutions. And when it comes to Libya, we do stress our unwavering support for the endeavors of the Special Representative of the Secretary General and the head of the United Nations Support Mission in Libya. We do support his efforts to achieve tangible results to resolve the Libyan crisis. It is clear that solution in all fraternal countries that I have mentioned lies in consensus on the rule of law, state, and citizenship. Regarding the situation in Afghanistan, we continue to coordinate international efforts and facilitating dialogue with the United Nations and the countries concerned, in addition to the caretaker government of Afghanistan, to ensure compliance to the Doha Agreement, to avoid the recurrence of past mistakes and to prevent Afghanistan from spiraling into a difficult-to-manage humanitarian crisis or becoming a safe haven for terrorist individuals and groups. We also have to work to ensure that the Afghan people receive the needed international support and assistance and enjoy human rights, particularly minority rights and women's rights to education and work. When we speak about our region, we would like to reiterate our appreciation of the détente and the breakthrough that we have witnessed this year, which is represented in the constructive dialogue and the re-establishment of ties between the sisterly countries, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Islamic Republic of Iran, as well as between the Arab Republic of Egypt and the Republic of Turkey. Mr. President, the war in Europe drags on. And along with Russia and Ukraine, it is consuming Europe in its entirety, and it is affecting the whole world in vital areas such as energy and food. And in the absence of a prospect for a permanent political solution, and taking into account the ability of certain countries to continue this war incessantly, the only thing and the only aspiration that people are looking up to is a truce based on the damage sustained by the peoples of both countries and the peoples of the world, and because the status quo cannot be accepted, we reiterate our call on all parties to comply with the United Nations Charter and the international law and to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. We also call upon them to resort to radical peaceful solutions based on those principles. Mr. President, our region is blessed with tremendous potentials and opportunities, and our peoples are tolerant, humane, peace-loving, and talented. During the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, there was an opportunity for interaction between peoples, and it was an opportunity for the world to see our people as they are and to learn about our culture and values, and to learn about Qatar and Qatar's status as a global destination and nexus between East and West. And we emphasized the role that sports could play in building bridges of communication and rapprochement between peoples and cultures. I hope we had contributed through this tournament to breaking the stereotypes and presenting a new, exciting and safe tournament formula to the world. In Qatar, we had a dream. We had a dream for our country to be one of the prosperous nations whose people enjoy well-being and prosperity. We have invested for decades to achieve our dream by planning and development work. We have achieved a lot thanks to God and the solidarity of everyone in Qatar. While investing in liquefied gas was a leverage to realize that dream, this investment also enabled us to play an important role in addressing the energy challenge around the world by embracing a realistic vision that takes into consideration the world needs for a diverse mix of different energy sources, and by using the highest levels of advanced technology, which is environment friendly. We do realize that energy export imposes obligations on us as a reliable partner with world countries. At the same time, it makes it incumbent on us to be responsible before our people and our future generations. Thus, Qatar continues to develop its sovereign fund and diversify the sources of its income, including investment in clean energy. The state of Qatar pursues environmentally friendly policies and supports various projects to protect the same. In this regard, we are going to host the Qatar Horticultural Expo next month. The state of Qatar responsibly works towards strengthening its role in providing humanitarian aid and mediation efforts and to resolve conflicts that affect the world. The path to resolve conflicts through peaceful means is a long and strenuous path, but it is less costly than wars, and our commitment to continue our efforts in facilitating and making peace is a firm commitment deeply rooted in the core of our foreign policy. Mr. President, we stress that we take pride in our partnership with this international organization. And this is evidenced by Qatar's opening the United Nations House in last March, which includes 12 UN offices so far. Last March, or in March of this year, my country hosted the 5th United Nations Conference on the Least Developed Countries, which is considered one of the most prominent international fora. During this forum, efforts were galvanized to achieve the ambitious goals of the Doha Action Programme for the benefit of the least developed countries during the decade of 2020-2031. We do reiterate that the state of Qatar is a major and active partner in the endeavors made to respond to the priorities and needs of these countries. Thus, we welcome the Sustainable Development Goals Summit held yesterday. We are also pleased to announce that the state of Qatar is once again undertaking a leading role in major debates under the umbrella of the United Nations, most recent of which is our collaboration with Ireland to facilitate government negotiations on the political declaration adopted by the Sustainable Development Goals Summit yesterday. We believe that cooperation in those areas contributes to hedge against the waves of refugees, which have become a real problem for Europe as well as for neighboring African and Asian countries. Allow me at this point to stress the importance of combating racism and the campaigns of enticement against entire peoples, religions, and civilizations. And on this occasion, I would like to tell my Muslim brethren that we should not fall prey to any idiot or mentally sick person who occurs to provoke us by burning the Quran. And the Quran says, God Almighty says in the Quran, embrace forgiveness and enjoin what is right and turn away from the ignorant. At the same time, I would like to tell all those who justify those ugly and hideous acts as freedom of expression, I would like to tell them that comprising the sanctity of others deliberately should not be seen as an example of the freedom of expression. In conclusion, it is incumbent on all leaders to empower their peoples and to enable their peoples to live in peace and security and to look forward to a better future for their posterity. There are obstacles at the level of the international community, mainly represented in the failure to subject contradictions and competition between major countries on certain issues to the minimum binding principles owing to the variations in governance systems. These issues, which concern all of humanity, include climate change, environmental matters in general, poverty, and the blatant injustice represented by occupation, racism, and war crimes. This is the consensus or the unanimity that should take place in this international organization, in order not to be overwhelmed by details and to safeguard the future of entire peoples from loss due to the unwillingness of those countries to cooperate in implementing international law. And peace be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Highness.
Start now. The Assembly will hear an address of His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Yeah. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, heads of state and government, ministers, and ladies and gentlemen. 78 years ago, in the aftermath of the Second World War, the nations of the world made a solemn commitment to save future generations from the horror and the suffering of war. Through the United Nations Charter, these nations accepted a shared mandate to foster peace and promote fundamental human rights, to promote social progress, and to ensure that there's a better standard of life for all. And yet, as we gather here, much of humanity is confronted by war and conflict, by want and hunger, by disease and environmental damage and disaster. Solidarity and trust between states is being eroded. Inequality, poverty, and unemployment are deepening across many nations in the world. In these conditions, and in the wake of a devastating global pandemic, the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals seem increasingly remote. At the moment when every human effort should be directed towards the realization of Agenda 2030, our attention and our energies have once again been diverted by the scourge of war. But these woes, these divisions, these seemingly intractable troubles can and must be overcome. Over millennia, the human race has demonstrated an enormous capacity for resilience, for an ability to resolve problems, for adaptation, innovation, compassion, and solidarity. At this moment, we are all called upon to reaffirm these essential qualities that define our common humanity. These qualities must be evident in how we work together as a global community and as nations of the world to end war and conflict. South Africa has consistently advocated for dialogue, for negotiation and diplomacy to prevent and end conflict and achieve lasting peace. It has committed itself as a country to the promotion of human rights, human dignity, justice, democracy, and to the adherence of international law. From the experience of our own journey, from the evil system of apartheid, which was declared a crime against humanity by this very organization, to democracy, we value the importance of engaging all parties to conflicts to achieve peaceful, just, and enduring solutions. It is these principles that inform South Africa's participation in the African Peace Initiative, which seeks a peaceful resolution of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. In this conflict, as in all conflicts, we have insisted that the UN Charter's principle of respect for the territorial integrity of every country should be upheld. Our participation in the African Peace Initiative, supported by 7 countries from the African continent, is informed by a desire to see an end to the suffering of those most directly affected by the conflict and the millions on our own continent and across the world who, as a result of the conflict, are now vulnerable to worsening hunger and deprivation. As we engaged with the parties in this conflict as African leaders, one of the issues we raised was that there should be confidence-building measures that could create a sense of conflict towards the resolution of this conflict. In this regard, we said issues such as the return of the children who were removed from Ukraine should be returned. We also said that the prisoners of war should be exchanged between the two countries. I've just held a meeting with President Zelensky, who says that, in part, some of our efforts are bearing fruit as the children are now being returned and the prisoners are also being exchanged. But then we said we need to see this happening on a much faster pace. As the international community, we must do everything within our means to enable meaningful dialogue, just as we should refrain from any actions that fuel conflict. As we confront other conflicts in several parts of the world, including on our own continent, Africa, we need to be investing in prevention and peace building. We support the call by the UN Secretary General in the new Agenda for Peace for member states to provide more sustainable and predictable financing for peace-building efforts. As a global community, we should be concerned by the recent incidents of unconstitutional changes of government in some parts of Africa. The global community needs to work alongside the African Union to support peace efforts in the DRC, in Libya, Sudan, Somalia, Mali, Central African Republic, South Sudan, North Mozambique, the Great Lakes region, the Sahel, Niger, and the Horn of Africa. The African Union Peace and Security Council has declared that it stands ready to deepen its cooperation with the UN Security Council to silence the guns on the African continent and to achieve peace and stability and development. We are called upon to remain true to the founding principles of the United Nations by recognizing the inalienable right of the people of Western Sahara for self-determination in line with the relevant UN General Assembly resolutions. We must work for peace in the Middle East for as long as the land of the Palestinians remains occupied, for as long as their rights are ignored and their dignity is denied, such peace will remain elusive. The actions of the government of Israel have imperiled the possibility of a viable two-state solution. The principles of the UN Charter on Territorial Integrity and on the prohibition of the annexation of land through the use of force must be applied in this situation as well. South Africa continues to call for the lifting of the economic embargo that was imposed 60 years ago against Cuba, an embargo that has caused untold damage to the country's economy and the people of Cuba as well. The sanctions that are also being applied against South Africa's neighbor, Zimbabwe, should also be lifted as they are imposing untold suffering on ordinary Zimbabweans, but also have a collateral negative impact on neighboring countries as well, such as my own country, South Africa. As many people around the world are confronted by hunger and want, the essential human qualities of cooperation and solidarity must be evident in the actions that we take to bridge the divide between the wealthy and the poor. We must summon the necessary will and resolve to regain the momentum towards the achievement of the 2030 agenda. This means that we must address the fundamental developmental challenges that have long characterized as well our unequal world. To address the developmental challenges that face many people in the world, we are required to focus on targeted investment, on technology transfer, capacity building support, especially in key areas such as supporting industrialization, building infrastructure, ensuring that agriculture investment takes place, ensuring that there is investment in water, energy, education, and health. This also requires predictable and sustainable financial support, including supportive trade policies from the international community. We call on the partners of the wealthier countries to meet the financial commitments they have made. It is a matter of great concern to us from the Global South that these wealthier countries in the Global North have failed to meet the undertakings they made to provide $100 billion a year for developing economies to take climate action. This must be changed, and the money must be made available in the interest of development. We support the proposals outlined in the Secretary General's Sustainable Development Goals stimulus. In particular, we support the call to tackle debt and debt distress that many countries, particularly in the Global South, are burdened by. And we support the call to massively scale up affordable long-term financing to $500 billion a year and to expand contingency financing to countries that are in need. It is a grave indictment on this international community that we can spend so much money on war. And in fact, trillions are being spent on war, but we cannot support action that needs to be taken to meet the basic needs of billions of people in the world, needs such as addressing hunger, health, empowering women, and making sure that there is development in countries that are vulnerable. The achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals depends fundamentally on the empowerment of women in all spheres of life. Social and economic progress will not be possible unless we end gender discrimination. We must ensure that there is equal access for women to health care, education, as well as economic opportunities. We must pay particular attention to the provision of adequate health services to every woman, child, and adolescent. By doing so, we will fundamentally improve the health and well-being of all. The empowerment of women must be central to the actions we now take towards the realization of Agenda 2030. The women of the world need empowerment. They have a right to empowerment. They have a right also to participate equally in decision-making structures of all institutions in the world. I am proud that in South Africa, 50% of the members of the Cabinet of South Africa are women. And today I'm accompanied by an all-women delegation to this United Nations General Assembly. It should be a matter of concern to us all that the majority of people who are sitting in this assembly are men. The question we have to ask, where are the women of the world? The women of the world have a right to be here to represent the views of women across the world. The essential human qualities of innovation and adaptation must be evident in the actions we take to prevent the destruction of our planet. Africa is warming faster than the rest of the world. We are told that the 20 climate hotspots in the world that we have, we find 17 of them in Africa. Africa is least responsible for the climate damage that has been caused, and yet it bears the greatest burden. Centuries after the end of the slave trade, decades after the end of the colonial exploitation of Africa's resources, the people of our continent are once again bearing the cost of industrialization of the North and the development of the wealthy nations of the world. This is a price that the people of Africa are no longer prepared to pay. Many countries in the North count their assets in the mineral resources that are beneath the African soil. The wealth of Africa belongs to Africans. The mineral wealth that is beneath the soil of Africa must, in the end, accrue to Africans. We urge global leaders to accelerate the global decarbonization while pursuing equality and shared prosperity. We need to advance all three pillars of the Paris Agreement: mitigation, adaptation, and support, with equal ambition and urgency. African countries, alongside other developing economy countries, need increased financial support to both implement the 2030 Agenda and to achieve their climate change goals in a comprehensive and integrated manner. We need to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund for vulnerable countries hit hard by climate disasters as agreed at COP27. Africa has embraced this challenge. Africa is determined to deploy smart, digital, and efficient green technologies to expand industrial production, to boost agricultural yields, to drive growth and create sustained employment for Africa's people. As the global community, we must ensure the essential qualities that define our humanity are evident in the institutions that manage the conduct of international relations. We require institutions that are inclusive, that are representative, that are democratic, and advance the interests of all nations. We require a renewed commitment to multilateralism based on clear rules and supported by effective institutions. This is the moment to proceed with the reform of the United Nations Security Council, to give meaning to the principle of the sovereign equality of nations, and to enable the Council to respond more effectively to current geopolitical realities. We are pleased that the common African position on the reform of the Security Council is increasingly enjoying wide support. This process must move to text-based negotiations, creating an opportunity for convergence between member states. The recently held BRICS summit in Johannesburg also affirmed the view that the United Nations Security Council should be reformed and should ensure that those who are not represented, that is, nations that are not represented, are also represented. We must ensure that the voice of the African continent and the Global South is strengthened in the United Nations and broader multilateral system. All the peoples represented here in this United Nations had their origins in Africa. In Africa, they developed the tools and capabilities to spread across the world and achieved remarkable feats of development and progress. And all this was due to the skills and the talent that originated from the African continent. Despite its history, despite the legacy of exploitation, colonialism, and subjugation, despite the ongoing challenge of conflict and instability, Africa is determined and ready to regain its position as a site of human progress. The era of African development has arrived. Through the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is creating a wider, seamless trading area and also accelerated interconnectivity, African countries are mobilizing their collective means and resources to achieve shared prosperity. Through this treaty, African countries are establishing for themselves the foundation for a massive increase in trade, accelerated infrastructure development, regional integration, and sustainable industrialization. As the global community, we have the means and we have the desire to confront and overcome enormous challenges that face humanity today. As the nations gathered here in this General Assembly, let us demonstrate that we have both the will as well as the resolve to secure a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future for our world, but more importantly, for future generations that will follow, leaving no one behind. That is the duty that we all now have. I thank you.
I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Sorry. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Serdar Bir Dima Mahamadov, President of Turkmenistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Serdar Berdimuhamedov, President of Turkmenistan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear heads and members of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to congratulate you with the opening of the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations and wish you the productive work. I would like to congratulate Dennis Francis with his election as the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Today, high responsibility should unite all member states of the United Nations. Each of them should and has the means to significantly contribute to the tackling of the tasks of the UN. Current world faces very serious challenges out of multiple reasons. All of them, despite their difference in appearance, influence the course of the interstate relations in a greater or lesser extent, and often negatively influence the implementation of agreed plans and programs on key areas of the global agenda. This, in turn, may lead to the blurring of the very foundation of global security as a principle of the UN, which should not be allowed. Out of this, Turkmenistan over several years firmly and persistently upholds the principle of unity, of security, and its integrity. We are convinced that military and political security should not be considered separately from economic, ecological, energy, transport, food, biological, and information security. None of those mentioned areas cannot be secondary or irrelevant, and their solution cannot be postponed. I think that the main challenge of the UN is to provide the integral approach to the security challenge, mobilize the current experience, competence, ideas, and initiatives of the member states in a constructive manner, and step back from the short-term gains and advantages to attain truly crucial goals which will provide lasting peace, security, and development in the long term. This could only be achieved collectively and with UN in the main role. Amid the discussions on the role of the UN in the current world and suggestions to reform, it is a fact that there is no alternative to the UN. From the day of its development, UN stands as the only universal and legitimate organization responsible for peacekeeping and providing global and comprehensive security and stable modern structure of the interstate relations. This is the principal position of Turkmenistan. And for this reason, we have to consistently and persistently make use of the potential of global organization, its political, diplomatic tools, and moral authority in order to make balanced, non-ideological assessment of current events and tendencies, and to overcome the distrust and confrontational tensions in the world politics, and try to indicate the perspectives to compromise and to consider mutual interests. It is only possible under the auspices of UN in an open and genuine dialogue. We are aware that achieving this kind of dialogue will not be easy. However, it is necessary. On this regard, Turkmenistan proposes to begin discussing the opportunities of the development of the strategy of global security based on the principles of the Charter of the UN and universal standards of international law, considering the current realities and tendencies of global development. In our opinion, such strategy should reflect the existence of new risk factors which appeared recently, along with traditional risk factors. Also, we consider it necessary to include a number of areas of the UN into it, in particular, preventive diplomacy as the instrument to prevent and diffuse conflicts, usage of the potential of neutrality for peaceful and political diplomatic settlement of disputes and contradictions, recovery of the structure of trustful dialogue based on the decisions of the General Assembly of the UN, and declaring 2021 as the International Year of Peace and Trust, and 2023 as the International Year of Dialogue as guarantee of peace. Time confirmed the relevance of these resolutions in current situations. In order to achieve global and comprehensive security, Turkmenistan emanates from the necessity of giving a pronounced regional context to the work of the UN. We conclude that such approach aims to contribute sufficient specificity and to increase its functionality and effectiveness. I am convinced that the time has come to launch an inclusive, full format and systematic dialogue between Central Asia and UN. Turkmenistan respectfully invites partners to its initiations. On this regard, our country is taking the initiative to create, under the auspices of UN, format of the Conference on Security in Central Asia and bordering areas. Goal of the conference is the development of approaches and decisions aimed in aligning and synchronizing the efforts of the Central Asian states and global community, international organizations, financial and economic institutions to provide stable, conflict-free development of the region. We express our readiness to host the first conference in Ashgabat in 2024. Dear participants, among the key areas of the work of the UN in coming years, Turkmenistan considers the addressing of urgent climate and ecological issues. Among them, we highlight the issues regarding global methane pledge. I have to tell that with joining the Paris Agreement for Climate Change in 2017, a number of relevant national programs were adopted in our country. National events are being held aimed at reducing and eliminating negative effects of methane emissions into the atmosphere. We are primarily talking about phased implementation and use of modern, green, and resource-saving technologies, mainly in energy, industry, and transport areas. At the same time, we welcome the efforts of the global community for realizing global methane pledge. And of course, we expect substantive cooperation and targeted assistance from the specialized agencies of the UN, member states of the organization, and other interested partners. On this context, the roadmap on the development of the international cooperation aimed at study on joining of Turkmenistan to the global methane pledge was recently approved. Soon we will send this document to the UN Secretariat. Overall, I believe that the time has come for the UN to pay close and effective attention to the ecological issues in Central Asia, overcome certain delays in addressing them, and begin taking targeted and specific actions to create a coherent ecological strategy of the UN regarding the region with near 80 million population, covering a vast area with its unique natural resources and biodiversity, and at the same time located at the region with serious ecological risks. As a significant step to take a strategic approach in ecological issues of Central Asia, Turkmenistan is proposing the establishment of a specialized agency, Regional Center for Technologies related to climate change in Central Asia, which will work substantively and systematically on the topic of climate. We are ready to offer organizational and technical terms for the functioning of such center in the capital city of Turkmenistan, Ashgabat. Central Asia, region adjoining the Caspian Sea. Everyone is aware of the importance of this lake with its unique natural complex in the context of global ecological agenda. As a result of active and respectful long-term cooperation of coastal countries, the key principles of politics on the Caspian were developed, including the Convention on the Legal Status of the Caspian Sea. Last summer, on the Sixth Caspian Summit in Turkmenistan, all the participants firmly affirmed their readiness for tight cooperation on ecological issues. I believe that it gives a good opportunity for the beginning of wide, systematic interaction of coastal countries with the UN. On this regard, Turkmenistan is proposing the creation of the Caspian Ecology Initiative, which will be aimed at becoming a platform for substantive and professional interaction on a wide range of issues associated with environmental protection of the Caspian, preserving its biological resources, and tackling of the several pressing ecological issues. We think that the realization of this initiative should be done with the tight cooperation with the UN, its agencies and institutions. Dear participants, as a responsible member state of the UN, Turkmenistan clearly formulates and implements its own approaches and actions by defining the priorities which will make a tangible contribution and serve for the benefit of global goals, facilitating their early achievement. Among those priorities, we highlight the realization of SDGs in transport area. As you know, Turkmenistan initiated the creation of effective international platforms on this important area. Let me mention the first ever global conference on sustainable transport, which was successfully held in Ashgabat in 2016. Also, the ministerial meeting of the landlocked developing countries, which was organized last summer with the cooperation of the UN in Turkmenistan. We are proud that purposeful work of Turkmenistan was marked by the adoption of 6 resolutions on transport by the General Assembly in recent years, which were initiated by Turkmenistan. Among the recent ones, resolution on the World Sustainable Transport Day, which was adopted in May. We thank all the member states for support of the document. On this regard, relying on the state of the resolution, Turkmenistan is proposing to convene a high-level meeting within current session on occasion of the World Sustainable Transport Day. We hope for the assistance of relevant UN agencies in organizing this event in New York. The important area of the work of Turkmenistan in achieving the SDGs is maximizing assistance to the UN in addressing the food issue. COVID-19, along with other adverse factors, has exposed the weakness of the countries where this issue is unsolved and where the population doesn't get proper nutrition. Unity, integrity, and determination is necessary when addressing the issues related to the access of countries and regions of the food resources, guaranteed proper nutrition as an integral part of human rights, and a key factor of health and normal physical development, especially for children. It is obvious that it needs groundbreaking decisions and new approaches which will overcome political, ideological, and conjunctural barriers. Consequently, Turkmenistan comes forward with an initiative to convene a major international forum on food security with the cooperation of World Food Programme, World Health Organization, and United Nations Children's Fund under the auspices of UN. We express our readiness to provide terms for holding such an event in the capital city of Turkmenistan within the agreed time frame. Dear participants, dear heads and members of delegations, next year in Turkmenistan and far beyond its border, including the UN, will celebrate the 300th anniversary of prominent son of the Turkmen nation, poet, philosopher, and public figure, Maktumuli Prage. Whole humanity honors the memory of him and pays due respect to the great humanitarian who majorly contributed not only to the world literature, but also to the development of Eastern civilization and of the whole world. And I would like to conclude with an excerpt from the poem of Maktumuli, Call to the Humanity, in which he addresses his fellows and descendants these life-affirming lines: no matter asleep or awake, he will be loyal to his intentions. Let the loyalty to the creative thoughts, ideals of peace, justice, and progress serve as a main and clear guide in our joint work. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Turkmenistan for the statement made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. I welcome all who stand for common efforts, and I promise, being really united, we can guarantee fair peace for all nations. What's more, unity can prevent wars. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, fellow leaders, this call saw many wars, but not as active defender against the aggressions. In many cases, the fear of war, the final war, was the loudest here, the war after which no one would gather in the General Assembly Hall again. The Third World War was seen as a nuclear war, a conflict between states on the highway to nukes. Other wars seemed less scary compared to a threat of the so-called great powers firing their nuclear stockpiles. So the 20th century taught the world to restrain from the use of the weapons of mass destruction, not to deploy, not to proliferate, not to threaten with, and not to test, but to promote a complete nuclear disarmament. Frankly, this is a good strategy, but it should not be the only strategy to protect the world from the final war. Ukraine gave up its third largest nuclear arsenal. The world then decided Russia should become a keeper of such power. Yet history shows it was Russia who deserved nuclear disarmament the most back in 1990s. And Russia deserves it now. Terrorists have no right to hold nuclear weapons. No right. But truly, not the nukes are the scariest now. While nukes remain in place, the mass destruction is gaining its momentum. The aggressor is weaponizing many other things, and those things are used not only against our country, but against all of yours as well. Fellow leaders, there are many conventions that restrict weapons, but there are no real restrictions on weaponization. First, let me give you an example. The food. Since the start of the full-scale war, the Ukrainian ports in the Black and Azov seas have been blocked by Russia. Until now, our ports on the Danube River remain the target for missiles and drones. And it is a clear Russia's attempt to weaponize the food shortage on the global market in exchange for recognition for some, if not all, of the captured territories. Russia is launching the food prices as weapons. The impact spans from the Atlantic coast of Africa to the Southeast Asia, and this is the threat scale. And I would like to thank those leaders who supported our Black Sea Grain Initiative and program Grain from Ukraine. Thank you so much. United, we made weapons turn back into food again. More than 45 nations saw how important it is to make Ukrainian food products available on the market, from Algeria to Spain to Indonesia and China. And even now, when Russia has undermined the Black Sea Grain Initiative, we are working to ensure food stability. And I hope that many of you will join us in these efforts. We launched a temporary sea export corridor from our ports, and we are working hard to preserve the land routes for grain exports. And it is alarming to see how some in Europe, some our friends in Europe, play out solidarity in political theater, making thriller from the grain. And they may seem to play their own role, but in fact, they are helping set the stage to a Moscow actor. Second, weaponization of energy. Many times the world has witnessed Russia using energy as a weapon. Kremlin weaponized oil and gas to weaken the leaders of other countries when they came to the Red Square. And now this threat is even greater. Russia is weaponizing nuclear energy. Not only it is spreading its unreliable nuclear power plant construction technologies, but it is also turning other countries' power plants into real dirty bombs. Look, please, what Russia did to our Zaporizhia power plant. Shelled it, occupied it, and now blackmails others with radiation leaks. Is there any sense to reduce nuclear weapons when Russia is weaponizing nuclear power plants? Scary question. The global security architecture offers no response or protection against such a treacherous radiation threat, and there is no accountability for radiation blackmailers so far. The third example is children. Children. Unfortunately, various terrorist groups abduct children to put pressure on their families and societies. But never before the mass kidnapping and deportation would become a part of the government policy. Not until now. We know the names of tens of thousands of children and have evidence on hundreds of thousands of others kidnapped by Russia in the occupied territories of Ukraine and later deported. The International Criminal Court issued arrest warrant for Putin for this crime. And we are trying to get children back home. But time goes by. What will happen with them? What will happen to them? Those children in Russia are taught to hate Ukraine, and all ties with their families are broken. And this is clearly a genocide. When hatred is weaponized against one nation, it never stops there. Each decade, Russia starts a new war. Parts of Moldova and Georgia remain occupied. Russia turned Syria into ruins. And if not Russia, the chemical weapons would have never been used there in Syria. Russia has almost swallowed Belarus. It is obviously threatening Kazakhstan and other Baltic states. And the goal of the present war against Ukraine is to turn our land, our people, our lives, our resources into a weapon against you, against the international rules-based order. Many seats in the General Assembly Hall may become empty if Russia succeeds with its treachery and aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, the aggressor scatters deaths and brings ruins even without nukes, but the outcomes are alike. We see towns, we see villages in Ukraine wiped out by Russian artillery, leveled to the ground completely. We see the war of drones. We know the possible effects of spreading the war into the cyberspace. The artificial intelligence could be trained to combat well before it would learn to help the humanity. Thank God, people have not yet learned to use climate as a weapon. Even though humanity is failing on its climate policy objectives, this means that extreme weather will still impact the normal global life, and some evil state will also weaponize its outcomes. And when people in the streets of New York and other cities of the world went out on climate protest, we all have seen them. And when people in Morocco and Libya and other countries die as a result of natural disasters, and when islands and countries disappear underwater, and when tornadoes and deserts are spreading into new territories, and when all of this is happening, one unnatural disaster in Moscow decided to launch a big war and kill tens of thousands of people. We have to stop it. We must act united to defeat the aggressor and focus all our capabilities and energy on addressing these challenges. As nukes are restrained, likewise the aggressor must be restrained, and all his tools and methods of war. Each war now can become final, but it takes our unity to make sure that aggression will not break in again. And it is not a dialogue between the so-called great powers somewhere behind the closed doors that can guarantee us all the new wars era, but open war of all nations for peace. Last year, I presented the outlines of the Ukrainian peace formula at the UN General Assembly. Later, in Indonesia, I presented the full formula. And over the past year, the peace formula became the basis to update the existing security architecture. Now we can bring back to life the UN Charter and guarantee the full power for the rules-based world order. And tomorrow, I will present the details at a special meeting of the UN Security Council. The main thing is that it is not only about Ukraine. More than 140 states and international organizations have supported the Ukrainian peace formula fully or in part. The Ukrainian peace formula is becoming global. Its points offer solutions and steps that will stop all forms of weaponization that Russia used against Ukraine and other countries and may be used by other aggressors. Look, for the first time in modern history, we have a real chance to end the aggression on the terms of the nation which was attacked. And this is a real chance for every nation to ensure that aggression against your state, if it happens, God forbid, will end, not because your land will be divided and you will be forced to submit to military or political pressure, but because your territory and sovereignty will be fully restored. We launched the format of meetings between national security advisors and diplomatic representatives. Important talks and consultations were held in Hiroshima, in Copenhagen, and in Jeddah on the implementation of the peace formula. And we are preparing a global peace summit. And please, I invite all of you who do not tolerate any aggression to jointly prepare the summit. And I am aware of the attempts to make some shady dealings behind the scenes. Evil cannot be trusted. Ask Prigozhin if one bets on Putin's promises. Please, hear me. Let unity decide everything openly. While Russia is pushing the world to the final war, Ukraine is doing everything to ensure that after Russian aggression, no one in the world will dare to attack any nation. Weaponization must be restrained. War crimes must be punished. Deported people must come back home. And the occupier must return to their own land. We must be united to make it, and we'll do it. Slava Ukraini!
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Ukraine for the statement just made and request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alejandro Giammattei Fella, President of the Republic of Guatemala. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alejandro Giammattei Fella, President of the Republic of Guatemala, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimos,
Excellencies, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations Organization, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ministers for foreign affairs, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my gratitude for the work of the President of the 77th session. I also wish to congratulate the President of this session, Mr. Denis Francis. I commend him for choosing the theme he's chosen for this session. That touches on the need to rebuild trust between nations and to address threats to peace, prosperity, and progress of the peoples of the United Nations. Today, we stand at an unprecedented moment in time. For more than a year and a half, we have watched in horror the war launched by the Russian Federation against Ukraine play out. That war violates the most fundamental principles on which the international order was built following the Second World War. Delegates. And you know what is even worse still? That it would seem that we've got used to that war, and we've got used to the following: to flagrant violations of human rights in Ukraine, to war, to death. Worse yet, instead of tackling all of the above, we've got used to turning a blind eye in the face of a tragic and harsh reality that we pretend to ignore. All of this has led to mistrust between human beings, to inequality between nations, to non-compliance with peace agreements, and under these circumstances, prosperity and progress of humankind is impossible. Today, here, before you all, I declare that this organization is not particularly active. We have food insecurity, people are killed by war, there are major migratory flows, and these count among other myriad problems. Consequently, we need to make this organization work. We need to work together to do that. We need a revitalized organization which seeks out solutions, but above all, we need countries that are prepared to look beyond their ideological positions, countries that are prepared to overcome age-old conflicts. Now is the time that the human beings represented among your people, now is the time for them to shake hands. Now is the time for them to be ready to share their wealth and to invest in countries that need that investment to generate wealth to survive. It is a matter of saving the very human race. It's a matter of saving the planet. It's a matter of having future generations that will be able to live in peace and development. A case in point would be here the vast flows of human beings fleeing crises in their countries. They're fleeing as a result of insecurity, a lack of food, or due to economic hardship. Consequently, under this new order that we need to usher in, we have to build a United Nations striving for peace and human development. We must demand adherence to international law. We must demand respect for the principle of the peaceful resolution of disputes, and we must demand the respect of these self-determinations of peoples. In order for these goals to be achieved, every country must raise its voice. Every country needs to say enough is enough. And today my country adds its voice to those crying out to say enough is enough. My country is adding its voice to the global call for the immediate withdrawal of Russian forces, for the respect of the territorial integrity and unity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Slava Ukraini! Mr. President, disarmament and the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, as well as the use of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes, is one of the most important pillars of this organization. As a state party to the Tlatelolco Treaty, to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the NPT, and to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, my country is deeply committed to the common goal of achieving a world free of weapons of mass destruction. Imagine what a catastrophe it would be for the world if the illegal and unprovoked aggression of the Russian Federation were to destroy the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That is the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, and currently its integrity and proper functioning are at risk, and that could cause a disaster of immeasurable proportions. For this reason, I reiterate Guatemala's position as a country that adheres to the principle of the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. I demand that all nuclear weapon states, including the five permanent members of the Council responsible for handling peace and security within this organization, I ask them to sit down and, through candid discussion, achieve total nuclear disarmament throughout the world. Mr. President, Guatemala contributes to the maintenance of international security through its active participation in peacekeeping operations. as a staunch advocate for peace, Guatemala has committed to the United Nations by deploying Guatemalan officials in PKOs. We are the TCC which contributes the fourth largest number of troops to these operations across the Americas. Mr. President, we reiterate our staunch commitment to and solidarity with the development and prosperity of the Haitian people. That people is on the brink as a result of a multi-dimensional crisis. That is a crisis of politics, of internal security, of development, and a humanitarian crisis. As an international community, we must react and tackle the prevailing disasters before they become even more devastating. Consequently, if this organization decides that a new peace mission is to be deployed on Haitian territory, it can count on the participation of Guatemala. We will help to train and build the capacity of Haitian forces for as long as that peacekeeping mission remains in the country. Mr. President, there is a project afoot to change the very foundations of the United Nations so that it can have the mechanisms that make it possible for it to rise to the challenges facing humankind that is so in need of peace and development. Guatemala calls upon this community of states to rapidly move forward with a proposal drafted under the aegis of country-level experts. That proposal should define the substantive reforms necessary in the United Nations so that it can return to the commendable path it embarked upon following its foundation in 1945. Over the years, we have strayed too far from that path. I would propose that without delay, we undertake a fourth amendment to our founding charter. These amendments must ensure that it adopts a new approach, that it is in sync with our current times. Of course, these are difficult times, but ours is an era which brings with it major opportunities. When making these amendments, we must ensure proper recognition for the sovereign equality of states. That must be a reality. The resolution of conflicts between countries via peaceful means must be an obligation. Nuclear energy must be used exclusively with peaceful purposes. But perhaps the most important of all is that when amending this charter, the members of the United Nations exclude no one. As our holy book, Popol Vuh, states, it is the holy book of one of the greatest civilizations of the world, the Maya civilization. It states, no one must stay behind, everyone must rise up. Today I wish to say to you that I am the leader of a founding nation of the United Nations. As such, I recognize that the transformation of this body will prompt a radical shift in multilateralism. That new multilateralism must recognize the importance of inclusion and the universality of this organization. How can it be that in the midst of the 21st century, this organization keeps a country like Taiwan outside its doors? That country is one which contributes to science, high technology, healthcare, development, and many other fields. But what's most significant is that we have kept the Taiwanese citizens from having a voice that represented in this organization. Guatemala exhorts the United Nations to use any and all means necessary to guarantee international peace and security on the Taiwan Strait. Moreover, we condemn the constant and ever-increasing military maneuvers seen in the waters and airspace around Taiwan. These maneuvers imperil security in the region and affect international transport and trade. Mr. President, 4 years ago, I took office as the President of the Republic of Guatemala, and over that time, I have heard great speeches made. I have seen great treaties signed and great commitments made to halt climate change. I want to say to you all today that the world is in a worse state than it was 4 years ago because more than speeches, commitments, and treaties, what the world needs is action. The region that suffers most the ravages of climate change is the Caribbean and the Central American region. And that is true despite the fact that we produce an infinitesimal percentage of global greenhouse gases. And in spite of that fact, we are the ones that suffer the most damage year on year. Our resources are being depleted and we must get into debt to rebuild countries which next year are simply damaged once more. This prompts us to take out loans from international sources which are only too happy to grant them, but these are organizations which live off immorally high interest rates. However, the reports issued by United Nations rapporteurs talk about the scant development of our peoples. They point it out to us and they criticize us. But who is pointing the finger at those who, following their industrialization and as a result of their paltry commitment to tackling the effects of climate change and greenhouse gases, cause the death of human beings throughout the world? There are countries that neither accept UN agreements on climate change nor pay their contributions to the climate budget. These nations Neither do these nations take responsibility for the toxic pollution of their industries, and far less for the destruction that these industries cause. Is that fair? Mr. President, the serious threat posed by the consumption of drugs, particularly synthetic drugs, must be a source of grave concern to the international community. These drugs represent an invisible enemy that is affecting health and that is also undermining governance and hampering development in various countries. This organization must alter the way in which it broaches this issue. As part of this shift, countries must understand that transnational crime must be fought transnationally, because it is a fact that the major consuming countries are the chief culprits of money laundering. They launder the money that is made from drugs, and that means that this fight is a global responsibility. We have to put an end to this scourge. The fight against drug trafficking, including against synthetic drugs, must be a joint one and a coordinated one. Information as part of this fight must flow in accordance with applicable domestic and international legislation. It is necessary to implement effective strategies to tackle the criminal organizations responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people every year. A world free of drugs will not be achieved without a world committed to fighting against them. Mr. President, Guatemala is unstintingly committed to promoting food security and to fulfilling the zero hunger goal, which is part of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. In this spirit, we have increased our budget for feeding our citizens, and we have strengthened our school feeding law. The goal of that law is to guarantee the feeding of girls, boys, and teenagers of school age in a sustainable fashion, and the ultimate goal of that action is to guarantee that these groups have a dignified, healthy, and active life. I am proud to inform you that in 2022, these efforts benefited 2.6 million students in public education establishments. Guatemala also notes with alarm that there has been the suspension of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. We underscore at this juncture the risks that non-renewal poses for food security across the world. It hampers humanitarian operations which themselves contribute to alleviating hunger at a global level, and its non-renewal destabilizes food prices. We condemn the use of hunger as a weapon of war. Doing that is a violation of human rights and of international humanitarian law. We call for reason to prevail. We call for cooperation. And we call upon all to avoid a further worsening of the global food situation. Mr. President, a topic which seemed to not be particularly important, but which should have been treated as pivotal within a revitalized organization, is cultural heritage. Because the mosaic of cultural diversity of our world is under threat, that threat is particularly acute in times of war. We must strengthen and safeguard the evidence of our past. Having that evidence is vital to understand our present and to build our future. In Guatemala, we've worked arduously to implement the principle of caring for a heritage and to display our heritage and our millennia-old cultural richness to the world. It was deeply satisfactory and a source of great pride to see our celebration of Holy Week declared as an intangible heritage of humanity. Moreover, I wish to with you that yesterday the archaeological park Takalgi Abaj was declared a global heritage of humankind, and that is considered to be the first city in which the Mayan civilization was born. As an old refrain goes, he who knows not his past does not have a safe future guaranteed. Mr. President, Guatemala has long distinguished itself as a country calling for the respect of the peaceful coexistence and the coexistence of international law and the respect of sovereignty as two principles. We've demonstrated that with deeds, and it's been demonstrated that we can settle differences via international justice bodies, and that's the case with our territorial maritime and land dispute with Belize. Both countries are committed to resolving that peacefully and respectively in line with any decision made by the ICJ. Dear friends, the goodwill between parties has been shown clearly between Belize and Guatemala, and that's an example of how you can peacefully resolve a dispute via international justice. And that pathway stands in stark contrast to international war brought about by the foolishness of human beings. Mr. President, Guatemala recognizes that one of the gravest and most alarming threats to life and freedom in our times is human trafficking. That is not only a despicable practice which violates human rights, but it's a real crime against humanity, one which violates the most fundamental values that we cling to as a community of nations. The trafficking in persons is a crime linked to slavery, bearing in mind that trafficking involves the buying and selling of human beings that should be able to live in freedom as part of a fundamental right to life. Consequently, in absolutely unequivocal terms, my country condemns this crime, and in this spirit we've adopted a series of legal and political measures to suppress that phenomenon. We have a public policy in place against the violence, exploitation and trafficking in persons that harmonizes and enhances state-level action to guarantee the protection of the victims of trafficking in persons as well as their comprehensive care. Moreover, our laws promote the prevention, detection, prosecution and punishment of those responsible for this abhorrent crime. In this same vein, we have a policy for the comprehensive protection of children and adolescents. That policy is focused on guaranteeing the holistic development of girls, boys and adolescents and ensuring that development is inclusive and equitable. That policy was adopted in 2022 and it now is an umbrella for 90 programs within the executive that aim to ensure development for the human being from cradle to grave. Through these various initiatives, Guatemala is seeking to distinguish itself as a leader in the fight against trafficking in persons. We have made this our priority. It's a scourge that we want to halt, to bring in human dignity, because the numbers of persons trafficked are on the rise. I must remind you that the gross profit made by trafficking in persons exceeds the profit made by the international arms trade, and soon these profits will surpass those garnered by the illicit drug trade. Children are snatched from their homes, they're handed over to gangs that prostitute them, and then, once they've ceased to be fresh meat for those criminals, they are butchered and their organs are sold for transplants. We cannot remain indifferent and passive in the face of these horrific crimes. Mr. President, this is my last speech before this General Assembly as a head of state. And contrary to the supposed truths we've heard from this podium today, I will hand over power to the person who was elected as a result of who will be elected in the elections on the 14th of January. The elections we've already seen were rooted in unnecessary international involvement. That involvement and interference was unnecessary because our democracy is not perfect, but it has been a democracy which has allowed us to have the peaceful handover of power and respect of the Constitution. And we have a continent where some presidents fight to stay and cling to their jobs, and they allow re-elections which go against their own constitutions, but we have remained faithful to our constitution and the principle of democratic handover every 4 years. And I now wish to conclude. The United Nations is facing the greatest challenges of its time. We have challenges in front of it which require us to be strong. We need to remain united. We need to be ready for action. Global peace was something we took for granted for years, but now there needs to be a major international covenant, a covenant which moves beyond differences, goes beyond colours, which does not, which goes beyond countries and national borders. This covenant needs to place human beings at its heart. Citizens need to be the front runners. People and protecting them should be our ultimate goal. We need to halt wars. That seems a pipe dream today. Today, we have a major imperative to heed. But whatever you may believe, let us fight for peace. Wherever you may be, let us fight for peace. Whatever your situation, let us fight for peace. If we don't do that, we'll one day wake up and we'll have been invaded or killed by others. That's why we must stand united. We must strive so that one day we can, as citizens of the world, wake up in a climate of peace, progress and development. I thank you.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the President of the Republic of Guatemala for the address just delivered, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
La Asamblea escucha.
The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Katalin Novak, President of Hungary. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome Her Excellency Katalin Novak, President of Hungary, and I invite her to address the Assembly.
Of the people, by the people, for the people. We all know the most famous words of the Gettysburg Address. However, fewer people know that Abraham Lincoln borrowed these words from one of the greatest Hungarians, Lajos Kossuth, the leader of our 1848 War of Independence, who was born on this very day, the 19th of September. Dear President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all for the people and all by the people. Nothing about the people without the people. This is the main purpose of the sovereign Hungarian state and the guarantee of our freedom. The Hungarian people want peace and security. We have 1,000 years of turbulent history in the heart of Europe, in the droughty Carpathian Basin, with wars, oppression and occupation, revolutions and wars of independence. We know the feeling of vulnerability. We know what it is like to live divided and what suffering wars cause. We know how precious freedom is and how painful it is to be deprived of it. I myself was born during the decades of Soviet oppression, when my country was not free. A childhood spent in a softening communist dictatorship left indelible marks on my generation. The rejection of any kind of oppression has become an instinct in us. That is why we condemn clearly and unequivocally the violation of international law, the attack on another state, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, which has caused immense suffering and destruction and has destroyed the peaceful life of Europe. We are for the victims and against further escalation. This is why we are providing humanitarian aid to Ukraine and to all those fleeing the war. We help beyond our size and strength. This is why we emphasize that there are 150,000 Hungarians living in Ukraine, in Transcarpathia, who share every hardship and struggle, sacrifice and success. This war also directly affects us Hungarians. It is not just in our neighborhood. Hungarian fathers and sons living in Ukraine are also giving their lives in the trenches. Thus, we want peace in our country, in Ukraine, in Europe, in the world. Peace and the security that comes with it. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Hungary stands for the territorial integrity and independence of Ukraine. We understand Ukraine's desire to be part of the community of European countries. Thus, we expect it to uphold the values that characterize our community, including expressly the protection and full guarantee of the rights of national minorities. Not in words, in deeds. At the invitation of President Zelensky, I have been to Kiev twice since the outbreak of the war. I have seen the suffering of the families. I have seen what they experience when the peace is broken. I have met Ukrainian and Hungarian people who have lost family members. I have met Ukrainian children for whom the kindergarten was set up with the help and support of Hungary. Children from whom the war is depriving a happy childhood. The war and the suffering affects families first and foremost. Mothers who lose their husbands and sons. Fathers who go into battle with their barely grown-up sons. Children who lose their sense of security and faith in the future. There is no alternative to peace. The killing, the terrible destruction must stop as soon as possible. War is never the solution. We know that peace is only realistically attainable when at least one side sees the time for negotiations as having come. We cannot decide for Ukrainians about how much they are prepared to sacrifice, but we have a duty to represent our own nation's desire for peace. And we must do all we can to avoid an escalation of the war. I'm a mother of 3 children, and we mothers know in every war, children are the most vulnerable. War hits them the hardest. Although they are the ones who need security and stability the most, these are lost in war. Hungary has always been respectful towards other nations. We are loyal to our allies and our partners alike, proud and active members of the United Nations, NATO, the European Union, and the Council of Europe. We do our share of the joint tasks, even beyond our size and economic weight. As an equestrian nation, we speak honestly with a straight posture. Here we are at the UN in New York, heads of state and governments, world leaders. We have come together as we do every year. In the United Nations, created by our ancestors' desire for peace, demand a ceasefire and a just peace. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, of the people, by the people, for the people, I would also like to take this opportunity to send a message to the world from young Hungarians. I have asked our youth delegate, the youth delegate of Hungary to the United Nations, UNGA Offenbacher, who is here with us today, to help us articulate the message of Hungarian youth. This is the sentence they gave me. Today, we need solidarity with each other more than ever. So young people feel that we must look out for each other, that we must not let go the hands of others reaching out towards us. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this spring in Hungary, Budapest, in the nation's main square, the square named after the aforementioned Lajos Kossuth, Pope Francis prayed in the presence of tens of thousands of people with the following words: pour into the hearts of the leaders of men and of peoples the desire to build peace, to offer to future generations a future of hope, not war, a future of cradles, not graves. The 5th Budapest Demographic Summit, the most important international forum on demographic issues, was concluded 3 days ago. A large part of the world is facing, in addition to war, a difficulty that is oppressing it from within. In Europe and in many of your countries, the demographic winter has turned into an ice age. Public leaders, thinkers, demographers, and the representatives of family organizations and professional workshops from 60 countries and 5 continents sought answers on how to protect and strengthen families and how to overcome our demographic difficulties. If we do not address this issue, it will have an immeasurable impact on our economies, societies, and security in the near future. Elon Musk may be right when he says that demographic decline is a more serious problem than the climate crisis. Little attention is paid to the real and irreversible change of the world. If there is no child, there is no future. What is the point of looking after the earth if we don't have children and grandchildren to pass it on to? If childlessness becomes widespread, if fewer children continue to be born each year than the number of those who pass away in our countries, our beloved world that we believe to be secure will be shattered. We Hungarians see the solution to the demographic crisis in strengthening and supporting families. Our aim is for everyone to have a full and happy family life and to have all the children that young couples want. Hungary was the first country in the world to put the strengthening of families and the tackling of the demographic crisis into the focal point. We have built a broad family support system. In the European Union, we are the ones who spend the most on family support. This has not destroyed the Hungarian economy. On the contrary, strengthening families is positive in economic terms. We protect parental freedom. We strongly believe that the right to raise children does not belong to the state, nor to NGOs, nor to the media or the knowledge industry, but to parents. Anyone who has a child is ready to fight at any time to ensure that their child can live in peace and freedom. Families pass on their values from generation to generation in the face of every difficulty, every historic trauma, every challenge. The message of the Demographic Summit of Budapest, our capital city, which is 150 years old this year, is clear. Pro-family forces stand up for their values and interests. Even at a time when anti-family and anti-child ideologies are on an unprecedented offensive. In fact, especially then. We recognize that family is the key to security. A strong, united, and healthy family is a guarantee of security. Thank you for listening.
A nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco a la presidenta de Hungría.
Thank you to Hungary for that statement, and I now ask protocol to please accompany His Excellency. Her Excellency.
La Asamblea escuchará ahora.
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Alain Berset, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, it is my honor to welcome His Excellency Alain Berset, President of the Swiss Confederation, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Président de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, we are in a period marked by a succession of crises, by an increasing number of major conflicts in a world full of tension. The challenges that we're confronted with are significant, very significant, and I do think, however, that our mindset and our attitude in terms of tackling them are unwavering. Are we ready to do everything that we possibly can to try to improve the situation? Well, we need to do so in order to combat together various crises, the climate crisis, wars, social conflicts, growing inequalities, and also the weakening of democratic institutions and the ongoing erosion of multilateral structures and multilateralism. Your Excellencies, almost everywhere, protectionism and self-centeredness and looking inwards are making progress, but we know that these things and threats and violence have never provided the slightest solution to problems and inequalities in the world. It's true that we can all see this clearly. We are going through a crisis most probably the most significant one since the end of the Second World War. The Russian Federation, by launching a war of aggression against Ukraine, has attacked not only a peaceful country, but also has attacked international law and also multilateral structures. What is specific is that this aggression was action taken by a permanent member of the Security Council of the UN, which, according to the UN Charter, nevertheless shoulders the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Today, we should reiterate this. The key principles are in the UN Charter, and we, of course, need to seek to uphold the mandate that was conferred upon us in this context. What we see is that it is the poorest and most vulnerable states which would suffer the most if our confidence in the international system should waver. I mentioned the United Nations Charter. That is a cornerstone of public international law. This year, it is the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is a unique opportunity to reiterate the global consensus enshrined in this declaration. So this is a key point in time to unify and to strengthen the international community. The United Nations, indeed, are the bedrock of peaceful cooperation and mutual trust between states. And I believe there's no doubt these challenges cannot really be overcome through isolated initiatives. Our action has to be joint action. It must be collective action. I'd like to talk now about combating inequalities. Strong multilateral institutions are crucial for combating inequalities, which unfortunately are always exacerbated in crises. Climate change also exacerbates social inequalities and economic inequalities. These inequalities spike not only between countries, but also within countries, whether we're talking about social inequalities, gender inequalities, or economic disparities. I was struck to read recently that over the past 20 years, the income back between the 10% richest people and the 50% poorest people has doubled. I was also struck when I read recently that inequalities today are as stark as they were at the beginning of the 20th century, before the First World War. Inequalities still, in a disproportionate manner, affect those who are already the most vulnerable in our societies. Inequalities foster instability and populism. Inequality leads to a loss of trust in institutions and in democracy. This vulnerability is a threat to each and every one of us there, both domestically speaking, within our countries, and internationally. For a long time now, probably for too long, we have believed that defending our interests and protecting the most vulnerable are two different things. We know today that you can't have one without the other. Now, in terms of promoting peace, excellencies, strong multilateral institutions are also crucial here. We have some things that we can focus on together. The new agenda for peace of the Secretary General that stresses a particularly important point, namely that prevention, I reiterate, is the starting point for all peace efforts. Inequalities of access, inequality of opportunity in terms of food, healthcare, employment, property, these lead to conflicts. We need to do everything that we can to ensure that each and every person in each country can fully participate in political, economic, social, and cultural life in their countries. Threats, persecution, acts of violence, those in particular targeting women, in particular those people who are there to defend human rights, all of these need to be resolutely combated. Young people need to have real prospects for development and for prosperity as well. I talked about inequalities, I talked about promoting peace. There's also a key role to be played by multilateral institutions to protect civilians. All armed conflicts are different. However, the common denominator in all of them is an exacerbation of inequality, suffering, and civilian suffering in particular. Thus, strong multilateral institutions are key including the respect for international humanitarian law. That's a top priority for Switzerland. That respect is at the heart of Switzerland's work within the Security Council. And in this discussion, in this debate, I'd like to remind you that the protection of civilians in armed conflicts is not an option. It is an obligation for all parties to a conflict. Over the past year, I had the opportunity on several occasions to go to countries affected by conflict. In particular, I went to Mozambique and the Democratic Republic of Congo and also Colombia. These contacts with the people affected by conflict highlights the extent to which work on the root causes of conflict is crucial in terms of guaranteeing lasting peace. I was also able to see on the ground the extent to which the full participation of women is crucial to bring a return to peace. This is why my country, Switzerland, is continuing its strong commitment to implement the Women, Peace and Security agenda of the United Nations. This is also why we are continuing to mobilize to ensure the full implementation of all pertinent resolutions here. During armed conflict, the shortage of essential goods and services for civilians cost many more lives than the direct impact of hostilities does. It also exacerbates inequalities and undermines peace returning. In this context, I'd like to stress to you the importance of UN peacekeeping missions. They carry out essential work for the worst affected populations. And in this context, I think that all humanitarian stakeholders should be protected and supported. There are also other stakeholders as well as UN missions. And so in this context, the commitment of the ICRC needs to be strongly defended. The increasing number of crises means that the organization has had to deal with an unprecedented spike in and a worrisome spike in needs. We're the depository of the Geneva Conventions, and we are the headquarters of the ICRC, and so Switzerland is resolutely committed to this humanitarian work. The work of the ICRC is crucial for the protection of civilians. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I have cited a few examples, and we see that there are numerous huge challenges. We need to see where are our common interests, not certainly in global disorder that some people are trying to promote to their gain, but rather in a renewed global order that guarantees stability, trust, and shared objectives. This is precisely why we need to take a stance. This is precisely why we need to undertake to ensure that this international cooperation thrives. The United Nations doesn't come from nowhere. It embodies the hope, institutionalized hope of a better world. It was an idealistic project. It was born during a different time of war, of brutality and despair. And it is based on the belief that cooperating at the international level is crucial. It is based on the belief that the world can only be better if each and every person shoulders their responsibilities. And it is based on the belief that ultimately what unites nations and what unites people is much, much stronger than that which separates them. This should make us optimistic in a period where there's a lot of pessimism. But this should encourage us not only to strengthen, but also step up our work together at the global level. With this General Assembly, we have a unique opportunity, a rare opportunity to come together to display trust and together to prepare for the Summit of the Future in 2024, to strengthen cooperation on key matters, to address any shortcomings in global governance, and to reaffirm existing commitments. This is in particular the case for the 2030 agenda. It is very interesting to be able to participate in the discussions yesterday. And the SDG Summit that did indeed take place yesterday should give us an opportunity to breathe new life into this agenda, because it is nothing less than our shared roadmap for a better future for us all. Let us show responsibility and solidarity to build a fairer, more egalitarian world for not us so much, but for those who are going to come after us, for future generations. And we must say this is a responsibility that we have to shoulder. It can't be delegated. This is our responsibility. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Swiss Confederation for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Nataša Pirc Musar, President of the Republic of Slovenia. I ask protocol to escort Her Excellency.
en nombre de la Asamblea General, tengo el
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Nataša Pirc Musar, President of the Republic of Slovenia, and I invite her to address this Assembly.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Mr. President, let me first congratulate you on your election as the President of the 78th session of the General Assembly. It is truly a great honor to address you for the first time as the President of Slovenia. You lead this institution in the most challenging of times such as have not been seen since the establishment of the United Nations. I will return to this point again later. We live in a world in which various actors, including private companies and individuals, affect international relations at all levels and across sovereign boundaries. It is a world that has changed demographically and technologically. It is a world in which human dignity is still not guaranteed for all and is increasingly challenged for the most marginalized and vulnerable people. It is a world with a set of normative commitments, including legally binding treaties, which are not being implemented. It is a world where there are many wars, deadly conflicts, aggressions against states, and the suffering of many civilians who fear for their lives or are affected by the socio-economic destruction caused by conflicts. It is a world that has not universally recognized the seriousness of the climate change unfolding before our eyes. It is a world that lacks global solidarity for the implementation of the development goals that we all have committed to. It is a world that needs the United Nations with a reformed, representative Security Council that will be able to respond to all of the mentioned challenges effectively and in an adequate and fair manner. We should tackle these challenges as one. If we continue to prioritize national interests, private interests, or just some particularistic interests of individual actors and leave the resolution of global problems on the sidelines, we will extinguish ourselves as a civilization. In this context, I would like to briefly touch upon 4 issues that call for the attention of all of us and which require that we all adopt and implement appropriate measures. Climate change, Security Council reform, the pitfalls of the digital age, and of course, gender equality. On climate change, it may sound like a cliché to say that we need to abandon the business as usual mentality, but it is not a cliché. Business as usual is not working. It is failing us all. Climate change is the greatest challenge of our time. The catastrophic floods that hit Slovenia in August are just one more event among the many, many events around the world that prove the point. I trust that we will be able to overcome the consequences of the floods. But think of countries that have less capacity to do so. Think of small island developing states, for example. They are frequent victims of catastrophic natural disasters, but the recovery costs are disproportionately high. Everyone should invest in an environmentally sustainable world, but I want to be clear, not everyone equally. Global solidarity is a matter of climate justice. Intergovernmental solidarity, with richer states contributing more than the poorer ones, and with the richest private companies also contributing their fair share, must be guided by the understanding that climate change is a result of human activities, past and present. Therefore, I am pleased to announce that Slovenia plans to increase its contribution to the Global Climate Fund by 50%. Addressing the growing financing gap between the needs of developing countries and available financial resources is essential for the implementation of Agenda 2030. However, I am very concerned that the current geopolitical polarization is hindering collaborative climate action. I only wish that in such circumstances, scientists were listened to more. According to the IPCC, simply keeping our promises would already be a step in the right direction. Sustainable development must become our joint and purposeful goal and principle guiding everyone's behavior. We must integrate climate action as well as the related question of water and food security into conflict prevention, conflict resolution, and sustainable peace building. Slovenia continues to be actively involved in ensuring climate and environmental justice, including the right to a clean and healthy environment, and in securing equitable access to safe drinking water and sanitation for all. During the UN 2023 Water Conference, I emphasized, water is life, water is existence, water is peace. It is for this reason that I would like to use this opportunity to repeat our call for the establishment of an UN Special Envoy on Water, which will be an important step towards ensuring the better coherence of water efforts inside and outside the United Nations. Mr. President, on the 6th of June 2023, Slovenia was elected to serve as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council for the period 2024-2025. I would like to use this opportunity to thank you all for your confidence in electing my country to serve on the Council. It is with great honor, profound humility, and a sense of shared responsibility that we assume this task. Our term will be carried out in response to numerous conversations and exchanges we had with member states during our campaign. With regards to the Security Council, I cannot avoid the discussions on its reform, which have been going on for decades. I truly hope that we will soon see the light at the end of the tunnel. Slovenia has always been among the member states claiming that a change in the composition of permanent and non-permanent membership is long overdue. The current distribution of seats in the Security Council is neither fair nor representative. Furthermore, Slovenia belongs to the majority of member states that are deeply concerned about the unlimited use of the veto power, which is causing us to lose faith in the Security Council. It also results in the Security Council failing to act when action is required. In Europe, we view Ukraine as a case in point. Even some permanent member states have suggested that the P5 should refrain from using the veto, at least in the case of mass atrocities. We are all seeing this most valid suggestion ignored. In this regard, we commend Liechtenstein's recently introduced veto initiative as an important invitation to the P5 to reflect thoroughly on the situation before resorting to a veto. At the same time, it needs to be recalled that the UN Charter itself gives the P5 an opportunity to express their displeasure with decision-making, but still to act responsibly. They may not like a draft resolution, but they can choose to abstain and let the UN pursue without interruption its main goal, to maintain peace and security for all, not for merely a few, and certainly not just for one. Excellencies, by losing trust, we attack the very foundations of organized society of our international community. I am afraid that in our digital age, part of the problem of losing trust lies with the science and technology. Inventions are meant to advance humanity. Social media were not invented to disconnect us, but too often they do exactly that. Artificial intelligence can be useful, but can it can also be dangerous. In this regard, I applaud to Secretary General's resolve to form a high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence. We need to find a way to govern the development of new technologies, including artificial intelligence, in a way that does not impede economic, developmental, social, and research opportunities, while not putting us at risk. A human-centric and human rights-based approach to the full life cycle of technologies, comprising their design, development, and application, as well as decline, should be the answer. The Global Digital Compact must be centered on this notion. Things can be done, but all actors, including private companies, will need to be on board with honest and meaningful commitment. Ensuring that human rights are the foundation of an open, safe digital future is not going to be an easy task. In saying so, I look at the key menace of our time: disinformation. Unfortunately, our time is once again a time of competing of narratives, only that now they are much more complex as regards the threat they pose to humanity. It is an era of snack news, attention economy, the fabrication of facts, and of increasing disagreements about facts precisely because we no longer trust any narratives. We may have the freedom of information, but we are not protected against false information, manipulation, and deceit. Mr. Secretary General is to the point in referring to the proliferation of hate and lies in the digital space as grave global harm. Big tech companies should take more systematic responsibility for the content they host and moderate. They should better protect users from hate speech, disinformation, and other harmful online content. What is unacceptable offline should not be acceptable online. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am about to say a few words on a subject so important that I have saved it for the last part of my address: gender equality. This year we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It saddens me that today we are still facing the fact that half of the world's population, women and girls, experience inequality, exclusion, and even brutal violence. The societal marginalization of women and girls, often coupled with poverty, a lack of opportunities to receive quality education, and exclusion from labor markets and decision-making processes, is not only unjust. It also results in a monumental waste of potential for our societies. To ensure dignity for everyone, including women and girls, we all must pursue this goal, whether in the West or East, the North or South, or anywhere in between. We should start at home, also in our United Nations home. In this regard, I would like to recall an outstanding detail that illustrates the need to take SDG goal number 5 very seriously. Namely, that it will take 140 years to achieve the equal representation of women in leadership positions in the workplace. This is simply unacceptable. The Secretary General agrees. The achievement of women's full, equal, and meaningful participation in political and public life is part of his new agenda for peace. That is why I am very much in favor of initiatives to achieve this objective, including within the framework of the United Nations. On this particular point, I'm thinking of the initiative from the group of women leaders' Voices for Change and Inclusion concerning the alternation of the gender of the presidency of the UN General Assembly. Mr. President, you are presiding over an assembly of the most important global institution. We are all painfully aware of the fact that hitherto only four presidents of the General Assembly have been women. Only 4 in its entire history. 74 were men. We should live up to our own declarations on gender equality and materialize them in the work of the General Assembly as well. This would be a vivid and symbolic way of demonstrating our joint commitments. Excellencies, as I leave this podium, I would like to reaffirm the need for multilateralism. This needs to be a different type of multilateralism, one that is effective and inclusive, making the UN an actor and a forum fully fit for the future. The most pressing challenges today, and I have elaborated on some of them, cannot be addressed by individual states, no matter their size or power. This must be a collective effort, or our children and grandchildren will be affected much more than the generation of leaders gathered here. We must work towards a new global compact which needs to be principled, rise above particularistic interest, and be based on global solidarity. It needs to prioritize the protection of nature and human dignity. It also needs to have a long horizon. Slovenia is fully committed to contributing to the Pact for the Future, and we look forward to actively engaging in the upcoming summit next year. We must be ambitious, even if do not agree on solutions to all the emerging challenges. We need to use our power and resources to put all our collective efforts into action in order to solve them. Better, one by one, than none. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia for the statement that she has made, and I would ask a protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev.
Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished Secretary General, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Today's session of the United Nations General Assembly is taking place in the context of fundamental changes in the system of international relations. There is a global crisis of confidence. Problems in the functioning of global security institutions and deviation from international law are increasing. All this is causing a huge increase in tension. The geopolitical contradictions are creating new obstacles to the free flow of trade, investment, and innovation. Even on the issues that concern the fate of humanity as a whole, such as climate change, hunger, and inequality, one can feel that mutual communication has been lost. In such a complex situation, the idea of preserving the spirit of practical cooperation and interaction, placing common interests above existing conflicts and strengthening unity among countries is becoming more relevant than ever. Last year we launched the Samarkand Solidarity Initiative aimed at common security and development. Our main goal is as follows: to comprehensively understand the responsibility for the present and future of our countries and peoples, to engage in a global dialogue all parties that are ready for open and constructive cooperation. I am confident that holding a summit of the future next year, at the initiative of the UN Secretary General, will serve to address the current challenges of international and regional development, increase the influence and effectiveness of our organization. Dear participants of the Assembly, we remain committed to continuing our policy of creating new Uzbekistan, which is a law-governed, secular, democratic, and social state. Our country is boldly pursuing the path of fundamental reforms at strengthening the principles of democracy and justice based on the noble idea of in the name of human values and interests. In April this year, for the first time in the history of Uzbekistan, a nationwide referendum was held on the renewed constitution, which defines the priorities of national development. More than 90% of the voters in the referendum supported this truly popular constitution. This has ensured that our reforms have become indeed irreversible. In our basic law, we have reaffirmed our commitment to the principles of equality of all citizens, human rights, freedom of speech and conscience, regardless of nationality, language, or religion. It is on this legal basis that we have adopted the development strategy Uzbekistan 2030. This strategy is in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and we are fulfilling all commitments we have undertaken. Ladies and gentlemen, as an outcome of the ongoing reforms, the economy of Uzbekistan, despite the global challenges, is showing a steady growth. Over the past 6 years, the gross domestic product of the country has grown over 1.5 times. Our main objective is to double this figure by 2030. Another priority of our economic liberalization is to become a full member of the World Trade Organization in the near future. Since 2017, poverty in our country has been halved thanks to the policies aimed at improving the living standards of our people. We plan to reduce it to 7% by 2030. We intend to increase by several times the scale of water supply, healthcare, education, and other social services to population. We support the UN Secretary General's initiative, Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection. In order to share best practices within the framework of this initiative, we propose to hold in 2024 in our country the World Conference titled Social Protection, the Path Towards Development, under the auspices of the United Nations. Dear participants of the summit, in recent years, Uzbekistan achieved remarkable results in the protection of human rights. Forced labor and child labor have been completely abolished in our country. For a century, millions of people were forced to pick cotton in Uzbekistan. The vast majority of the population, teachers and doctors, entrepreneurs, workers and employees, and unfortunately school children and university students were mobilized to pick cotton every year from September to December. As a result, boycotts of Uzbek cotton were announced and the country was blacklisted for several years. Thanks to our strong will and determination, now it is all history. Our people have been completely liberated from cotton slavery. The ban on forced labor is guaranteed in our renewed constitution, and the criminal liability for the involvement in forced labor has been introduced. I believe that it is necessary to intensify the global fight against forced and child labor. Our experience shows that it is possible to put an end to this. Ladies and gentlemen, one of Uzbekistan's strategic tasks is the development of human capital and training of a creative young generation. We believe that high-quality education, accessible to all, is the most effective factor in eradicating poverty, improving public welfare, and achieving sustainable economic growth. In this respect, our country has gained considerable experience in recent years. The education system is undergoing radical transformations. In the last 6 years, the coverage of preschool education has increased from 21% to 70%, and that of higher education from 9% to 38%. By 2030, we will create conditions for every child to have access to preschool education and for half of secondary school graduates to obtain higher education. Dear heads of delegations, in recent years, Central Asia has embarked on a path of good neighborliness, stability, joint partnership, and progress. Thanks to our joint efforts, Uzbekistan has managed to address problems of state borders, transport corridors, and water use with all its neighbors. Mutual trade between the countries of the region has grown by more than 2.5 times, and the number of joint ventures has increased 5-fold. Our region has become a promising center for economic development, transport and communications bridge connecting east and west, north and south. This has led to a growing interest in our country. Central Asia's openness to the world is becoming the main condition for ensuring the region's security and stable development. It is safe to say that our people unite around a growing sense of regional identity, and this sense is growing ever stronger. It's not only our history that is common, but also our future and our vital interests that are shared. Expanding our regional cooperation is and will be our only choice. I'm convinced that with the support of the international community, Central Asia will continue on the path of unity. In this regard, transforming Central Asia into a peaceful and prosperous region will henceforth remain a priority goal of Uzbekistan's foreign policy. Distinguished participants of the summit, in Central Asia, where almost half of the population belongs to the younger generation, the issues of youth and creating opportunities for fulfilling their potential have an utmost importance. In order to strengthen cooperation in this sphere, the countries of our region have recently signed an agreement on the common dimensions of the youth policy. We are currently interested in establishing effective cooperation with the United Nations and its specialized structures, studying best practices and achievements of other regions. In this regard, I propose to establish a working group at the United Nations to support the youth development in Central Asia. As part of this, it would be expedient to develop the program Central Asia's Youth Agenda 2030. Distinguished heads of delegations, the active participation of women in society and public management, public administration is an urgent issue today. The noblest goal of our national policy is to ensure family stability, legal protection, and peaceful life for women and girls. In addition, we are carrying out systemic work to achieve equality between men and women. For example, last year, 49% of university enrollments accounted for girls. For the first time, women's share in the public administration reached 35%. A special law has been passed to protect women and minors from domestic violence. We are interested in further expansion of cooperation with UN Women. As a joint initiative, we propose to hold the Asian Women Forum in Uzbekistan next year to discuss the issues of fulfilling the creative potential of women and exchange experiences and best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, currently the world is facing a critical environmental situation. The triple planetary crisis, crisis of the climate change, the loss of biodiversity, and the environmental contamination are worsening. In such challenging conditions, while Central Asian countries grapple with the RLC tragedy, the region is becoming one of the most vulnerable parts of the world in the face of climate change. Uzbekistan is doing its best to mitigate the consequences of the RLC tragedy, which remains a global problem. In recent years, 1.7 million hectares of green areas with drought-tolerant plants had been created on the dried-up bed of the RLC. The support of the international community is essential for us to continue these vital efforts. Over the next 30 years, the air temperature in our region has increased by 1.5 degrees. This is more than twice the global average warming. As a result, nearly 1/3 of the total area of glaciers in the region has melted. If this tendency continues, the flow of the two major rivers in our region, Amu Darya and Sid Darya, may decrease by 15% in the next 20 years. It is expected that per capita water supply will decrease by 25% and agricultural yields by 40%. Unless we take timely and effective measures, the consequences of these problems will seriously undermine our region's socio-economic stability. Given this context, we support the establishment of the position of the Special Representative of the UN Secretary-General for Water Resources. We are in favor of attracting and introducing the state-of-the-art technologies in the process of establishing a water-saving technologies platform in Central Asia using the United Nations water mechanism. We are building up a systemic cooperation as part of the Green Development Program adopted by the countries of the region. Such a partnership completely meets our interest and is aimed at preventing threats related to climate change. In this context, I believe that the introduction of the Central Asian Climate Dialogue would be expedient. We put forward an initiative to adopt a UN General Assembly resolution Central Asia facing global climate threats, solidarity for common prosperity. We propose to discuss its substance at the International Climate Forum to be held in Samarkand next year. In this regard, I would like to emphasize that adapting the main sector of Uzbekistan's economy to climate change, achieving carbon neutrality, and drastically increasing the share of green energy remains a strategic task for us. Dear participants of the Assembly, we need to strengthen our joint efforts in preventing the spread of the scourge of extremism and radicalization of youth. Last March in Tashkent, the Joint Plan of Action for the implementation of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy in Central Asia was adopted. As part of our national strategy on countering extremism and terrorism, we are placing a particular emphasis on this matter. This includes helping people affected by extremist ideas to return to a normal life and their reintegration into society. We have gained unique experience in this regard. We have conducted the humanitarian Operation Meher, which means benevolence in English 5 times. As part of that operation, we have repatriated to our country more than 530 citizens, primarily women and children from conflict zones in the Middle East and Afghanistan. They have all received medical, psychological, social assistance and other support. In June this year, here at the United Nations headquarters, the international community learned the stories from people repatriated to our country and embarked on a new life. In order to continue ongoing actions in this direction and promote a permanent exchange of experience, we have taken specific measures to establish the Regional Expert Council on systemic work with persons repatriated from combat zones under the auspices of the United Nations Counter-Terrorism Office. United Nations member states must be more unified and work together to combat common threats such as international terrorism. I would like to emphasize another important matter. We believe that the recent manifestations of religious intolerance and Islamophobia that have taken place in some countries are unacceptable. In order to promote globally the ideas of religious tolerance and cooperation, we propose to establish in Uzbekistan the International Center for Interreligious Dialogue and Cooperation under the auspices of UNESCO. We take great pride that our country is a homeland of profound scholars and thinkers, such as Al-Khwarizmi, Al-Biruni, Ibn Sina, Imam Bukhari, Mirza Ulugh and Alisher Navoy, who made incomparable contributions to the development of science and shown Islam to be a religion of knowledge and peace. In order to study the rich heritage of these great scholars and to reveal to the world the true humane essence of Islam, we propose to organize in Uzbekistan next year the international conference titled Islam, a Religion of Peace and Kindness. Esteemed participants of the session, the developments in Afghanistan directly impact international security. The country is facing a new situation and demands a unique approach to resolving the Afghan issue. Leaving Afghanistan again alone with its own problems would be a grave mistake. Ignoring, isolating, and imposing sanctions only exacerbates the hardships faced by the ordinary Afghan people. We believe that humanitarian aid to the Afghan people should not be reduced. We call for the development of appropriate mechanisms to utilize Afghanistan's frozen international assets to address the acute social problems in this country. We need an open, peaceful, and sustainable Afghanistan that is actively engaged in regional cooperation initiatives and is ready for mutually beneficial partnerships with its neighbors and other countries. Standing here at this high rostrum, I urge the international community to come together in resolving the issue of Afghanistan. I believe it is essential that under the leadership of the United Nations, we jointly develop a flexible and constructive approach to the Afghan issue. Dear President, dear participants of the Assembly, in this turning point of history, we must all consider what planet we will leave to the future generations. Only through shared aspirations and collective action can we achieve lasting peace and prosperity. Now, more than ever, we need mutual trust, unity, and a spirit of cooperation. Concluding my statement, I would like to reiterate that Uzbekistan, in this path, always remains committed to strengthening deep and long-term cooperation with United Nations structures and with all countries. Thank you for your attention.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan for the statement he's just made. I would ask the protocol to escort His Excellency. We've heard the last statement in the debate of this session. The fifth plenary session will continue immediately as soon as this session is adjourned. The session is adjourned.
Declaro.
I declare open the fifth plenary session of the General Assembly. I call to order, rather. The Assembly will now hear a statement by His Excellency Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, Constitutional President of the plurinational state of Bolivia. I would ask protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Luis Alberto Arce Catacora, Constitutional President of the plurinational state of Bolivia, and I invite him to address this General Assembly, the President of my country.
Thank you very much, Brother Vice President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Diego Pare Rodriguez. It is a source of happiness and pride to see you at the helm of this assembly, the most important multilateral body created by humanity, and we are convinced that along with President Denis Francis and his leadership, you will honor the names of our countries and our Latin American and Caribbean region. Distinguished heads of state, government, ministers of foreign affairs, brothers and sisters of delegations present here, good afternoon, one and all. Brother Vice President, a year ago, in this same forum, we denounced the fact that the world was grappling with a capitalist crisis which was jeopardizing humanity and the very existence of this planet. And unfortunately, a year after that statement, that same delicate scene has not changed at all. The capitalist system, in its enthusiasm for imposing a decadent hegemony, is replicating practices of domination and colonial exploitation that need to be overcome. Unfortunately, many of the brilliant proposals that emerged within this assembly have been ignored, or they were simply omitted due to interests that are part and parcel of the savage capitalist system of exploitation, which prioritizes production and reproduction of capital rather than safeguarding the lives of human beings and the very existence of the planet. It is clear that we find ourselves before increasing precariousness of the economy due to the impact of the many bellicose conflicts that are shaking the world today. Peace and security are very much at risk, at imminent risk, given the lack of determination by the international community to propose solutions that would emphasize dialogue and put an end to bellicose efforts and warmongering promoted by the transnationals of war. To that, we must add the serious impact of the environmental crisis, the impact on all living systems in all corners of the world. According to experts, due to the prevailing system, we have exceeded 6 of the 9 planetary limits within which humanity and Mother Earth as a whole need to be able to live in order to continue developing and prospering. It's worth highlighting here that this tragic situation was further exacerbated in recent decades due to the unipolarity and unilateral inaction and due to unfulfilled commitments. Pending challenges continue to be many and enormous, and today we find ourselves, however, at the dawn of a new international configuration. We are convinced that we are bearing witness to the building of a new international order, a situation whereby the United Nations and the General Assembly needs to uphold the principles for which it was created and play a vital role. A new world order where we can all participate equally, with equal rights and obligations, without impositions of any kind, without any masters or slaves, without double standards to measure some and others, without sanctions or those that are sanctioned. This needs to be a new order where solidarity would prevail. Complementarity and collaboration need to go above and beyond egotism and pettiness. With that certainty, it is possible and necessary to create such a world, and the plurinational state of Bolivia to that end would like to share the following ideas and suggestions. First, we reiterate that, like we said last year, our proposal is that the world be declared as a territory of peace. We must put an end, once and for all, to the arms race, and we must prioritize dialogue, sincere dialogue and diplomacy amongst peoples in order to settle armed conflict that threatens the very existence of humanity. It is urgent that our nations unite in a collective effort, bringing together diverse voices, especially those from regions that are far removed from the rhetoric of confrontation, and yet these far-removed peoples are those that suffer the repercussions from war in different dimensions. We need to give peace a chance, and in that endeavor, the Organization of the United Nations has a fundamental role to play in order to reduce tension and to make progress in dialogue that would make it possible to consolidate sound diplomatic policies and settlements of disputes which are on the agenda of our organization. And along these ideas, we'd like to reiterate our deep-seated concern due to the escalation of violence of the conflict in Eastern Europe and the threat of several countries to exacerbate the situation through confrontation and the use of weapons of mass destruction, weapons that use impoverished radioactive elements, and non-conventional weapons. which are banned by international law through various international instruments which are binding. We note with great alarm that military expenditures around the world have reached historical numbers. Up to April of 2023, the world invested more than $2.24 trillion in weapons and the industry of war. If those resources were to be invested in peace, in mediation, in dialogue, in the development of peoples, and invested in life rather than investing in destruction and death, we would not find ourselves on the verge of a crisis which further exacerbates inequality around the world and which are contrary to the very objectives set forth in this scenario and further exacerbate poverty around the world. The ways and means of waging war should not be unlimited. An increasing number of countries is seeking to use outer space in order to improve their military capacity with a view to protect their national security, and yet further endangering the peace and security of our planet in doing so. We deeply regret that maintaining peace and security has become a goal which is increasingly challenging. A genuine pace can only be achieved through the effective implementation of the mechanisms set forth in the United Nations Charter and in the complete elimination of all types of weapons. Bolivia will always be committed to defending and strengthening multilateralism and to continue to contribute to disarmament by upholding international law, international humanitarian law, and doing so from a vision based on peace and social justice, the well-being of people, and peaceful coexistence. We reiterate our regional commitment to proclaim Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace, based on the promotion and respect of the proposals and principles set forth in the United Nations Charter and in international law. As we expressed in the context of the 7th Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. Also, at this summit between the European Union and CELAC, which was held in Brussels last July, we indicated our desire to have a Latin American, Caribbean, and Europe living in peace. Our desire that our peoples would be able to bring about peace in a capitalist model which cannot actually offer us peace, and thereby abandon practices which in past histories have not been satisfactory in terms of achieving an equitable and complementary relationship between our regions. It's necessary to therefore break the international unfair order, which is smothering our peoples, and we feel it is time now to debate within the context of the United Nations how to build a new covenant for the future. But to do that, we need to recall the past. We need to resolve the present and prepare ourselves for the future. We are compelled to address the needs of present generations and future generations in an equitable manner. We cannot allow a child to die of hunger today in order to ensure the meal of a child that has not yet been born. Eliminating poverty and inequality today will prevent unimaginable conflicts of economic distribution and environmental conflict in the future. To build trust, we need to abandon petty interests and work through reciprocity. For example, by freeing all transfers of technology that enable us to save lives and restore Mother Earth. In order to revive global solidarity, we need to recognize each other and our relations within the context of all of us being humans. For example, in the context of climate change, let us recall that each state needs to earmark resources for the damage and loss fund, in proportion to the historic responsibility that should be shouldered with regard to producing greenhouse gases. Action for the Agenda 2030 will only be possible if we make peace and solidarity the driver of prosperity. We must be bold and transform war expenditures and those on death into investments for life. And with these resources, we can overcome and meet the goals of sustainable development. This is the only way to make Mother Earth sustainable within a space that functions in a safe way for all humanity. It's the only sustainable, fair, environmental, and socially appropriate way to convert the system into one that is progressive. We must achieve these goals in a fair and equitable manner for all, without any political or financial impositions. Third, it's necessary and urgent to change the capitalist system in a time of neoliberalism, which multiplies and reproduces forms of domination, exploitation, and exclusion for the great majority. Brothers and sisters, the multidimensional crisis of capitalism has been laid bare in the context of post-pandemic world and has been exacerbated by the effects of the military conflict in Eastern Europe. And these are nothing but manifestations of the transition towards a configuration of a world order which is different from the one we currently have. In response to this, and has never happened before, the global South is raising up in a peaceful and constructive manner. They are standing for regional and interregional processes of cooperation and integration. And the clamor has increased to reconfigure the international financial system and transform our understanding of what scientific development should be, that is respectful in turn of Mother Earth, and how to pursue this in an equitable manner while also recognizing the historical responsibilities that need to be shouldered vis-a-vis our nations and in all dimensions. Given the irreversible march towards a multipolar world, it is undeniable that each strength influences new initiatives and economic integration, trade, and cooperation amongst countries. The surgence and emergence of trade blocs such as Asia, Africa, South America, or the BRICS make it possible today for nations to have access to international markets without needing to compromise their sovereignty. And in that context, despite the adverse international context, Bolivia has implemented the Economic and Social Development Plan 2021-2025, which is entitled Rebuilding Our Economy to Live Well Towards Industrialization and Replacement of Imports. And this plan lays the foundation in order to grapple with the global economic crisis and to develop public policy to strengthen our national economy and promote our development capacity. And in this regard, action developed for the purposes of economic rebuilding and building our economic system to be more productive exceeded 6% in 2021, and management in 2022 achieved 3.5%. And in 2022, our nominal GDP increased by $40,703 billion in 2021 and reached $44 billion in 2022, which is the highest figure in our history. Likewise, the GDP per capita increased by 7.4% over the figure for 2021, achieving a figure of $3.6 billion, again, the highest figure in the history of our country. I should also mention here that what is happening this year, we see accumulated inflation, which is only of 1.6%, which is the lowest figure for our region and much lower than many countries on the planet. This indicator was achieved by us without raising interest rates, without practicing neoliberal monetary policy, and especially without reaching into the pockets of the poorest of our people, which is where inflation lives. The achievements of our country are based mainly on a horizon which is a civilizing horizon based on living well and reivindicating the culture and life of a community, respecting living together in harmony, in balance, and in complementarity with all other human beings, while also being in harmony with Mother Earth and nature. 4. The climate crisis requires concrete action and renewed commitments. Bolivia has suggested, through recognition of the Mother Earth in the General Assembly and through the resolution approved in April of 2009, an effort for the entire international community to become aware of the importance of restoring our natural processes for the very survival of the human being on this planet and providing for an alternative vision which is anti-colonial, an alternative to capitalism and mercantilism. In this understanding, our vision is based on sustainability of development and is deeply rooted in our vision of living well and in harmony with nature. This vision is born of the millennial and ancestral thoughts of our peoples and the indigenous peoples in our nations, which are the very foundation of our plurinationality. With regard to increasing needs and mitigation of adaptation to the climate crisis and the losses and growing damage, it's important that all countries assume their responsibilities. And in this context, the developed nations must assume their share of responsibility due to the climate debt and compensation for historical reparation to developing countries. The first step is to fulfill their promises and meet the pledges with regard to financial provision, transfer of technology, and capacity building. In this problematic world, one common denominator is the issue of fragmenting countries for the most poor, and the scarcity of water is only increasing with the evaporation of fresh water. We urge this Assembly to provide action and address this problem, a problem which is affecting the poorest of the 5 continents and which is beginning to affect all sectors of society. Bolivia would highlight here that this year, by consensus, the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, the BBNJ, was adopted by consensus because it is a significant step towards protecting our oceans and the sustainability and use of our resources, benefiting the developed nations especially those that are landlocked. This treaty will establish rules and regulations to prevent the sustainable exploitation of resources, will protect the interests of landlocked countries, and will prevent the exhaustion of marine resources. The BBNJ Treaty is a historic opportunity to mark the difference in protecting our oceans because they are a common good of all humanity. And in this context, we highlight the special mention for the indigenous peoples and landlocked countries. Together, we can ensure that the oceans will continue to be sources of life and prosperity for present generation and future generations in an equitable manner. 5, we must continue promoting a broader view of human rights and democracy. Despite the progress achieved, the world continues to be an unequal world. And while it's true that peoples shape their own destiny, it is also true that for our peoples to live well, this has been undermined for centuries due to legal, economic, and ideological colonialism. You know better than anyone that it has not been possible to exercise the right to development due to history. The systematic transfer of wealth from the south to the north has put us at a disadvantage up until today. We have had to navigate the waters of a crisis imposed only on the south, which is not the same than to talk about economic, social, and cultural rights as to talk about health, education, food, access to knowledge, and technology in a continent where, in another, in the south and in the north, it's not the same. In this context, it's not possible to plan without also addressing the historical responsibilities. Without assuming those responsibilities, we cannot fulfill our potential as peoples and make possible our right to development. In the plurinational state of Bolivia, we have understood that democracy is not possible without development. And development cannot have better indicators than the exercise of collective rights, rights that are promoted, protected, and guaranteed by the state, but rights also that go hand in hand with a high level of democratic participation of social collectives. In Bolivia, we have understood that economic stability also requires substantive change in food sovereignty, access to intercultural and multilingual education, in sexual and reproductive health for Bolivian women. From our experience, I would like to highlight that the active participation of Indigenous peoples in the affairs of state has made our recent achievements possible, and that is why I call on this Assembly to continue making progress towards strengthening the rights and participation of Indigenous peoples. Another topic of great interest to my country are the rights of women. It is estimated that in the world 736 million women, that is 1 out of 3 women around the world, have been victims of physical violence or sexual violence. Violence suffered by women needs to stop being a solitary and private experience, and it needs to be recognized as a public issue on which we need to take urgent action. Maternal mortality is another great issue we must grapple with, since every day 800 women die due to pregnancy-related complications. Sustainable development will not be possible if we do not provide women with an opportunity to live without fear of violence and to exercise their reproductive and sexual rights with access to universal health care. 6, unearthing or stopping the international system of implementing sanctions and unilateral coercive action. We need to uproot this. Brother Vice President, another topic that I could not but mention on this opportunity is that relates to unilateral coercive measures and sanctions that are imposed on brother peoples, undermining their ability to develop the most basic human rights. These measures are a reflection of a dysfunctional system which is far removed from international law and multilateral. It's a clear examples of these measures, which is illegal, inhuman, and criminal, is the economic and financial embargo imposed by the United States against Cuba. The restrictions imposed make it difficult to have access to food, medicine, and other basic goods, creating human suffering which impacts their economy and development. We call for the compliance with the many resolutions adopted by this General Assembly and to build a world that's fair and more solidarity, where all countries can prosper without regard to their political differences. We also reject and condemn the inclusion of Cuba as a promoter of terrorism on the unilateral lists of the United States, using this argument to impose greater restrictive measures against the Cuban people. These measures run counter to the United Nations Charter and the mandate of the Security Council, and that is why they are not supported by, nor are they valid in light of international law, but still, they very much affect the right to development of the Cuban people. 7, we must stop as soon as possible the trampling of the Palestinian people. With regard to the Israeli occupation of Palestine, we cannot continue allowing the suffering of the Palestinian people. Reiterate our support to world and regional initiatives, international law, and the United Nations resolutions that seek to guarantee a solution whereby the Palestinian people can exercise its right to self-determination and build its own state, which is free, independent, and sovereign within the borders, pre-1967 borders, and with East Jerusalem as its capital. Finally, brothers and sisters, the current crisis urgently requires a United Nations organization that stands strong, that upholds the principles that created it, that is committed to peace, and that maintains its intergovernmental nature without, however, subordination to any hegemonic power, be it economic, political, or military. Because the solutions to the many challenges facing humanity will only become a reality with sincere commitment and the political determination of all countries and their actors, and prioritizing the common interests of humankind and of especially the most vulnerable people and sectors of humanity. Thank you.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the Constitutional President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia for the statement that he's made. I would ask protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now listen to a statement by His Excellency Kasim Yomar Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Kasim Omar Tokayev, President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and I invite him to address this assembly, the General Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, today humanity faces enormous shifts unseen in a century and has entered yet another period of geopolitical confrontation. The essence of the threat comes from the simultaneous erosion of fundamental principles of international law embodied in the Charter of the United Nations. The displacement of these pillars puts an increasingly heavy burden on the existing structure of international relations and creates confrontations. The pattern of non-compliance, suspension, and withdrawal from key international legal instruments is extremely concerning, as it could lead to the point of no return. This situation disrupts the trading system, weakens the supply chains that drive economic life, damages food security, and accelerates inflation. Current negative trends further exacerbate human suffering. 108 million people are forcibly displaced, more than 1 billion live in poverty, and 2 billion do not have access to essential medicines. The ultimate result is humanity's loss of confidence in the future stable development of the world. The younger generations no longer believe that the world they inherit will be a better one. Therefore, Kazakhstan finds it necessary to restate its unwavering commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter. The leaders gathered here are responsible for the fate and future of humankind. Yet, as we approach the United Nations 80th anniversary, we have come almost full cycle to the organization's point of departure. The resolution of political issues by force, in fact, results only in deadlock. Dialogue is the only way to create a conducive environment that enables agreement on new principles and norms. Despite best efforts, conflicts persist in many regions of the world. We urge all parties to seek diplomatic solutions to the conflicts based on the UN Charter and universally recognized international law. In this regard, Kazakhstan commends all efforts and plans proposed by different states and groups of countries in support of a political settlement of the Ukrainian crisis. Diplomacy and dialogue should always prevail in seeking the resolution of international disputes. We must therefore together exert the greatest efforts to stabilize the only system of global institutions we have. We will not succeed in tackling these challenges without a comprehensive reform of the Security Council. It's an urgent need of our time that meets the interests of the vast majority of humanity. I am strongly convinced that the voices of middle powers and all developing countries in the Council need to be amplified and clearly heard. Since the Security Council appears unable to move beyond deadlock, it should become more representative so that other countries, including Kazakhstan, can play a greater role in the maintenance of peace and security. In our region, the growing engagement of member states has been a positive force in the transformation of the Conference on Interaction and Confidence-Building Measures in Asia into a full-fledged international organization that can contribute to continental mediation and peacemaking. Similarly, as the current chair of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Kazakhstan put forward the initiative of World Unity for a Just Peace and Harmony. This initiative, which we invite you to join, comprises a new security paradigm, a fair economic environment, and a clean planet. Open dialogue between the Global South and the Global North is its central pillar. Of all the challenges we face, perhaps the most destructive is the threat of use of nuclear weapons. 30 years ago, Kazakhstan voluntarily renounced the fourth largest inherited nuclear arsenal. That's why the logic of the nuclear agenda must be reversed. Only mutual trust and cooperation between nuclear powers on the path to a world free of nuclear weapons can produce global stability. In this context, Kazakhstan declares its continuous commitment to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. We support the development of new mechanisms in the field of disarmament and non-proliferation. A strategic plan for the complete renunciation of nuclear weapons by 2045 could well be the most significant contribution to the global security of this generation of leaders. At the same time, COVID-19 has painfully illustrated our vulnerability to future biological risks and threats. Kazakhstan appeals to the Secretary General and the President of this Assembly to launch the process of establishing an international agency for biological safety. We welcome the Secretary General's new agenda for peace. This strategic document must confront a trust vacuum and growing hostility in the world. In the upcoming Summit of the Future next year, Kazakhstan will play a constructive and supportive role to adopt a pact for the future. But the search for peace is not just about the banning of weapons or the signing of declarations. Interreligious and interfaith dialogue plays a key role in fostering a culture of peace. We are therefore concerned about recent acts of profound disrespect towards holy books. Such barbaric acts against Islam or any other religions cannot be accepted as expressions of freedom, free speech, and democracy. All holy books, including Quran, deserve legal protection against vandalism. Finally, a culture of peace can only be based on the principles of unity in diversity and mutual respect. I am proud, therefore, of the outstanding role of the Astana-based Congress of the Leaders of World Religions. In brief, Kazakhstan is a peace-loving nation that pursues its own national interest while continuously searching for peaceful solutions of pending international issues. Independence, territorial integrity, and sovereignty are core principles that will guide my people now and in the future. We will continue cooperation with our major allies on all strategic issues. Ladies and gentlemen, we need new assessments that will enable us to tackle pressing global economic problems while ensuring the right to development. To do this, we require an open, transparent, and inclusive multilateral trading system based on WTO principles and rules. We also need to think about a better global food security system. Nearly 10% of the world's population faced hunger last year. We must boost voluntary information exchange on food security, including volumes of production, and the export or import of food products. In concert, we must enable the transparent tracking of funding from the international community in response to food crisis. Kazakhstan is ready to act as a regional food supply hub. We have all the required resources, infrastructure, and logistics in place for these purposes. Kazakhstan is already a reliable link for nearly 80% of overland transit traffic between Asia and Europe. The Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, the so-called Middle Corridor, can significantly strengthen East-West engagement. This route could increase the pace of trade between critical markets, cutting by almost half the amount of time required to transport goods via the maritime route. Dear friends, the urgency of climate action risks to become a cliché. But it is a dangerous cliché because immediate, effective, and transformational steps are urgently required to prioritize environmental protection. Central Asia is one of its front lines. Even if we successfully limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by 2030, which looks increasingly unlikely, we will experience between 2 and 2.5 degrees of temperature rise in Central Asia. Despite the long road of the Paris Climate Agreement, we must all remain committed to a carbon-free future. The climate agenda should not be used to introduce measures restricting trade and investment cooperation. Instead, we must focus on positive change, such as climate-positive actions identified by the United Nations, including investing in green jobs, ending fossil fuel subsidies, and ensuring that all climate actions are fair, inclusive, and involve women at all levels. Yet, without proper funding, ambitious plans to combat climate change will remain unmet. In this regard, we propose to launch Just Energy Transition Partnership in Kazakhstan, a gradual, sustainable, and socially responsible transition away from coal would be a big bonus for global climate change goals. Kazakhstan's initiative to open the project office for Central Asia on climate change and green energy in Almaty can lead on these issues. We look forward to hosting a regional climate summit in Kazakhstan in 2026 under the United Nations auspices. In our region, we have seen that water scarcity has created serious economic and other challenges in transboundary river basins. This will be replaced across the world. By 2040, global demand for water may outstrip supply by as much as 40%. We must therefore combine political will and economic resources to address this critical global issue simultaneous with climate action. Next year, we will assume chairmanship of the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea. We will continue efforts to prevent further degradation of the environment and its impact on livelihoods around what was once the fourth largest lake on the planet. Today, it is the world's largest lake, the Caspian Sea that also faces ecological challenges, including shallowing, water diversion, and the pollution of flora and fauna. Saving the Caspian Sea must be a matter of common priority that requires long-term international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, Kazakhstan is committed to further enhancing multifaceted cooperation with the countries of Central Asia. Our region can play a more active role as a cohesive and independent part of the international community while contributing to global development processes. Fortunately, economic activity is growing. Over the last 5 years, intra-regional trade doubled to $10 billion US. Our regional agenda includes Afghanistan, which must become a stable, prosperous state and a reliable trade partner. In this context, it's timely to establish a UN Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty. I call on all member states to support our initiative. Excellencies, let me also present a brief update on our domestic reform efforts. Despite global, regional, and geopolitical challenges, our society and government are building a just and fair Kazakhstan. In a very short period of time, we have reformed our institutions, amended our constitution, curtailed the powers of the presidency, reset political and economic systems, and battled corruption. Much was done in only 2 years. The mindset of our people, particularly of the younger generation, has already changed substantially in that time. The presidential mandate has been limited to 1 7-year term. This proposal was supported by the people of Kazakhstan in the public referendum and will remain unchanged in the future. We will firmly adhere to the formula of a strong president, an influential parliament, and an accountable government. These reforms are based on the principles of justice, equality, fairness, and freedom. It is my personal credo that the rule of law must prevail in all circumstances. We understand that only political reform and investments in human capital can make our economy more resilient and robust. Kazakhstan has made significant progress in achieving gender equality and empowering women and girls. We introduced a 30% quota for women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the electoral party lists. It will allow them to participate more actively and equally in the political life of the country. In my recent State of the Nation address, I have presented a new economic policy that is designed, first of all, to provide all citizens the necessary opportunities for decent life. We are giving great attention and value to young people who work hard and, with the support of the government, will contribute to the sustainable development of the country and its leading position in international fora. The health, well-being, and good education of the younger generation are key priorities of Kazakhstan's state policy. I place my hope in the younger generation. They will drive our country into the future. At home and abroad, we are working for that better future. Let us rekindle the spirit of unity and collective action that underpins the United Nations. Let us remember that our shared commitment to a better world transcends our differences. Kazakhstan stands ready to collaborate with all member states in the pursuit of a brighter, more just, and sustainable world. Thank you for your attention.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Sayyid Ibrahim Raisi, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I invite him to address the Assembly on behalf of the General Assembly.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina wa Nabiyyina Muhammadin wa alihi at-tahirin wa sahbihi al-muntajabin. فبشر عباد الذين يستمعون القول فيتبعون احسنه. آقای رئیس، انتخاب جناب عالی را به ریاست 78مین نشست مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد تبریک میگویم.
I congratulate you and give you felicitations on the 78th General Assembly of the United Nations. Since last year, when I addressed everyone from this podium, the world has witnessed bitter as well as sweet events. But the world, nearly 8 decades following the establishment of the United Nations, the new session of the General Assembly commences as the world is experiencing unprecedented and historic changes. Meanwhile, the assurance of a luminous future for human society lies in the devoted observance of lofty virtues that guide people towards excellence and noble ideals. What better source than the word of the Creator to encapsulate the essence of humanity and elevate the inherent values of mankind? Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Quran beckons humanity towards rationality, spirituality, the truth, and justice. It expounds upon the unity of mankind, proclaiming all earthly inhabitants. It seeks to guide all towards human dignity, which will lead to the blessings sought by mankind. What has the Quran said to infuriate and focus the attention of those who seek power and hold the reins of power? The Quran says, humans do not accept oppression. And with this pursuit, you will be able to reach elevated divine values. The Quran speaks of equality among humans. It says that they were all created equally from a single mother and father. The Quran, even though there are differences, natural differences between men and women, sees them as completing one another and direct in the eyes of the Creator and equal in the eyes of the Creator. The Quran defends the sanctity of the family and sees children as gifts entrusted to us by God. Moreover, The Quran believes in serving those who have less than we do, and it directs our beliefs and faiths as forbidden, recognizing the sanctity of these values. Is this the first time that the words of God, of the Omnipotent, are being burned? Presuming while they do so that they can extinguish the divine voice for eternity? Did Nimrod, Pharaoh, Caron, and Caesar triumph over Abraham, Moses, and Jesus? The Quran forbids all forms of violence in human interactions and deems respect towards Abraham, Moses, and Jesus on par and equal to with the sanctity for the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. These understandings that bring unity and divine teachings that inspire, that build human characters, that build societies, that build progress for human societies will never be burned, is eternal. They remain impervious. The fires of disrespect will not overcome the truth and the divine truth. Mr. President, Islamophobia and cultural apartheid witnessed in Western countries, evident in actions ranging from the desecration of the Holy Quran to the ban on hijab in schools and numerous other deplorable discriminations, are not worthy of human dignity. Even more concerning is that behind the scene there seems to be an agenda which seeks to divert attention with using the tool of freedom of speech. As one Westerner said, now that the West is faced with a crisis of identity, sees the world as a jungle and presents itself in the best of lights as a beautiful garden. And some potent interests see this fabrication as their tools of choice. These apartheid has targeted the Muslim community, particularly the immigrants who are themselves victims of colonial policies. In alignment with all adherents of faith and advocates for freedom, we firmly believe that reverence for religions should hold a prominent position on the United Nations agenda in order to indoctrinate the proper framework for respect to all world religions. Concurrently with the war on Islam, we are also seeing a war against the framework of the family. The family is the most fundamental column that has supported human development, which is now under attack. Today, crimes against humanity are not just the occupation of lands and oppression against people and mass killings, but it's also a concerted attack on the family itself. That is also a crime against humanity. The protection of the nucleus of the family, made up of the sanctity of marriage between a man and a woman, is an inherent truth to be accepted by the entire world. The proper teachings of the populations at large throughout the world, unless done so within the framework of the family, will not yield the desired results. These are divine words: mother, father, natural words and concepts such as family, actions that can be seen as wanting to bring cessation to the human race itself. We are today in need of a world movement that brings commitment to the existence of the framework of the family, so that all members of the families can experience life in peace and stability next to each other. We ask, therefore, all religious leaders to adhere to their historical responsibilities in defending the sanctity of the family and move against fabrications. We expect from the United Nations to put a very high priority on its agenda and give the proper protection to the framework of the family. Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves at a critical junction in history. The global landscape is also undergoing a paradigm shift towards an emerging international order, a trajectory that is not reversible. The equation attributed to the hegemony of the West no longer resonates with the diverse realities of today's world. The former old liberal order, catering to the ambitions of voracious rulers whose hunger has no end, and to that of the capitalist, has been relegated to obsolescence. In short, to endeavor to universalize American ideals throughout the world have proven to be failures. The Iranian nation takes pride in having instrumentally unmasked the true nature of the rulers in both the East and West through its Islamic Revolution. In conjunction with other nations of West Asia, Iran has played a significant role in defeating the global arrogance. Now that global nations exhibit heightened resistance and awareness as non-Western powers have emerged, there is a collective hope for the establishment of a novel and equitable world order. Central to the forthcoming international order is the abandonment of global arrogance in favor of regional cooperation and orders. The Islamic Republic of Iran advocates for maximum economic and political convergence within and between regions, and is interested in interacting with the global community under the principle of justice. However, as independent nations increasingly align themselves towards cooperation and convergence, certain powers are attempting to incite conflicts in different regions. Employing a Cold War mentality, they strive to reconstitute blocs on a global scale. This regressive endeavor poses a significant threat to the security and prosperity of nations. The Islamic Republic of Iran staunchly maintains that the formation of new East-West divides should not be permitted to take shape, making trade corridors unsafe, diminishing countries from allies to dependents, stifling the economic progress of sovereign nations, and fomenting proxy wars across Asia and Europe are all elements of this sinister chain. Ironically, these actions are put forth in the name of defending democracy. However, the global community, including nations in West Asia, have discerned the true essence of Western democracy, an appellation that all too often is a code name for coups d'etats, occupations, and ongoing wars. The true nature of the liberal democracy project has become evident to the world, revealing it to be nothing more than a velvet glove hiding a cast iron hand. A school that was once envisioned as a beacon for the world has transformed into a cautionary tale illustrating the limitations and shortcomings of the system, nearing the conclusion of its trajectory. Ladies and gentlemen, right at a time where certain powers are steering the world towards more wars, the Islamic Republic of Iran has put forward a policy of neighborhood and integration. This policy of neighborhood is a benevolent one towards the region and is prioritized on the regional agenda. The Islamic Republic extends a warm welcome to any hand that is extended in friendship, firmly believing that an independent and robust neighborhood represents an opportunity for the entire region. We will welcome any extended hand quite warmly. A stable and powerful neighbor is healthy for a stable region. Having traversed 2 decades of imposed tensions and crises within our region, the fruit of resilience from free nations from Syria to Palestine to Yemen to Afghanistan, the future prospects of the region can be secured through the cultivation of profound mutual political trust, fostering extensive economic cooperation, and establishing indigenous security measures. In alignment with this vision, Iran has established a new chapter of constructive relationship with like-minded neighboring countries through membership in regional and international mechanisms such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization or the Northeast Economic Corridor. We have prioritized these developments in order to bring their benefits and their fruits for all of the people of the region. The Islamic Republic of Iran also stands ready in order to decrease the effects of climate change, to bring her capacity, her national capacity for renewable energy production and share those with other countries. In the security sector, the good neighbor policy seeks to increase regional cooperation and forbidden external meddling from the Caucasus to the Persian Gulf. Any type of foreign presence not only is not part of the solution, but it is the problem itself. From the Caucasus to the Persian Gulf, any type of foreign presence, not only it is not part of the solution, but it is the problem and the difficulty itself. We see the security of the neighbors as our own security, and any type of insecurity for them is insecurity for us. With benevolence and goodwill, we have taken initiatives throughout the region, even though bringing together politics and security needs strengthening. This process needs to be strengthened and can only be realized when it's accompanied by meaningful economic cooperation. The area of Western Asia, due to continued military attacks and occupations, it has been negated many opportunities for progress and development. Now that under the holy leadership of the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution, Imam Khamenei, we have been able to drive back the rotten foundations of terrorism. We have created new opportunities for the region. The power of the Islamic Republic of Iran is an empowering security, and we seek to extend our hands to neighboring countries in order to bring about new horizons of hope and success for the entire region. We believe that this is a collaborative effort in the Muslim world, and this requires the participation of all, and this is the only pathway to blessings and success in West Asia. The Islamic Republic of Iran has many and rare opportunities for investments, which represent a great opportunity for countries from throughout the world and the region. Mr. President, dear attendees, last year was the year of the victory of the people of Iran. Certain Western nations and their intelligence services during the past year made a grave mistake by the miscalculation that sought to diminish and undervalue and underestimate the power of Iranian people. Since the Islamic Revolution's victory under the leadership of Imam Khomeini, the enemies of Iran, through various and continuous and incessant plots, sought to impose their will on our people. More than 44 years, these policies have been defeated by the Iranian people, and the Iranian people have stood victorious again and again. Now they are faced, the enemies are faced with an Islamic Republic that is, the power of whom is based, and the progress of which is based on profound ties with its people. During the past year, the people of Iran witnessed the most significant waves of a media and psychological war waged against them. The United States of America, which now possesses the biggest women's prison, therefore mothers' prisons in Iran, can sincerely be the defender of women's rights. Now, the picture that they sought to introduce to the world from Iran was by commingling legitimate with illegitimate news, by fabricating lies and fake reports. Realities from Iran were censored throughout the world in order to negate the truth. Have you ever heard anything about the chemical bombardment against the Iranian people, those chemical weapons that were supplied by certain European countries to Saddam Hussein? Have you seen those whose bodies are severely and gravely damaged by chemical attacks, who are still alive but in hospital for 35 years? Have you seen their photos and images? Have you seen ill children who cannot overcome immune system diseases because of sanctions imposed on us that prevents obtaining proper medication for their treatment? Have you seen those photos? Have you seen the pictures of patience, of sacrifice, and steadfast fortitude of the Islamic people of Iran? Have you seen those pictures? Have you seen the unprecedented movement of the remembrance of the martyrdom of Imam Hussein, the Prophet Muhammad's grandson? 22 million strong marching towards his burial site for the anniversary of his martyrdom. Many countries' safeties today throughout our region are owed to the sacrifices of our martyred general Haj Qasem Soleimani. Had it not been for his sacrifice, the hero of anti-terrorism activities, many of the countries in the region would have burned to the ground in the fires set by ISIS and Daesh. Have you seen, do you recall the steadfast stories of heroic fights against terrorism through Hollywood-like generated reports in the news media? Have you seen the 25 million strong funeral of the late commander, General Qasem Soleimani, throughout Iran? Those were censored throughout the world in the West. The terrorist act of his assassination was a prize given to Daesh on a silver platter, whom according to certain American officials had confessed that ISIS was an American creation. His killing, his martyrdom, was a gift to that same ISIS. Instead of recognizing him for his sacrifices, he is assassinated. Why? But the Islamic Republic of Iran, through the use of all tools and capacities in order to bring to justice the perpetrators and all those who had a hand in this government-sanctioned act of terror, will not sit until that is done. The blood of the oppressed will not be forgotten, and the robes of the guilty will bring them to justice. Ladies and gentlemen, dear heads of states, representatives, most serious threats in West Asia are extremism and fundamentalism. The eradication of terrorism through an all-encompassing fight against their very roots and the very reasons that gave rise to them throughout the world will not be achieved. The surgical use of terrorists by certain Western governments as a political tool will be overcome by the collective will of the people of the region. Certain intelligence and security services of Western countries, in a very targeted fashion, moving terrorists from area to area in the region in order to be able to capitalize on their devastating capacities. They keep being asked, why have you given refuge again and again to officially recognized terror groups who have the blood of over 17,000 Iranian martyrs on their hands, as well as our head of state, prime minister, and congressional representatives? Why do the Europeans behave in this way? They must give a reasonable answer. Why do they say and portray that they're fighting against terror, however they give refuge to terrorists? This is a double standard. Discrimination in the fight against terrorism is a green light given to terrorists themselves. Iran, who herself has been the biggest target of terrorism, has been at the forefront of fighting terrorism in the region. The people of the region see Iran as a secure partner for their own security, and the occupying regime in Jerusalem is seen as the perpetrator of much of the violence in the region. Has the time not come to bring an end to 7.5 decades of the occupation of Palestinian lands, of the demolition of their homes, of the blood of their women and children, and for the people of Palestine to be recognized officially as a country? The continuation of the occupation of the Zionist regime of certain Syrian and Lebanese and Palestinian territories, and the lack of recognition to the people of Palestine has been a negation of their inherent rights, and the lack of formulation of a proper Palestinian government with its rightful capital in Jerusalem has been a tool used at the hand of certain governments in the region. Certain foundations that have been laid in the region by certain countries based on lies and destruction and occupation, those countries cannot be partners for peace. The situation today in Afghanistan represents another example of foreign meddling in the region, which has led to the killing of over 70,000 men, women, and children. In Afghanistan, Iran insists on an all-encompassing government with the participation of all Afghan groups and population, but the assistance of the world is needed in order to address the crisis of refugees who have been driven from their land, from Afghanistan, a great many of whom are being given refuge in Islamic Iran today. Vis-a-vis the Ukrainian crisis and the war, I would like to remind everyone again of our position, unambiguous position. As the Islamic Republic, we do not stand nor support any war anywhere, not in Europe nor anywhere else. We do not see any war to benefit any sides in Europe. Any type of tension and fanning the flames of violence in Ukraine has been done by the United States of America in order to weaken the European countries. And this is a long-term plan, unfortunately. We support any initiative for an cessation of hostilities and the war, and support any political measure. We fully announce our support for such initiative. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Americans leaving the JCPOA showed an official trampling upon their commitments by that government. It was an inappropriate response to our fulfillment of commitments within that framework by having broken the agreement within the framework of Resolution 2231 passed by the UN Security Council. It has committed egregious and unilateral crime in the international arena. The United States of America must explain transparently and demonstrate in a verifiable fashion that it does wish to reach a proper conclusion and show her commitment and choose a way, choose a path, either JCPOA or not. And whether the European countries, by the same token, who ignore UN Security Council Resolution 2231 and their commitments within the framework of the JCPOA, they will ultimately lose on this path. Rest assured that nuclear weapons have no place in the defensive doctrine and the military doctrine of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The international organizations, multiple official reports have stated as much. The Islamic Republic of Iran, as 2 decades ago, will never fall short of obtaining the inherent right of the Iranian nation to have peaceful nuclear energy. Not only we have lived up to our commitments, but unfortunately, the United States not only doesn't adhere to her commitments within any framework of international treaties such as the NPT, but it does impose sanctions with that excuse as a political tool on people such as the people of Iran. But I am saying today that these sanctions have not yielded the desired results. It is time now for the United States to bring a cessation to her traveling on the wrong path and choose the right side. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity is entering a new framework. Old powers will keep their current downward trajectory. They are the past and we are the future. I repeat once again, they represent the past and we represent the future. We are the future. Our viewpoint towards the future is one of hope. The world awaits the day that has been promised by all faiths throughout the world, by all Abrahamic faiths, that ultimate seeker of justice does exist. We do believe that according to divine will, just as divine prophets have promised, justice and fairness will overtake the world. And the rule of the sincere people, those who truly follow the path of the omnipotent, will reverberate throughout the world. A world that rejects ignorance. The world awaits the day in which the old path will come to an end. I do thank you for all of your attention and your presence here today. May the blessings of the Omnipotent be upon you and your loved ones.
A nombre de la Asamblea.
The Assembly would like to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, it is my honor to welcome His Excellency Abdelmajid Tebboune, President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the compassionate, may peace be with the messengers. Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me on this occasion to greet all the heads of state and delegations that are participating in the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I also would like to congratulate Mr. Denis Francis for his appointment, election to be the president of the session, and I wish him every success in this noble task. I also want to thank Mr. Chaba Koroshi, president of the previous session, for his outstanding work. I would sincerely thank the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and I would like to express my wholehearted support for the efforts that he has undertaken to strengthen the role of our organization and to promote it in order to respond to the aspirations of our peoples. Mr. President, we are here in this global hall that welcomes the entire world with all its differences and diversity, and we are here. We hope to promote dialogue and discussion amongst us and to make this hall a true basis for making the world a world of cooperation, solidarity, and equality among nations. My country, and this is the case for over 50 years from this noble tribune, has pointed to the dysfunctioning of the global order and has pointed the way towards correcting this global order in order to achieve greater equality among our member states. Mr. President, the conflicts and crises in our world have reached unprecedented levels. Millions of people have been displaced, and international relations have been transformed from ties of cooperation and consensus to conflict, and this has threatened international organizations in the midst of a world that is experiencing emergencies under extreme pressure. In the face of these difficult situations and multiple crises, the weakening of the role of the Security Council over the past few years is evident. This is a role that is set out in the Charter of the United Nations. That role is to maintain international peace and security, and in particular by preventing the use of force and by tackling the causes that threaten peace, international peace and security, by ensuring a peaceful resolution of conflicts. I think the time has come for all of us to reflect together, to uphold the principles and goals of the UN Charter, and to strengthen our common engagement, and to establish a sound framework for strengthening international cooperation, making it more effective, and especially on major issues. The goal should be to consolidate international peace and security and to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals in a multipolar world. Following this logic, Algeria, which is preparing itself to be a non-permanent member of the Security Council and aware of the responsibility that is incumbent on us, especially in the face of the challenges that the international community is facing. Bearing all that in mind, I want to take this opportunity to once again express my gratitude to the 184 member states who voted in favor of Algeria to be a non-permanent member. This is an expression of trust that Algeria will seek to justify and uphold throughout its term in the Security Council. We are ready to strengthen cooperation with all member states on the Security Council and in the UN as a whole. We also are ready to take advantage of our extensive experience in mediation and seeking political solutions to peacefully resolve conflicts. Very much in this spirit, my country will sit on the Security Council, bringing with it the aspirations of the African continent and the Arab world, and calling for overcoming conflicts and focusing on lasting solutions to conflicts by dealing with the root causes of these conflicts. Mr. President, any effort to strengthen joint international action forces us to respond to the constant appeals to strengthen the multilateral system by reforming the main organs of our organization. in order to make them more transparent and ensure the necessary balance among the main organs and ensure an equitable geographical distribution, and thus revitalize the central role of the General Assembly as the only organ which truly reflects the diversity of our international community. This is a key element in strengthening equality among states and strengthening the pillar of a true democracy. Also, to make progress on intergovernmental negotiations on reforming the Security Council is essential, based on an inclusive and comprehensive approach. This should be an absolute priority for the international community in order to find a consensus and to implement a true reform that ensures greater representation and transparency. And here I reiterate the commitment of Algeria with regard to the common African position and the need to put an end to the historic injustice against the African continent. Mr. President, Algeria is aware of the price of freedom. We will never abandon just causes, and we will always support oppressed peoples who are fighting for their freedom. This is why we have always supported the Palestinian cause, in order to allow the brethren Palestinian people to exercise their inalienable rights and to establish their own independent states based on the 4th of June 1967 borders with Jerusalem as the capital, in conformity with the international resolutions and international law. As part of our support for the Palestinian cause, which is a just cause, last year my country, under my own personal supervision, held a summit to bring together the various Palestinian factions at a summit which was crowned with the adoption of the Algiers Declaration. In this context, I would like to reiterate our attachment to the Arab Initiative, Peace Initiative, as a framework for resolving the Palestinian issue and putting an end to the occupation, which is the main cause of instability in the Middle East region. I want to appeal to the conscience of the international community to assume its moral and historical responsibility and allow the Palestinian people to regain their rights and decide on their future. Furthermore, I would like to take this opportunity to call on the International Court of Justice to follow up on the request formulated by the UN General Assembly on the 30th of December of 2022 by giving an advisory opinion regarding the Israeli practices that affect human rights on occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem. We aspire to towards a victory and to honor the combat of the Palestinian people who have suffered so much and who have sacrificed so much living under occupation. And from this tribune, I also call on the Security Council to adopt a resolution pursuant to which it would guarantee the two-state solution, which enjoys a consensus from the international community, and by virtue of which it would be possible to put an end to the unilateral practices of the occupying authority, starting with the activity of settlement building on occupied Palestinian territory.
We once again call on, and I insist on, the need for an extraordinary session of the General Assembly to grant the state of Palestine a status of full-fledged member. And I repeat, we call once again for an extraordinary session in order to grant the state of Palestine the status of permanent member within the United Nations General Assembly. We are proud that what our organization has accomplished in terms of decolonization in a number of regions, and we aspire to a definitive solution and putting an end to the colonization with the last African colony, because indeed an entire people in Western Sahara is deprived of its fundamental right to self-determination, and it is necessary to organize a free and comprehensive referendum under the rules adopted by the Security Council in 1991. This was approved by both parties, and it's time to implement it. It's waiting for that. Given that reality, and given attempts geared to creating legitimacy based on illegitimacy, it is incumbent on the United Nations to preserve the credibility of these resolutions and to support full and complete implementation of the resolutions of our organization and preserve its reputation. In that context, I would reiterate here our support for the Secretary General's efforts, those of the Secretary General of the United Nations and his staff, efforts undertaken to relaunch the negotiating process, direct negotiations, and to organize a referendum to allow the Sahrawi people to self-determination according to the Security Council resolutions. Mr. President, my country is closely following and with great concern what is occurring in some countries, friendly nations, sister nations, and we are undertaking every effort in order to find peaceful solutions and to bring points of view and positions closer together. Turning now to the situation in Libya, brother nation. Here, I reiterate our support to the United Nations efforts in order to find a political solution led by the Libyan people themselves and allowing them to preserve the unity of Libya, its sovereignty, and its territorial integrity. Turning to the situation in Mali. Algeria plays a lead role in the area of international mediation and presides the follow-up committee for implementation of the peace agreement and peace and reconciliation agreement in the Algiers process, is resolute in its efforts to overcome the obstacles in that sister nation. And here we reiterate our position, which is refusing resorting to force in order to settle conflicts. With regard to developments in Niger, a neighboring country, Algeria reiterates its attachment to the return to a constitutional order through peaceful means and to make sure that diplomatic and political solutions prevail while respecting the rule of law. We call for vigilance given the intentions of foreign intervention, military intervention, because this could have dangerous repercussions on peace and stability in Niger and in the region as a whole. At the same time, the very concerning situation in Sudan calls upon us to call on all parties to the conflict to put an end to it and to pursue dialogue, put an end to the fighting. This situation has very serious repercussions on the humanitarian situation in that country. This vulnerable and unstable situation is casting a shadow over the entire Sahel region and the Sahara region. Its development has been stopped, and it is now experiencing famine. And turning to the issue of climate change, this is further exacerbating instability and is fueling terrorist groups who are making this region one that they use as a base for their criminal activities. In that context, Algeria will spare no efforts to support development in the region, and we are prepared to share our experience in the area of combating terrorism and extreme violent extremism. We would like to participate in an extraordinary session, and the 16th extraordinary session of the African Union in Malibu in 2022 in that regard. And as a coordinator for fighting terrorism and violent extremism in Africa, we presented a report at that time. This report looked at the development of terrorist threats throughout Africa and mechanisms to address those threats. This is a report that is being looked at a number of different practical mechanisms to strengthen the fight against terrorism in Africa. It also underscores the importance of putting the fight against terrorism as a priority, and one that requires common African action. Moreover, I'd like to look at Algeria's contribution as an international mediator is not confined just to the African continent and our region. We also participate in the Arab Contact Group's efforts geared to relaunching the negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Mr. President, 8 years after the adoption of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the Addis Ababa Plan of Action, a number of states that are currently developing face challenges. And this means they need more solidarity from the international community in order to achieve a better world and to have a more equitable and effective economic model, which would make it possible to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Algeria adopted the Sustainable Development Program and has made it a national priority and has integrated it into all the plans, strategies, and programs that were launched by the government. This, in turn, made it possible for us to achieve considerable results in the area of sustainable development, especially with regard to education, healthcare, electricity, and water. Speaking of water, my country launched a desalination of ocean waters program to be completed by the end of 2024, and we will be at the end of next year able to produce over 1 billion metric tons of water on an annual basis through desalination. Mr. President, my country has always enjoyed the support of and confidence of the Human Rights Council and is party to most international human rights treaties. We ensure that our cooperation with the Council, the Human Rights Council, and that we work with all of the human rights treaty bodies created in virtue of various human rights treaties, and with regard to the Universal Periodic Review. And to that end, in November of 2022, my country presented its fourth national report in the context of the UPR. My country is firmly convinced that respecting human rights and promoting human rights is the very cornerstone of any political system which is credible. And that's why we work to strengthen human rights by all means available to us. And this conviction is due to the Algerian people's attachment to human rights. And my country's constitution was amended in 2020 based on our convictions and the belief in the importance of strengthening fundamental freedoms and human rights. The amendments bans any explicit undermining of these freedoms and liberties. It also creates equality between all citizens, men and women, in terms of rights and duties, and strengthens the effective participation of all, especially in the area of promoting women's rights and the empowerment of women economically and politically, and women's participation in positions of responsibility. We are also seeking to guarantee a principle of equality in the labor market and to strengthen the role played by women in the area of peace and security, and strengthening the status of women in all areas of life, be it at the national, continental, or international levels. A practical national plan in the context of implementing Resolution 1325 of the Security Council has been implemented. It was adopted in October 2000, and a plan was adopted in order to strengthen the role of women in prevention of and resolution of conflicts in keeping with the principles of our foreign policy. Algeria has many young people and a great deal of capacity. Young people account for 70% of our national population. Algeria, therefore, adopted measures in order to provide institutional management level with the means necessary to build capacity for young people and to integrate young people as a driving force of the process of sustainable development and a driving force behind the economic, political, and cultural arenas. By way of conclusion, we aspire to a world where peace and prosperity would reign, peace and prosperity for all human beings under the aegis of the United Nations. We must show sincere determination and strong commitment in order to meet the legitimate needs of our people so that our people can enjoy this peace and prosperity. May the blessings be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alberto Fernandez, President of the Argentine Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alberto Fernandez, President of the Argentine Republic, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Mr. President, the world is experiencing a time of change. A new era is upon us as humankind is still overcoming the effects of a pandemic that led to the loss of lives of 15 million people, leaving us exposed to the inequality that we're confronted. In the meantime, the climate crisis has subjected our planet to all kinds of extreme events. Cyclones, tornadoes, unexpected flooding, or extensive droughts have affected millions of human beings in every corner of the globe. All this is taking place while a war is continuing, carrying away human lives and unleashing an energy and food crisis of unheard of proportions. As all these calamities are occurring, we are witnessing an astounding technological revolution. The robotization and the acceleration of the process of incorporating artificial intelligence forces us to rethink our education, processes of production, and the preservation of work. How we will be capable of confronting these changes and harmonizing interests in this new landscape in which we have found ourselves, that is the true challenge that we are confronting today. As I speak before this assembly, I confess that I feel duty-bound to be absolutely frank with you. The problems of the world demand solutions. We have spent too much time diagnosing problems. We cannot continue speaking of these while we're teetering on a ledge. The risks of perpetuating this current situation are very high. We have covered half the path towards the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and yet we know, as ECLAC mentions, that only 1/4 of the targets that we have set for ourselves will be achieved by 2030. This inability to behold a better future sows unease in the developing world, where the poorest and the most vulnerable people live. It is impossible to want to achieve an equitable future by promoting and continuing the same paradigms that have generated inequality in which we live. International financial engineering has demonstrated that it is abusive and it is unchanged. How can we achieve sustainable development without financing that contributes to this? The international financial system has not demonstrated a determination to adapt itself to a world that wants to restore a lost equality. Quite to the contrary, it only seeks to impose the same orthodox policies that have deepened inequality and misery around the world. The global financial architecture only serves to concentrate income in the hands of the few and to marginalize vast regions of the world. It embraces speculative activity rather than development. It promotes cheap labor rather than dignifying labor. The time for words is over. The time has come to promote social justice in the world. The International Monetary Fund cannot continue increasing its interest rates each time that the U.S. Federal Reserve increases its rates to contain national inflation. It cannot continue to do this, and yet it does so. And in this context, it is shameful that even today, IMF applies surcharges to many countries who are already burdened by the unbearable weight of external debt. Ironically, the IMF finances Ukraine in the midst of its war, and in the midst of this war, it applies surcharges on interest that Ukraine is charged. It's shameful. We need a new framework for dealing with sovereign debt, which is guided by the development of social justice. Experience shows that when a people is choked with the eternal noose of indebtedness, its forces flag. Social crises are compounded and debts become unpayable. We face the challenge of feeding a growing global population in the midst of extreme climate conditions, droughts, flooding, tornadoes, hail. Everything affects the production and delivery of foodstuffs. We know this from our own experience. Argentina lost over 20% of its exports due to the worst drought of the past 100 years. No less than 3% of GDP were wiped out. We all know today that the global market of foodstuffs has been poisoned by financial speculation, and it only leads to greater income for the few and instability and misery for millions of human beings. To find a long-term solution to the problem of food security, it is essential that there is a system of international commerce of agricultural products that is more fair, more transparent, more equitable, and more predictable. We need to eliminate distortions produced by subsidies, and we need to prohibit foodstuffs from being an object of financial speculation. Both of these things discourage the necessary investments in order to increase production that will help satisfy the growing global demand for foodstuffs. Argentina considers multilateralism as the best tool to find shared solutions to shared problems. It reflects our mission to be guided by solidarity and to cooperate in the striving for collective well-being. Hegemonic agendas have only served to promote distrust, encourage arms races, and limit the possibilities for economic and scientific technological cooperation. In the current context, as we know, there is a confluence that has been provoked by over a decade of accumulated crises, starting from the effects of the financial collapse of 2008 up to the war unleashed by Russia in occupying Ukrainian territory. The effects of this war are there in plain sight. In addition to the terrible humanitarian consequences, the military conflict is generating historic levels of inflation around the world, but with particular impact on the prices of foodstuffs and energy. This situation has also given rise to other tensions less noticed by public opinion, but that also profoundly affect international peace. Just as an example, I'd like to highlight the blockades by Azerbaijan in the Lachin corridor, which have provoked a humanitarian crisis which once again is punishing the Armenian people. Just today, while this assembly is being held, in the news we read that Azerbaijan has started military operations with the goal of taking control of Nagorno-Karabakh. The international community cannot remain indifferent to this reality. It must act preventively to avoid new ethnic, racial, religious, or political persecution. As we've always done, we will continue demanding of the parties to conflicts that they show the wisdom and convene peace negotiations and demand multilateral organizations to regain the strength that they seem to have lost, the strength to uphold international rules. The countries of the global south, we have historically shared our visions about the international system and on the responsibility incumbent on multilateral organizations in the area of development, peace, global security, cooperation, and decolonization. I represent a country that this year will celebrate our 40th anniversary of restoration of democracy, a country that learned from its historic past that it will never again accept violations of human rights, and a country that has promoted as a policy of state the right to memory, to truth, and to justice. We are proud that of these 4 decades of uninterrupted democracy, during which the promotion and protection of human rights have been a fundamental path of the road that we have traveled. Today, UNESCO declared a World Heritage Site the Museum of Remembrance, ESMA, which was a clandestine center of detention, torture, and extermination, in which the dictatorship perpetrated its worst atrocities. By actively preserving memory that the deniers want to conceal, we will make sure that this pain will never again be repeated. In the face of these crimes against humanity, our solution is not revenge but justice. And precisely because we know the horror represented by the disappearance of 30,000 human beings, we have taken this opportunity to reiterate our appeal to adhere to the International Convention for the Protection of Persons Against Forced Disappearance. We need more states to be committed to this so that this crime is completely eradicated. The challenge that we have before us is to consolidate and move forward our efforts on the rights agenda, which means achieving democracies with greater equality among them and equality among its citizens. Human rights admit no kind of regression. If there's regression, those who gain are the advocates of authoritarianism and those who promote a hate discourse. Democracies lose legitimacy, and the crisis of representation that is generated winds up undermining the institutions of the rule of law. Preserving the rule of law is a shared conviction on our continent. This is why we're particularly concerned about what is taking place in Guatemala. The international community must activate the relevant mechanisms that ensure respect for the popular verdict. The climate crisis is a reality that has modified temperatures and atmospheric phenomena around the world, imposing restrictions and obstacles to development. It is therefore essential to resolve problems without delay by implementing an architecture of environmental financing, multilateral one that is just, transparent, equitable, and based on the principle of shared but differentiated responsibilities. Argentina reaffirms its commitment to gender equality and diversity as an essential condition for growth and sustainable development at the national and international level with a human rights approach. We have developed normative frameworks and public policies to promote the equality for all women and to promote diversity. Currently, our country is implementing a national plan of equality within diversity. As part of this integrationist mission embodied in Mercosur and UNASUR, in these 4 years, we have sought to return to the path of integration with Latin America and the Caribbean and strengthen our dialogue with our partners through political coordination based on solidarity and cooperation. As once was the case with the construction of the European Union, the various institutions of integration in Latin America and Caribbean represent a heritage that the region has shared with humankind in search of peace, cooperation, and justice. Our region currently faces a historical opportunity. We have the energy resources and food resources that the world demands. Our development depends on having the capability of taking advantage of these resources. It's important for us to work together in order to carry out infrastructure projects that allow our region's industry to compete. Argentina, Mr. President, condemns terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. These actions constitute a threat to peace and international security and to human dignity. Terrorism must be combated in the framework of the rule of law and within the full respect of international law. Argentina has ratified this commitment with the Inter-American Convention Against Terrorism and has ratified most of the international instruments in the area of terrorism, seeking to implement all the measures contained there as the most effective way to put an end to this threat. For our part, we will continue combating impunity, investigating attacks committed against us, as in 1992, against the Israeli embassy in Buenos Aires, and in 1994, the seat of AMIA, Jewish Cultural Center, which took the lives of 107 persons and left hundreds wounded. We want the perpetrators of these horrific attacks to be identified, judged, and convicted. Once again, we urge the Islamic Republic of Iran to cooperate with the Argentinian judicial authorities to make progress in the investigation of the attack against AMIA. We also urge the international community, all of it, to support us in our fight by not welcoming or protecting any of those involved, even when they enjoy diplomatic immunity. We must remind everyone that these individuals are subject to international arrest warrants and Interpol red notices. Argentina is firmly opposed, Mr. President, to the use of unilateral coercive measures and the adoption of discriminatory commercial practices. The continuation of the blockade against Cuba is unacceptable. Year after year, this General Assembly has demanded by an overwhelming majority the need to put an end to this blockade. Also, we would once again request that Cuba be taken off the list of countries that supposedly sponsor international terrorism. By the same token, the sanctions imposed by the United States against Venezuela must cease immediately. Their continuation has only worsened the living conditions for the inhabitants of Venezuela and led millions of Venezuelans to choose exile and emigrate from their country in search of a better life. I want to also reaffirm the legitimate and inalienable sovereignty rights of the Republic of Argentina on the Malvinas Islands, South Georgia, South Sandwich Islands, and the surrounding maritime areas. They are a part and parcel of national Argentinian territory, and they are illegally occupied by the United Kingdom have been for almost 2 centuries, in conformity with the resolutions of this General Assembly and its Special Decolonization Committee. The way to resolve the colonial situation of these islands is through negotiations on sovereignty between Argentina and the United Kingdom. We regret that the United Kingdom continues to refuse to resume negotiations. We regret that unilateral activities of exploration and development of natural resources have continued in the area under dispute, contravening Resolution 31/49 of this Assembly. We also question the military presence of the UK in the South Atlantic, which is a region of peace. Argentina maintains a firm commitment to a peaceful resolution of this anachronistic colonial situation. We have proposed to the United Kingdom a renewed bilateral agenda on the South Atlantic that implies a formal process of dialogue which includes, inter alia, the question related to the resumption of negotiations on sovereignty. We also have expressed our readiness to continue with the task of identifying the remains of ex-combatants in the framework of obligations deriving from international humanitarian law, and with a view to providing a response and solace to families of the soldiers who lost their lives. Unfortunately, the United Kingdom has rejected our proposal. Notwithstanding this, Argentina reiterates its request to the Secretary General that in the framework of his good offices that he redoubles his efforts to bring both parties together and bring them to the negotiating table. The motto of the 2030 Agenda is "Leave no one behind." May no one lose sight of the path towards justice and development. We are convinced that this is a noble goal that applies to individuals and applies to entire peoples. However, please let us not convert this phrase into an empty phrase, into a dead letter. If we do, remorse won't serve anything. It won't be able to repair the ruined lives, the lives without a future, or to return the lost lives. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Argentine Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nayib Armando Bukele, President of the Republic of El Salvador. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nayib Armando Bukele, President of the Republic of El Salvador, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísimo señor presidente.
Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, heads of state and government, my wife, Gabriela, my daughter, Laila, distinguished members of the different delegations here with us today, friends watching us on the different platforms, ladies and gentlemen. Since the first time I came to this assembly, I've reminded you of the need to renew and to reinvent ourselves. And I'm not only referring to this organisation or to this General Assembly, but rather to all countries, especially those that have similar circumstances to ours. Nor did I say this just because, but rather because I believe it, and because in my country, in El Salvador, this is what we're doing. El Salvador, like other developing countries, has always dreamed of being great. For some countries, this dream at some point became possible. However, for others, like our country, this was always something unthinkable. We didn't believe it was possible, or even that we'd get close. In fact, I think that nobody listening to this speech would have thought that they'd say the name El Salvador, or hear it, and think of a global benchmark or a positive example. However, despite all of the stumbling blocks, we decided to take the risk. We didn't accept the fate that others had decided for us. Now, today, 4 years since my government took office, nobody would even dare to deny that for the first time in its 202 years of history, the smallest country on our continent would have made such great strides forward to achieve this dream of greatness. In such a short amount of time, El Salvador went from being the world murder capital, from being the most dangerous country in the world, to becoming the safest country in Latin America. This isn't a promise anymore. It's the reality that the El Salvadorian people are living through, and anyone from abroad is welcome to go and see it for themselves. Thus, many people in the world are following what's happening in our country, especially in Latin America. However, also in the United States and elsewhere. They're seeing what's happening in El Salvador and wondering why they can't do the same in their country. The answer is clear and simple. They must make their own decisions. They must reaffirm their right to use common sense, to try their own methods, and to implement their own plans, and to design their own systems. No country has the right to impose its ideas, to impose their way of doing things, even less when these things don't even work in our countries. In every single one of the decisions that we've made, we have reaffirmed our legitimate right to govern ourselves, even if this could have meant making a mistake. However, we didn't make a mistake. We were successful. In fact, we had a resounding success. And so, we didn't only reaffirm our right to make our own decisions, but also our right to be right. There's not one single recipe or single formula that works the same for everyone. However, I do believe that there is one ingredient that all recipes should include, or should at least have the right to include, and this ingredient is courage. it's necessary to have the right attitude, the guts, the determination to do what needs to be done, even when other people are questioning you or criticizing you. For decades, we tried everything that we were told was the right thing for us. And it got us fighting a civil war for things that were far removed from us, because the conflict between the West and the Soviet Union was being waged in our country. More than 85,000 people dead, and one destroyed country later. They told us that actually that wasn't the right recipe, but that now there was a new recipe available. And so they made us sign up to some fake peace agreements. There was no peace in them, and the only thing that they did was enable two different gangs to plunder the loot. They tried each different formula and nothing worked. And then, being under foreign powers, the country went to the right, and then later, also under foreign actors, the country went to the left. And that was the situation during the 30-year post-war period, where there were more deaths than during the Civil War, more poverty and more violence. Nobody did anything to change the root causes of the system, nor the institutions, and certainly not the laws either. Everything that happened over those years was done with the support, the consent, and the imposition of those who proclaimed themselves to be the great defenders of human rights and democratic institutionality. Rather than giving us medicine to make us better, in fact, what they were giving us was poison. They claimed that we should continue to do the same as what had been done in the past. They claimed that the same people that had looted our country and killed us should continue to govern or at least share power. However, this time we told them no. We turned down their poison, and for the first time we tried our own remedy. Thank God it worked. The first thing that we did was to ensure that we had God and the people on board, because no transformation that's worth its while can be done obeying external powers. And secondly, we created our own method, a method that was designed for our own reality, created by those who experienced this reality in our own flesh and blood. Then the El Salvadorian people gave us, vested their trust in us twice through votes, several times, but perhaps these two votes were the most important, and the first of the two votes was when they elected me as their president. The second was when they decided to give us governability. Then we knew that we had an obligation to our people, an obligation to make the decisions required in order to address our most pressing problem, insecurity. We needed to make those decisions. The efforts that were being made to improve health or the economy were pointless if our people continued to be killed. And there was no point in transforming education if the gangs were giving orders in our prisons to murder our children cowardly and forcefully recruit our youth. We couldn't decide to invest millions of dollars in building and improving our road infrastructure if the El Salvadorian people couldn't even walk around the streets. And so we made the decision to purge the judiciary and the prison system, and then we changed laws to ensure that terrorists wouldn't escape out of prison anymore. And it was at that time that international condemnation started. Some countries, some media outlets, and some so-called experts started systematic attacks against us for all of the decisions we were making. People who never used their power or influence to call for security for our people who were being murdered suddenly started to speak against the decisions we were making to stop this massacre. Countries that never condemned the murder of between 30, 40, or even 50 El Salvadorian people per day, suddenly started calling for explanations on why we changed the public prosecutor's office, why we changed magistrates or judges. Don't you think that's absurd to question us for that? Who is responsible for the policy for domestic security in any country in the world? Well, the answer is it's the responsibility of the government, the executive, through the state security forces, through the penitentiary system in cooperation with the public prosecutor's office and with the judiciary. This was an indispensable condition for everyone to work together in the same direction for the plan to work. If we had left the same public prosecutor in office, if we had left the same judges in place as before that were being protected by a lot of people, and well, then we would still be the world's murder capital. If we had listened, we would have continued to lose thousands and thousands of El Salvadorian people to terrorists. Thank God we didn't pay any attention to them. Every single one of the decisions that we have made have led us to this point. Today, El Salvador competes with Canada for being the safest country on the continent. We're not only the country in Latin America with the least homicides per capita by a long way, but we have also reduced all crime to a minimum level. People can now walk around the streets that for a long time they weren't able to walk around due to the gangs. Businesses are no longer paying extortion money. Children are now able to go and play in the park without being scared of being recruited or murdered. These are things that a lot of you might take for granted, think are basic, to walk around your streets, but in our country they didn't exist. We have been criticised and condemned for all of the decisions we've made at all times. Intellectuals, journalists, politicians and organisations from across the board have been focused on a debate over what we're doing, and I've come here to tell you that there's no time for this debate anymore, because the decisions that we took were the right ones. We are no longer the world murder capital, and we managed to achieve this in record time. Today, we are a benchmark of security, and nobody can cast doubt on that. The results are there. They are irrefutable. In El Salvador, we did the right thing for El Salvador. And now we benefit from this level of security. We've been able to open up our country to the entire world. In this year alone, we received thousands of athletes at the Central American and Caribbean Games. We are the world epicenter of surf, and we have just signed up to an agreement with Google to digitalize the state and services like education and health. We are receiving more and more tourism, both domestic and from overseas. More and more people are coming to see what we're doing and investing in El Salvador. Many of El Salvadorians abroad that spent years without returning home are now investing in the country and have plans to come home. According to a study carried out last year, in 2022, by the International Organization for Migration, a United Nations agency, more than 60% of the El Salvadorian people who live in the United States, there are a lot of El Salvadorians in the United States, plan to return to El Salvador. We know that we still have a lot to do. However, we are on track to achieving our goal of reversing the mass exodus of El Salvadorian people as a result of all of the wrong decisions made in the past and the civil war, and to achieve our dream of having reverse migration for more El Salvadorian people to return than leave the country. And the studies of the very United Nations are already showing this. Within a few months, we will also be hosting Miss Universe. And that is another event that will put us in the eyes of the world and will bring even more tourism and even more investment. In addition to all of this, we are establishing more and better relationships with our allies who want to support us to build our country, to build our dream. And I'm not just saying all of this to boast, although I am very proud of everything that we have achieved. I'm saying this because this is an example of what all countries can achieve when they start to claim their sovereignty. Look at us. We were recognised for violence, and now we're recognised for our landscapes, our waves, and above all, for our courage. Now the world can see our full potential. We have a country full of marvellous things to offer. People who visit us can eat on the beach, can surf world-class waves at the perfect temperature all year. They can have lunch in the mountains and taste the best coffee in the world with volcanoes and beautiful lakes as a backdrop, and they can then have dinner in the capital with all of its modernity, commodities, and with the security that many cities in the first world would like to have. And they can do all of this in just one single day. But the best thing is that they will find in our people a friendly, hard-working people that is always looking to do something new. When they come to our country, they will realize that the El Salvadorian people are proud of being El Salvadorian, something that just a few years ago wasn't the case. El Salvador is being reborn because we dared to challenge ourselves, and we decided that nothing nor anyone should tell us what to do. We are still very far from where we want to arrive. However, we will continue to work hard and make our own decisions so that we can achieve this greatness that we aspire to. We believe that the world also needs to be reborn, but this is the decision of each different people. We, in El Salvador, are leading by example, laying a path that anyone can take. Thank you very much, and may God bless all of the nations of the world.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of El Salvador for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sadir Saparov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sadir Saparov, President of the
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate the High Representative of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Dennis Francis, on his election as the President of 78th session of the UN General Assembly. I would like to wish you success and fruitful accomplishments in this important position. You can count on the support of Kyrgyzstan during your presidency. I express my gratitude to the President of previous 77th session of UN General Assembly, the representative of Friendly Hungary, Mr. Csaba Kureshi, for his active work and support for his international initiatives of Kyrgyzstan. Ladies and gentlemen, today the world is at a turning point. We are all witnessing and seeing with our own eyes the negative changes in the world order, increasing geostrategic competition between major powers and their blocs. Geopolitical tensions are leading to the fact that the world is moving towards fragmentation into regional, sub-regional, financial, and economic blocks and systems. It is also obvious that the governments of various countries will be compelled or forced to make economic, technological, geopolitical choices. Among the shocks on a global scale that have not become a thing of the past, I would like to note the spread of coronavirus infection, which cost humanity millions of lives and economic losses exceeding 12 trillion US dollars. The world today is experiencing the highest inflation rates and food prices not seen in the last 60 years. the risk of geoeconomic fragmentation, according to the International Monetary Fund, could lead to a drop in global gross domestic product by 7%. The decline in trust between different countries and groups of countries is alarming. However, I am convinced that current global challenges and risks, from climate and crisis and the threat to food security to growing inequality, should, on the contrary, unite all the members of the international community. It is vital to build a multilateral system that does not allow further fragmentation of geopolitical landscape in the world. Were international conditions easier 78 years ago, when the United Nations was just beginning its work after the bloodiest and most destructive war in human history than it is today? Were the contradictions between the countries, especially political and ideological, less acute than in our time? What prevents member states from hearing one another and trying to overcome the differences and establish a dialogue? Over the past years, despite the Iron Curtain and military bloc thinking, the UN has been and remains the most legitimate and commonly recognized platform of diplomacy, uniting developed and developing, large and small countries. Kyrgyzstan strongly supports the UN as the only universal, intergovernmental, international organization mandated by all member states to find solutions to the challenges and threats that constantly arise before humanity. I count on our organization under the leadership of Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres, and with effective support of member states, to find mechanisms and ways to more effectively perform all its functions and assist member states in solving pressing global issues and overcoming challenges. This is especially crucial in supporting sustainable development through the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. I call on all member states to provide unconditional political support to the organization and its Secretary General at this challenging time. I thank UN Secretary General for presenting the new Agenda for Peace policy brief with his vision for the future of multilateral security cooperation. We agree with the main thesis that the driving force behind the new multilateralism must be diplomacy. We are ready to work closely for a close and active work on a development of future pact during the future summit in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking about Central Asia, I would like to note the following. We, representatives of Central Asian nations that are related and are proud of their millennia-old history and culture, we have a lot in common, traditions and customs. Much brings us together in terms of similarities in mentality, attitude, and the view of the world. The ongoing global processes have a direct impact on the stability and security in our Central Asian region, and on the other hand, they strengthen its role and significance. One of the highest priorities of our country is to strengthen our relations with countries of the region. I note with satisfaction that in recent years, regional cooperation in Central Asia has been developing consistently in all directions. I see our region as a unified geoeconomic space where all forms of economic cooperation, interaction are successfully being formed. I see our region as a geopolitical intermediary through which the interaction and cooperation of members of international community are facilitated. I see our region as actively interacting and dynamically developing communities that share and support similar culture, historical and traditional values and beliefs. Kyrgyzstan intends to contribute to the strengthening of regional cooperation, discover new effective forms of collaboration, and effectively engage with various global centers of influence in both bilateral, multilateral formats. On the path to full regional integration, it is necessary to resolve issues related to legal delineation of state borders. Exactly 1 year ago, speaking from this podium, I, with a heavy heart, informed about the tragic events that occurred in September of the previous year related to the armed clashes on the Kyrgyz-Tajik border, which resulted in numerous casualties. Thanks to restraint of our peace-loving people and the prevailing political will on both sides, we managed to prevent further escalation of conflict and avert a full-scale bloodshed in the region. In this regard, I would like to emphasize that Kyrgyzstan did and will advocate resolving controversial issues exclusively through peaceful diplomatic means based on principles or norms of international law, such as territorial integrity and the non-use of force or the threat of its use. We have never sought to take what belongs to others, but we will not allow anyone to take a single inch of our homeland. We always seek a dialogue and search for mutually acceptable solutions based on trust and mutual respect. Last December, after almost 30 years of negotiations, we signed an agreement with Uzbekistan on legal delineation of the state border. This historic decision, reached thanks to demonstrated political will of the leaders of the two states, has opened the broadest prospects for mutually beneficial cooperation, peace, and peaceful coexistence of the two countries and its people. We maintain the same approach in our current negotiations. We want to live in peace, harmony, and friendship with all neighbors. Speaking of security and stability in Central Asia, it is essential to consider them in the context of the situation in Afghanistan. I consider it extremely important to remind the international community, that the people of Afghanistan are experiencing significant difficulties which are amplified by the lack of coordinated global stance on the situation in this country. It would not be an exaggeration on my part to say that Afghanistan is threatened by humanitarian crisis with its inevitable consequences for the security of not only the surrounding regions, but also for the entire world community. Kyrgyzstan is interested in a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Afghanistan. We call on the international community to continue providing humanitarian economic assistance to Afghan people. Ladies and gentlemen, just yesterday concluded the SDG summit, which once again reaffirmed the importance of unwavering commitment to sustainable development, identifying challenges in their implementation and outlining specific commitments by states. We are halfway to 2030, the deadline for reaching sustainable development goals. Kyrgyzstan, in its pursuit of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, currently ranks 45th out of 166 UN member states. We aim to be among the top 30 countries in reaching SDGs by 2030. The international community must breathe new life into these goals and strengthen solidarity in their attainment. It's important that we don't get lost in numbers, schedules, diagrams, and other economic intricacies, because the essence and core of the 70 goals are about people themselves. The year 2030 is very close, and we will have to ask ourselves, have the urgent needs and aspirations of humanity been addressed? Is it their security, prosperity, and well-being ensured? Are they happy? What does the future hold? Problems such as extreme poverty and climate change can only be solved by finding a global collective response. As rightly emphasized by the esteemed Secretary General of the UN in his report on financing sustainable development, without the means to invest in sustainable development and carry out transformations in energy and food systems, developing countries are falling behind on the path of achieving sustainable development goals. The current realities are such that developing countries are facing a dual challenge. They need to invest in development while simultaneously adapting to climate change. In this regard, we call for urgent action to implement Addis Ababa Action Agenda on financing for development, specifically for the swift establishment of the fund aimed at providing compensation to countries for losses and damages related to climate change, alleviating the burden of external debt, and improving the international architecture for debt resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, at previous climate change summits and conferences, ambitious statements and promises were made. It is also clear that the level of annual funding announced in 2015 under the Paris Agreement is no longer sufficient anymore. We consider it necessary to revise, significantly increase the level of funding that meets the real needs of countries vulnerable to climate change. Another issue is that a significant portion of the climate financing is provided to low and middle-income countries in the form of loans. There is also no distinction in the loan allocation procedures for projects with a cost of $1 million or $1 billion. This undermines the very essence and purpose of climate agreements. I have already reached out to our partners with a request to exchange external debt for environmental projects. Unfortunately, we have not yet received responses from most of the developed countries. Only the German government agreed to write off 15 million euros of debt. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the German government. We urge donors to reconsider their approach in favor of providing climate financing to countries on grant basis. We support the Bridgetown initiative proposed at the last climate conferences in Sharm el-Sheikh, as well as the calls made at the Summit for New Global Financial Pact in Paris in June this year to mobilize the necessary financing and structural reform of the international financial architecture. If we don't start doing this now, then injustice in the world will grow. Rich countries will continue getting richer, and poor countries will continue getting poorer. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of global change, mountainous regions have been particularly vulnerable. In Kyrgyzstan, mountains occupies about 94% of the territory. Mountain glaciers are the integral part of the Earth's cryosphere, influencing not only the climate of our planet, but also providing habitat for flora and fauna and supplying water to people. Climate change in Central Asia has led to intensive melting of glaciers. If earlier it was predicted that by 2050 the area of glaciers in Kyrgyzstan would be reduced by half, by 2100 they could disappear altogether. Now there is a reason to believe that this will happen much faster. This leads to aggravation of problems throughout the region, such as lack of water for drinking and agriculture, land degradation, and a threat to food security. In accordance with the latest assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the adverse effects of cryospheric changes are particularly acute for the residents of high mountain regions, where ecosystems have reached the limits of adaptation. In order to effectively preserve mountain ecosystems and glaciers, based on the resolutions previously adopted by the UN General Assembly on sustainable mountain development, our country, in collaboration with Global Mountain Partnership and other representatives of the UN system, has developed a global action plan. We are grateful to all partners, countries, and international organizations for their joint work. Kyrgyzstan advocates for the creation of a broad coalition of mountainous countries. We believe that climate adaptation and the transition to green economy will be among the main priorities of the future in coalition. As you may know, in 2022, at the initiative of our country and the Italian Republic, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopted the resolution on sustainable mountain development, co-sponsored by 110 member states. This document declared the years from 2023 to 2027 as 5 years of action for the development of mountain regions. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to all UN member states for supporting our initiative. To further implement the UN resolution, I have signed a decree on declaring the years from 2023 to 2027 as the 5-year period of action for the development of mountain regions in the Kyrgyz Republic and a national roadmap for the implementation of the 5-year period of action for the development of mountain regions for 2023 to 2027 has been developed, which will also be adopted shortly. The roadmap includes measures at the global, regional, national levels, including within the framework of existing prospective projects and measures related to SDGs. As the concluding stage of the 5-year action, we plan to host the second Global Mountain Summit, Bishkek Plus 25 in Kyrgyzstan in 2027, 25 years after the first summit. I would like to invite everyone from this distinguished rostrum to actively participate and make concrete commitments to preserve mountain ecosystems. We express our gratitude to partners from Group of Friends of Mountainous Countries, the Global Mountain Partnership, and the entire UN system for their comprehensive support of Kyrgyzstan's initiatives. We express our readiness to continue fruitful cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, for successful progress in addressing the current challenges and threats, we need to establish an effective system of international security. A key element of this mechanism is the United Nations Security Council. Today, more than ever, it is crucial to enhance its effectiveness in order to make this body fairer, more representative, and to increase its capacity to achieve consensus in decision-making. Progress is needed in negotiations on reform of the UN Security Council. Kyrgyzstan expresses its readiness to make its contribution to the cause of peace and security through effective peacemaking, respect for human rights, and the equal participation of women in peace and peace processes. We also aim to promote, protect the interests of developing small, least developed and small island nations. We have put forward our candidacy for a non-permanent membership in UN Security Council for the 2027-2028 term and count on support from our esteemed member states. It is essential for all of us to adhere to principles such as trust, solidarity, and universality in international relations. Only together can we restore global and regional security architecture. Mr. President, dear friends, speaking about the challenges and issues of today, I would like to quote the words of our outstanding compatriot, Jusup Balasagin, who lived through 1020 to 1075 and gave guidance more than 1200 years ago by saying, "Our world is such that in order to unlock the gates of truth, you must grasp its essence." Nothing has changed since then. It's necessary to perceive the world as it is, in all its diversity and complexity. We, the member of states of the UN, must transform our organization into the center of global efforts to prevent conflicts, reach compromise, do everything possible to establish peace and harmony. The one who walks the path will overcome it. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Santiago Peña Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Santiago Peña Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Presidente de la Asamblea General.
President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished ministers of foreign affairs, my dear wife Leticia, my son Gastolo, Constanza Serenella, ladies and gentlemen, in 1945, the representatives of 51 states, one of them my country, agreed to create the United Nations. Speaking for the first time at this august assembly as President of the Republic of Paraguay, I wish to begin my statement by expressing our gratitude to the United Nations for its work, because since the beginning it has provided a global framework for cooperation between nations to promote peace, human rights, and the well-being of peoples. 78 years later, multilateralism faces very visible challenges in terms of efficacy and legitimacy. In a world of so much wealth, levels of poverty and inequality continue to be stubbornly high, while mass migration due to armed conflicts and a lack of opportunities, international terrorism, transnational crime and geopolitical tensions pose challenges that cooperation mechanisms and governance that have prevailed over the last 8 decades are clearly behind in responding to. The lack of tangible results, inefficacy perceived in multilateral institutions, and difficulties in addressing global problems in an effective manner have led to frustration and have led to an increase in the sense that national interests should prevail over multilateral cooperation. The imposition of certain trends or cultural or ideological approaches is perceived, not wrongly, as interference in sovereignty and in national values that erodes trust and weakens willingness to cooperate in the multilateral sphere. As a result, we are seeing growing levels of distrust between member states that makes cooperation and the willingness to commit to things of common good difficult. The 2008 crisis, the pandemic, and now the conflict in Ukraine have laid bare the weaknesses and the limitations of multilateral institutions in their ability to tackle global challenges and systemic risks. The United Nations, in the last case, and its Security Council have adopted measures whose results, sadly, are far from being encouraging. Despite having suffered the misfortune of 2 unfair wars, one that put us to the edge of extinction as a nation, the spirit and the history of Paraguay compel us to choose dialogue and not force as a mechanism to settle any dispute. And this is shown in the Gondra Convention of 1924, proposed by a distinguished Paraguayan and approved by all Latin American countries unanimously without a single amendment, and its purpose was precisely to avoid and to prevent wars between states in the Americas. Humbly, however, with a sense of conviction, we are all in we urge for all parties involved in this conflict to immediately put an end to military actions and to avoid further victim and harm. We support peace initiatives driven forward by Brazil, a kindred country and a strategic ally, as well as by Pope Francis, whose moving presence is a source of inspiration for the whole of humanity. There can be no doubt that we need to work to revise and to reform the mechanisms, means and institutional capacities of multilateral organisations in order to avoid new wars like the one that is afflicting Ukraine. However, with or without reforms, we need to put an end to the terrible loss of so many human lives. We must work to strengthen the United Nations in order to build new capacities to enable us to respond effectively and efficiently to the ongoing and changing global challenges. When it comes to the reform and expansion of the Security Council, Paraguay believes that the organic and functional structure of the United Nations should reflect the dynamics of the international stage in a participatory, democratic and equitable manner, as observed in the guiding principles of the Charter, to promote peace, security and prosperity in our countries in equal conditions. In this regard, the government of Paraguay expresses its support to the Republic of China, Taiwan, to become a comprehensive part of the United Nations system. Climate change is a great global challenge, and we must adopt both rigorous as well as fair measures to avoid further damage to the planet and its inhabitants. Trade restrictions based on criteria such as agricultural practices or environmental standards are bringing about discontent and uncertainty, and they are unfair and discriminatory barriers because they seek to extrapolate realities from highly developed regions to developing countries, and they do not take account of their differences, nor do they adequately value the practices to mitigate the environmental effects in these areas. This implies that LDCs should assume responsibility for the environmental damage caused by industrialization in the 19th and 20th centuries when mitigation measures didn't exist, and have the obligation to do this rather at the expense of turning down opportunities for trade expansion, creating jobs and wealth. It is necessary to address these concerns and to promote a more equitable and collaborative approach that takes account of the specific needs and realities of each country in the context of multilateral decisions related to environmental standards. Paraguay has shown the world that we are leaders in hydroelectric energy. We are a clean and sustainable source that meets both our own domestic needs as well as the needs of our neighbours. We have put Paraguay on the map as an example to follow in the transition to a more sustainable world. While other countries are still discussing reducing emissions, we have already taken concrete and effective measures. We are a concrete example of how a nation can use natural resources in a responsible and sustainable manner to promote economic development and at the same time to mitigate climate change. For more than 30 years, we have been adopting sustainable agro-fisheries practices that do not only ensure a prosperous future for our farmers, but also they guarantee the integrity of our land and our water resources. We have acted with a sense of courage and responsibility, basing our public policies on science and on evidence. For years, we were subject to criticism and finger-pointing, unfair finger-pointing. However, today, thanks to the work of several governments, I can certainly tell you that the facts speak for themselves. 44% of Paraguayan territory has conserved its forests. 95% of the legumes and cereals sowed in Paraguay in 2022 are using sustainable technology such as direct sowing and crop rotation. And we've been free from deforestation since 2004 as a result of our zero deforestation policy. This data is a testament to the fact that it is possible to strike a balance between agricultural production and the conservation of our natural resources. And the Paraguayan countryside is ready to enter the most demanding international markets, respecting the principles of clean and sustainable production. However, we will not stop there. Paraguay is also committed to overhauling our natural ecosystems. We're promoting the reforestation and conservation of species, and we have undertaken the National Participatory Plan for Forest Restoration. We have also significantly reduced extreme poverty over the last 2 decades, showing that it is possible to protect our environment while prospering economically at the same time. Paraguay reaffirms its commitment to the values and to the central objectives of the United Nations. We understand our responsibilities. However, they are differentiated, and we are prepared to lead with example on the path to a more sustainable and equitable world. Today, we face 4 global challenges that are causing geopolitical tensions: access to water, food security, energy sufficiency, and the resilience of logistical chains. Because Paraguay is a power on these matters, we are called to be protagonists in the concert of nations. We have the largest global underwater reserves of fresh water, including the Guarani aquifer that we share with our neighbours. Paraguay is a global supplier of food, being one of the few countries in the world that is able to produce food for its population and for 100 million more people around the world. In hydroelectric energy, we are pioneers in regional electricity integration, and today we have decided to move towards even more efficiency and energy sustainability. Paraguay aspires to become the logistical center of the South American bi-ocean road corridor, which turns our geographical central location into an opportunity and strengthens our integration with neighbouring countries and markets in the Pacific. This trade corridor will be a source of renovation and empowerment for Mercosur and the Alliance of the Pacific, promoting cooperation between both blocs. Further, thanks to the Paraguay-Paraná hydroway, this multimodal network will become the most competitive transporter of different products, facilitating the management of river transport. Without a doubt, this will give a fresh impulse to the process of South American integration and will transform the vision to resolve conflicts that may arise. Paraguay is determined to abandon the old image of a island surrounded by land, as described by the Cervantes laureate of Paraguay, Augusto Roa Bastos, and following our historic, geographical and cultural vocation to become the centre of South American integration. One of our main objectives is to contribute to improving regional integration. In this regard, the aquifers, the bi-ocean corridor, hydroelectric power stations, and navigation on our rivers are delicate processes of balance between integration and the sovereignty of our peoples. We are aware that the progress achieved towards integration, that progress has been achieved towards integration. However, we are far from being satisfied, and we are making progress with courage and determination. Latin America is the region of the world with the highest potential for development. However, we will only be able to develop this potential if we respect ourselves, working together and in harmony, and by respecting each other. Since the last century, the 20th century, we have been moving as a country into a process whereby we are building and strengthening our democratic institutions. This year, we renewed this in our country with a transparent electoral process with broad participation from our citizens, where the Paraguayan people expressed their will with a firm democratic vocation and vested their trust in the rule of law. Paraguay today is living through the longest period of democratic coexistence, with more than 35 uninterrupted years of the values of free, participatory and pluralist democracy, convinced that there is no other acceptable system than being unshakable in upholding human rights and liberty. Paraguay, the country of the prose of Augusto Roa Bastos, the universal music of José Asunción Flores, and guitar with its dulcet tones and Ñanduti lace, Berta Roas. This country has a real rhythm that was born in the spirit of the Guarani language. Now, we call this thing Guarania, and it goes around the world. It's a great ambassador for us. My country values peace and sustainable development and integration between peoples, because we are a country that has been reborn from the ashes, following a war of extermination that stunted the early development process of a nation that, at the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, had already developed one of the first interurban railways of South America. We had shipyards and iron foundries, but above all, we had great human capital and education. Then the massacre in 1870 that annihilated 90% of the male population of Paraguay. The reconstruction process after this was headed up by patriotic compatriots without financial nor technological support, and with a small flow of European migrants that arrived and established themselves in the country despite this bad record. However, as Bernardino Caballero said in his presidential message in 1884, Paraguay has the undeniable merit of having risen from the rubble without having requested support from the outside. We have been steadfast in this, the virtue of the strong, and triumphed, being the maker of our own destiny. It's impossible to not mention the fundamental role of Paraguayan women in their heroic task to rebuild the country. This is not in vain, because Paraguayan women are recognized as the greatest in the Americas, and they are the cornerstone of our nation. With decisive and firm steps forward, Paraguay continues to strengthen its institutionality and its economy. Having been the poorest country in South America for decades, today we are a middle to high income country with high credibility for the international financial markets that are bring us close to the so yearned for investment graduation, with high standards for production, certified production in line with international standards, and transparency, especially in macroeconomic stability and fiscal discipline and monetary discipline, in an ongoing effort to improve public management. Dear friends of the international community, Paraguay is stood to attention and is ready to discharge its mission before history. Thus, we are talking about the rise of a giant. However, we are not saying this in an expansionist way or a grandiose way, but rather with a firm conviction of a proud people, proud of its roots and our heroic history, our courageousness and the profound conviction of our destiny of greatness. Thank you very much.
Thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Zegara, President of the Republic of Peru. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Zegara, President of the Republic of Peru, and to invite her to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas. Distinguished President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, delegates from the nations of the world. I come from Peru, a country with a long history and vast cultural wealth, which has been the cradle of civilization on the American continent, and whose leadership I assumed with firmness and courage on December 7th, 2022, after a coup d'etat in the midst of a political and social crisis that we were able to overcome within the framework of our Constitution. Today, I have the honor of being the first constitutional female president of the Republic. As my country has existed for 201 years. And today, I lead my country's delegation to the United Nations General Assembly. I am grateful to the international community for its recognition. Peru is once again present on the international stage alongside the peoples of the world. I'm a woman from the provinces. I speak Quechua, and I was born in the heights of the southern Peruvian Andes. And I lead a government that, in accordance with the law and in the face of titanic challenges, both from nature as well as on the international stage, has brought back stability and hope to a country that seeks to achieve economic development along with social justice. I would like to begin this message by paying a tribute to women, to girls, adolescents, and particularly to my sisters in Peru, a well-deserved tribute. Amanda Warmi Makaya Kachunchu. This is what we say in Quechua, which in the rest of the world means no more violence against women. Mr. President, Peru is a country that respects democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and international law. For this reason, Peru actively promotes Latin American integration and is firmly committed to cooperation between countries. Peru promotes peace, and to achieve peace, it is necessary to implement the Charter of the United Nations and to uphold it in all circumstances. For this reason, Mr. President, we defend the principle of respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of all states. Mr. President, as a daughter of the southern Andean region of my country, I have known firsthand the suffering caused by poverty. That is why I'm fully aware that, as we reaffirmed in the political declaration adopted yesterday, eradicating poverty is the greatest challenge facing the world and constitutes an essential prerequisite for sustainable development. This is the main objective of my government, and it is why we are committed to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. Today, in this forum, I wish to reaffirm Peru's voice so that the international community gives the highest priority to eradicating poverty. It is a commitment on which we cannot and should not give up. In Peru, we're adopting policies to confront not only monetary poverty, but also multidimensional poverty, among other important measures such as access to drinking water and basic sanitation. In the 9 months of my government's existence, we have unblocked more than 100 paralyzed projects in order to provide water to the sisters and brothers in my country. The crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, growing geopolitical tensions, conflicts, and growing food prices are overwhelming our people, and they have slowed down our potential for growth and development. If these trends continue, as Secretary General Antonio Guterres tells us, nearly 600 million people will continue to live in extreme poverty in 2030, and only 1/3 of countries will reach the goal of having their national poverty levels. We cannot accept such a scenario, Mr. President. The time is now. Either we progress together or we all condemn ourselves to failure. United, we will achieve everything. Disunited, we will all lose. And this brings us to the next challenge. Our development agenda has the motto, Manan Pitapas Kipapi Sakispa, which in Quechua means leaving no one behind. However, Mr. President, today, millions of human beings are displaced and on the move, sometimes literally carrying their families and their meager belongings in search of well-being or simply survival in the face of conflict, unemployment, and extreme poverty. The current situation of human mobility must prompt the international community to cooperate on the bilateral, regional, and multilateral levels. Peru has been making enormous efforts in this area, but it is only through international cooperation that we will be able to achieve safe, orderly, and regular migration. Mr. President, health, as we know, is not a problem for a handful of individuals. It is a collective issue. My country was one of the hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, which took the lives of more than 200,000 of our fellow citizens, and which revealed the gaps and shortcomings of our health system. And this year, we have faced resurgencies of the dengue, measles, and polio epidemics, as well as an outbreak of Guillain-Barré syndrome. That is why my government is firmly committed to guaranteeing free and universal healthcare access to all without exception. To achieve this, we are in the process of expanding our national vaccination programs coverage. We are reinforcing health infrastructure and equipment. We have been able to achieve more than 1,900,000 children aged from 2 months to 5 years against polio and measles. And we continue to work tirelessly to unblock hospital projects that had been paralyzed due to apathy and corruption from prior governments. We have also made the prevention and treatment of cancer a national goal, and currently 20 out of Peru's 26 regions have at least one oncological service. It is possible to work and to achieve things as long as the political will is there. In these areas, international cooperation must ensure quality health products and services accessible to all, and especially for developing countries where the gaps are much wider. In Peru, it is with great concern that we observe the growing internationalization of criminal networks fueled by the corruption of past governments, which have undermined the credibility of institutions and democracy, and which are affecting the development and well-being of our citizens. That is why it is crucial to reinforce our common work. We cannot let our guard down against crime, organized crime, and drug trafficking. These problems affect us all, and we must all be part of the solution. Our children and grandchildren are at risk of experiencing the hell that a triple environmental crisis would bring now that we are entering this era of global boiling, as the Secretary General of the United Nations has called it. Climate change, loss of biodiversity, and pollution put our very existence as humanity at risk. Peru is facing these phenomena with a sense of urgency and determination. At the beginning of the year, heavy rains affected northern Peru, followed by the onslaught of Cyclone Yaku. In the south, droughts have seriously harmed people, agriculture, and livestock, on top of recurring anomalous waves in the Pacific, which prevent the regular operations of our fishing ports. Finally, we have the growing threat of the coastal El Niño phenomenon after the impact of the global El Niño. An action-focused and prevention-focused approach is urgent. Therefore, from this high rostrum, I call for solidarity and international cooperation. For the first time, a government in my country has undertaken a major campaign against the global El Niño phenomenon with an investment of 4 billion soles, that is to say more than $1 billion. We have also joined the early alerts for all initiative presented by the Secretary General, so that by the end of 2027, all the inhabitants of the planet can be protected against meteorological phenomenon. This, ladies and gentlemen, will help save many lives. In addition, Mr. President, allow me to make a proposal for a compact, a commitment to international cooperation and action in order to immediately address the impact of meteorological phenomena such as El Niño, a pact based on solidarity, resilience, and interdependence. Today, it is Peru that is facing El Niño. Tomorrow, nature may affect a different location, but united, as I always say in my country, we can move forward. Let us make this pact, a pact for the world, a pact for life. Developing countries have made progress in reducing carbon emissions, but we continue to be the most affected by climate disasters. Last month, the 8 Amazonian countries held a presidential summit during which we agreed on measures for the conservation and sustainable use of the Amazon, as well as the fight against deforestation and urgent action to avoid a point of no return. Peru presented its vision of an Amazon with a human face. With a human face because the Amazon, which constitutes 61% of Peru's territory, is not just a sanctuary occupied solely by nature. It is in fact home to 5 million Peruvians. It is still possible to limit the increase in global temperature to within 1.5 degrees Celsius, as we agreed in the Paris Agreement. But to do this, bold actions will be necessary. This implies that developed countries not only adopt more ambitious emissions reduction goals, but also that they honor their commitments in terms of technology transfer and climate financing. Today, more than ever, it is urgent to mobilize the $100 billion annually for climate action in developing countries, in accordance with the commitment that was made. It is also crucial to establish the loss and damage fund as agreed upon at the last conference of the parties. Mr. President, here in this hall, I wish to inform you that the Peruvian presidency has submitted a draft treaty whose goal is to protect the marine environment against plastic pollution. In my country, Mr. President, 48 indigenous languages are spoken, and more than 6 million citizens identify as members of one of the indigenous original peoples of Peru, and more than 800,000 identify as Afro-Peruvian. Promoting the full exercise of their rights is a challenge that we share with many other countries. And we have an essential responsibility to continue seeking their inclusion, their well-being, to continue providing them with quality services, promoting respect for their rights, their cultures, and their languages. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, as we are on the verge of commemorating the bicentennial of our consolidation as an independent republic, Peru reiterates its commitment to continue contributing to peace, development, and the conservation of the environment. This is what we have done during our presidents in the Andean community. This is what we are doing within the Pacific Alliance, and this is what we will continue doing next year as president of the APEC Forum. We remain determined in our process of accession to the OECD and our participation in the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity, or APEP, and we have begun talks with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, with a view to being partners in development. I reiterate my invitation to all countries to continue investing in Peru and trusting in Peru. Our country is a country of hope. We await you with clear and transparent rules of the game, with stability and legal security, low inflation, with solid international reserves, and our sole objective is working for the sustained growth of all, but particularly for the most vulnerable. Mr. President, the government of Peru, faithful to its commitment to the United Nations and in line with its Republican tradition, joins with firmness and determination the global goal to strengthen the fight against climate change, to defend peace, democracy, full respect for human rights, international law, sustainable development, and the prosperity to which our people aspire, as it is what is just. Which means, in Quechua, let us work together with one heart, with one thought, and one desire. Long live humanity. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Dennis Francis, Chairperson of this session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Engineer Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of states and government, distinguished representatives of member states, esteemed leaders of the system of the United Nations Organization, distinguished invited guests, Excellencies. I begin my remarks by extending on behalf of the people of Mozambique our heartfelt condolences to the peoples of the sisterly nations of Morocco and Libya for the tragedies that befell these two sister African countries. I take this opportunity to reiterate the Mozambican people and government's gratitude for the unanimous vote for the election of Mozambique as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. Our participation at the Security Council has enabled us to share our experience in peace building and national reconciliation, thus contributing towards fostering international peace and security. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, in September 2015 at this very hall, we adopted the Sustainable Development Goals that encapsulate the Agenda 2030. As leaders, we committed on behalf of our peoples the commitment to reduce poverty in 16 key areas and establish a better world for all without leaving no one behind. The progress report that we considered yesterday at the high-level panel shows clearly that the world continues to be faced with various interconnected crises that undermine the delivery of the Agenda 2030. Indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, natural disasters arising from climate change, and armed conflicts, including terrorism and violent extremism, causes millions of people to continue living under poverty without adequate food and without access to education, food, and health services. It is true that the adversities I have referred are a cause for regression in progress that we were making in the implementation of Agenda 2030 since 2015. However, the main reason for lack of success of this agenda remains the absence of trust and solidarity between those who have a lot and those who have little or almost nothing at all. Even among those who have a lot, rather than building trust and solidarity, they spend their resources in investing in a competition fueled by trust. Therefore, I commend Your Excellency Dr. Dennis Francis, chairperson of this session, for the theme you have suggested to us on rebuilding peace, revitalizing global solidarity. It is a critical theme to realize Agenda 2030 on sustainable development towards peace, progress, and prosperity for sustainability of humanity. Your Excellencies, in my statement, I'll try to focus attention on peace and security, counter-terrorism, climate change, energy transition, blue economy, and environmental conservation in tandem with the theme of this General Assembly. On peace and security, various regions of the world are grappling with a very vicious cycle of armed conflicts and instability, particularly in Africa. Thousands of precious lives are lost. The number of refugees and internally displaced persons have increased to more than 50% in the last year, despite multilateral efforts of several peace initiatives at the United Nations Security Council level and regional organization. War in Ukraine and other regions prevail and endanger peace, security, and global economy. My own country, Mozambique, experienced cycle of armed conflicts, sometimes triggered by forces alien to national interests, but its settlement has been possible only based on constructive dialogue founded on trust and mutual respect. That is how we adopted the new Provincial Decentralization Act, now under implementation, and in August 2019, we signed the Peace and Reconciliation Accord, also known as Maputo Accord. In June this year, we closed the last camp of Renamo, a formerly armed opposition party, marking the conclusion of the disarmament and demobilization phase. The crucial phase that follows is the reintegration of ex-combatants into the society, including payment of pensions, although not provided for by law. I would like to express our gratitude as this process counts on the support of the United Nations and other multilateral and bilateral partners. Terrorists, Excellencies, while we seek to close one chapter of the peace and national reconciliation process, Mozambique is confronted by the nefarious phenomenon of terrorism, particularly in Cabo Delgado province in the north of the country. In March this year, during Mozambique's rotational chairpersonship of the Security Council, we had the opportunity to share at length our experience of countering terrorism. On one hand, our strategy focuses on strengthening combat operations by the Mozambican Defense and Security Forces with an initial support of the Rwandan contingent and SADC multilateral force, also named SAMIM. We have been achieving tangible success on the ground, though terrorists continue to create terror and fear in sporadic way in isolated villages. With the improvement of safety and tranquility, populations have been returning in large numbers to their home areas, resuming their normal life. This is a pioneer experience of combining bilateral and multilateral interventions. It is also an example of solution of African problems, first by the Africans themselves. However, the issue arising is the need for a substantial support to these countries that, in a direct manner, countering terrorism with us in Mozambique in order to render the ongoing operation sustainable. At this juncture, the challenge is reconstruction of infrastructures and consolidation of social cohesion, whose actions are undertaken within the framework of Northern Region Resilience and Integrated Development Program, PREDIM, which counts on the support of partners. We would also like to appeal for your solidarity in this other component of countering terrorism. Climate change. Climate change constitutes the main crisis of mankind of this century. This is not a new discovery. Therefore, many species around this subject almost repeat themselves. For a number of decades ago, scientific evidence shows that our planet is at the eve of climate catastrophe. However, despite this evidence and commitments assumed yearly during various conferences on climate change, the situation has been aggravating. The same applies to conflicts. The cause for climate change is lack of confidence or trust, solidarity associated with selfishness of some countries. Countries that pollute. The enriching of these countries is costing the price of disgrace for countries that contribute less with pollution that coincidentally are the poorest country. As a consequence, heat waves, cyclones, floods, droughts, earthquakes, the rise of the sea level, uncontrolled fire, and other extreme phenomena have become increasingly frequent all over the globe. In the case of Mozambique, due to its geographic location, the country suffers cyclically of the devastating impact of natural disasters. The largest cyclones, Idai, Kenneth, and Freddy, caused hundreds of losses of life, highly costly damages, and losses to the tune of billions of dollars. So far, we have not yet been able to recover just 1/3 of damages recorded. However, support from partners have been well below the pledges and beyond the requirements. In many cases, when these assistance comes, partners have preferred to manage the funds outside agreed mechanisms with the government, causing overlaps in areas of programs which have little impact on the communities. As a consequence, substantial portion of funds are spent in capacity building, conferences, bureaucratic issues, rather than allocating funds to affected people, which once again shows lack of trust and solidarity. As a way of mitigating the suffering of the people, we have been promoting domestic solutions towards consolidating a disaster management system with the involvement of public, private stakeholders, civil society, and local communities, focusing on prevention and adaptation. This way, we have managed to reduce the impact of natural disasters, a fact that has merited the recognition of Mozambique at SADC, African Union, and UN agencies. Mr. President, Excellencies, energy transition. Energy transition is a global imperative aimed at building more resilient and sustainable societies. However, we advocate that energy transition should be fair and must work as a launchpad to enable poor countries to find a window of opportunity in the diversification of the energy mix in order to consolidate their economic base. Energy transition requires large investments in power generation projects from clean sources. Once again, we invite the most industrialized countries to be to show more solidarity by implementing their climate fund commitments. Mozambique is a regional reference for the diversity of its energy matrix that includes hydropower dams, in particular Kaurabasa, solar power stations and wind power stations, and construction works for Mpanda Ukua are now underway. Last year, Mozambique joined the group of liquefied natural gas producing and exporting countries, an important step towards accelerating energy transition. Currently, the energy sector is dominated by hydropower, with a capacity of 2,172 megawatts, solar with 95 megawatts, gas 441 megawatts, and diesel with 120 megawatts, with the possibility of operations of Temane Thermal Power Station over the last quarter of 2024, with the capacity of 450 megawatts, and with a longer maturity cycle, the new Mpanda Nkua hydropower station with a capacity of 1,500 megawatts to be generated by 2030. Likewise, Mozambique bets on the development of blue economy to optimize resources from the extensive exclusive economic zone along the coastline of 2,700 kilometers. Environment conservation. We are also a country with a robust environmental legislation that features major international conventions, including the Paris Agreement, the Convention on the Protection of Endangered Species sites, among others. Within the framework of the nationally determined commitment NCD in 2021, Mozambique became the first African country to receive payments from the World Bank Fund for reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. Last year, we launched a regional initiative on the sustainable management of the Mayombo forest that culminated with the adoption of the Maputo Declaration, which was endorsed by 11 SADC member states. Mayombo woodland is the largest tropical forest ecosystem of the world, where three species are predominant, which covers more than 2,574 kilometers along the Great Zambezi Basin across 8 countries of Southern Africa. Under this initiative, which intends to project nature, we count on the support of bilateral and multilateral partners in conservation of the Miombo forest that can largely contribute to capture carbon on the planet. Excellencies, the challenges currently faced by humanity are huge. However, solutions are within our reach. We, the leaders present here, have the historic responsibility of saving the planet for the benefit of future generations. The priority areas requiring urgent actions are clearly identified with the matrix of already defined solutions, of which we highlight 3. First, we need to renew the political will and redouble efforts to accelerate the achievement of targets of Agenda 2030. We do not need to come up with analytical speeches. The most important is action by all of us with vigor and using available resources. Secondly, we have to intensify integrated policies with concrete actions to eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, preserve nature by empowering women, the youth, and other vulnerable groups. Thirdly, we must strengthen international partnership and multilateralism, taking the United Nations system as a basis. However, 78 years later, the world has experienced profound transformation that require deep reforms. I conclude by appealing for the existence of a more inclusive international financial system that is guided by transparent rules and mutually beneficial rules, where Africa participates as a partner that has a lot to offer to the world and not only a warehouse that supplies cheap commodities to countries or international multinationals, corporations that dominate the international market. To achieve this, we need to retrieve trust and mutual respect between states, which are the sacred principles of the United Nations Charter. Only with trust and mutual respect and solidarity we can build a better world of peace, safe and sustainable that deliver welfare for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Mozambique for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, President of the Republic of Panama. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, President of the Republic of Panama, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Su Excelencia.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your Excellency, Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. I'm delighted to be here before you at this assembly that gathers us with a view to finding more effective ways of addressing the pressing problems of global society. The Republic of Panama, as a founding member of this organization, reiterates its firm commitment to the search for solutions based on dialogue and on mutual respect that contribute to the the maintenance of international peace and security, which are essential for the development and well-being of humanity. Panama is the bridge of the world. It is a crossroads at the center of the Americas, where all roads converge, thanks to our exceptional air and maritime connectivity, which is the best in Latin America and the Caribbean. Furthermore, the Republic of Panama is committed to achieving the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and they are included within the government plan of my administration. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 50 months that we have been in office, our government has focused on public policies that allow us to address the huge challenge, laying the foundations to reduce poverty and inequality in order to provide the most disadvantaged populations an opportunity to achieve the social and economic conditions that enable them to live decently. Making headway in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is an inescapable responsibility that compels us to pay attention to the cause and effect relationship between them. We must ask ourselves, how does the climate crisis have an impact on the 3 first Sustainable Development Goals? Can we really end poverty, achieve zero hunger, and health and well-being in the midst of this serious drought that is afflicting the planet, as well as the floods and the devastating fires that are razing huge areas of land and the rise in sea levels? Let us think about the conclusions of the IPCC report that warns us of an escalation of changes to the climate system, unprecedented escalations that are leading us to extreme situations that pose a grave threat to the survival of life on Earth. The climate crisis is a ticking time bomb, and time is running out for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the commitment of Panama to human existence is something that has been shown and demonstrated with the decisions that we have made and the consequential actions that we have engaged in. We are a country with huge water resources. Our coasts are bathed by 2 huge oceans, and this makes us particularly aware of the importance of water for our population and for life on Earth. Panama has made extraordinary efforts to preserve our seas, achieving the goal of 30% protected 9 years before 2030, and we have even increased it to 54% this year. Panama, and this is not rhetoric, but rather we have done this with facts, with actions, has become a blue leader. And I can also tell you that Panama is one of the 7 countries in the world that has been declared to be carbon negative. Ladies and gentlemen, in Panama we have established a carbon footprint reduction program with a national green hydrogen and derivatives strategy. Furthermore, since we have been in office in Panama, we have brought in an ambitious energy transition agenda, with the goal being to find and to develop accessible energy that is not polluting in order to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by at least 24% for 2050. Panama is one of the 15 countries in the world that is most exposed to climate risks and natural risks. In fact, we have already seen in our country the first case of climate displacement when we had to relocate the population of the Karti Sugdup island due to rising sea levels. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to reaffirm on behalf of the Republic of Panama that the Panamanian people successfully rose to the task of the Panama Canal operation in 1999, and we increased its capacity in 2016. I wish to express to the nations of the world that Panama is committed to continuing to operate the canal in a safe, efficient, reliable, and competitive manner, as we have done so far. And we have done this very well. Ladies and gentlemen, Panama, as a country that makes effective contributions to environmental protection, asks the most polluting countries here at this General Assembly to respect the commitments made to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We have also seen on repeated occasions at the General Assembly and at the meetings of the Conference of the Parties, the COPs, the United Nations COPs, that countries commit to making changes that later are not delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, human development is the greatest priority and provides populations opportunities for a more decent life within their own countries. That way, they wouldn't have to abandon their countries and embark on irregular emigration, exposing themselves to human rights violations and often losing their own lives. In this regard, the problem of irregular migration must be addressed multilaterally, with a focus on the respect for human rights and under the principles of solidarity and shared responsibility, with the aspiration being to safeguard the integrity of human life in a safe and orderly manner. Panama is working actively in collaboration with several countries in the region to implement programs to improve care and protection for irregular migrants who enter our country over the border with Colombia, crossing the dangerous Darien jungle, which is the largest natural park in the whole of Central America. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is making colossal efforts to provide solidarity to these irregular migrants, whose number is increasing every year. And this is forcing Panama to allocate significant resources to humanitarian aid. This is an unsustainable situation. It's not something we asked for, it's inhumane and is a painful humanitarian tragedy. We are seeing suffering and death for thousands, hundreds of thousands of migrants who are embarking on this perilous journey. I wish to reiterate to you that this situation is not sustainable. It is a situation that we are victim to and that we are not responsible for. I launch an appeal to the international community to address in its full magnitude the issue of irregular migration, that today is not only concentrated in the Mediterranean, but rather it is a global issue. And the fact is that the Panamanian people currently are being directly affected by it. Ladies and gentlemen, today we reiterate the appeal for dialogue, for peace, and for multilateralism, with respect for international law and for the principles that underpin it, without anything that goes against the well-being of peoples. In many ways, we are in a race against the clock for human survival, and that is the raison d'etre of this organization that gathers us today, and its actions largely depend on the steps that we take vis-à-vis the future as a global community. Today, as the Panamanian head of state, I wish to express to all of you that Panama wants for the whole world what we want for our own people. That is peace, well-being, justice, and development. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
on behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Panama for the statement he just made, and I ask Protocol to please escort His Excellency.
l'Assemblée va entendre
The General Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor of welcoming His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I invite him to take the floor.
Mr. President, Head of State and Government, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the people of Nigeria, I congratulate you on your well-deserved election as the President of this session of the United Nations General Assembly. We commend your predecessor, His Excellency Chaba Korochi, for his able stewardship of the Assembly also. We also commend His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his work seeking to forge solutions to humanity's common challenges. This is my first address before the General Assembly. Permit me to say a few words on behalf of Nigeria, my country, on behalf of Africa, my continent, regarding this year's theme. Many proclamations have been made, yet our troubles remain close at hand. Failures in good governance have hindered Africa, but broken promises, unfair treatment, and outright exploitation from abroad have also exerted a heavy toll on our ability to progress. Given this long history, if this year's theme is to mean anything at all, it must mean something special and particular to Africa. In the aftermath of the Second World War, nations gathered in an attempt to rebuild their war-torn societies. A new global system was born. And this great body, the United Nations, was established as a symbol and protector of the aspiration and the finest ideas of humankind.
nations saw that it was in their own interest to help others exceed the rubbles and wasteland of war. Reliable and significant assistance allowed countries emaciated by war to grow into a strong and productive society. The period was a high water mark for trust in global institutions and the belief that humanity had learned the necessary lessons to move forward in global solidarity and harmony. Today, for several decades, Africa has been asking for the same level of political commitment and devotion of resource that described the Marshall Plan. We realize that underlying conditions and causes of economic challenges facing today's Africa are significantly different from those of post-war Europe. We are not asking for identical programs and actions. What we seek is an equal, firm commitment to partnership. We seek enhanced international cooperation with African nations to achieve the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals. There are 5 points I want to highlight. First, if this year's theme is to have any importance at all and any impact, global institutions, other nations, and their private sector actors must see Africa as a development priority, not just for Africa, but in the interest of us all as well. Due to both long-standing internal and external factors, Nigerians and Africans' economic structures have been skewed to impede development, industrial expansion, job creation, and the equitable distribution of wealth. If Nigeria is to fulfill its duty to its people, I know, and the rest of Africa, we must create jobs and the belief in a better future for our people. We are pushing for that. We must also lead by example, and we are doing so, to foster economic growth and investors' confidence in Nigeria, and remove the costly and corrupt fuel subsidy while also discarding a noxious exchange rate system in my first few days in office. Other growth and job-oriented firms are in the wings. I'm mindful of the transient hardship that reform can cause. However, it is necessary to go through this phase in order to establish a foundation for durable growth and investment to build the economy our people deserve. We welcome partnerships with those who not mind seeing Nigeria and Africa assume larger roles in the global community. The question is not whether Nigeria is open for business. The question is how much of the world is truly open to doing business with Nigeria, and how African is an equal, mutually beneficial manner. Direct investment in critical industries, opening airports to a wider range and larger quantity of African exports, and meaningful debt relief are important aspects of the cooperation we seek. Second, we must affirm democratic governance as the best guarantor of sovereign will and well-being of the people. Military coups are wrong, as in any titled civilian political arrangement that will perpetuate injustice. The wave-crossing part of Africa does not demonstrate favor towards coup. It is a demand for solution to perennial problem. Let us dig it deeper. Regarding Niger, we are negotiating with the military leaders. As chairman of ECOWAS, I seek to help establish democratic governance in a manner that addresses the political economy challenges confronting that nation, including violent extremists who seek to foment instability in our region. I extend a hand of friendship to all of you who may genuinely support this mission for a democratic governance in that nation. This brings me to my third crucial point. Our entire region is locked in protracted battle against violent extremists. And the turmoil, a dark channel of inhuman commerce has formed. Along the route, everything is for sale. Men, women, and children are seen as chattel. Yet, thousands reach the Sahara, hot and sand, and the Mediterranean cold death in search of a better life. At the same time, mercenaries and extremists with their lethal weapons and vile ideologies invade our region from the north. This harmful traffic undermines the peace and stability of the entire region. African nations will improve our economics so that our people do not risk their life to sweep the floors and streets of other nations. We also shall devote ourselves to disbanding extremist groups on our turf. Yet, to fully contain this threat, the international community must strengthen its commitment to arrest the flow of arms and violent people into West Africa. The fourth important aspect of this global trust and solidarity is to secure the continent's mineral-rich areas from plundering and conflicts. Many such areas have become catacombs of misery and exploitation. The Democratic Republic of Congo has suffered this for decades. Despite the strong UN presence there, what happened? The world economy owes the Republic of Congo much, but gives her very little. The mayhem visited on resource-rich areas does not respect national boundaries. Sudan, Mali, Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, and the list grow on and on and on. The problem also knocks at Nigeria's door. Foreign entities are baited by local criminals who aspire to be petty warlords have drafted thousands of people into servitude to illegally mine gold and other resources. Billions of dollars meant to improve the nation's economy now fuel violent enterprises. If left unchecked, they will threaten peace and place national security at a grave danger. Given the extent of this injustice and the high scales involved, many Africans are asking whether the phenomenon is by accident or by design. Members' nations must reply by working with us to deter their farms and nationals from the 21st century pillage of continent riches. Fifth, climate change severely impacts Nigeria and Africa. Northern Nigeria is honored by desert encroachment, handed from the north, all are arable lands. Our south is pounded by the rising tide of coastal flooding and erosion. In the middle, the rainy season brings flood that kill and displace multitudes. As I lament death at home, I also lament the grave loss of life in Morocco and Libya. The Nigerian people are with you. Please note that. African nations will fight climate change, but must do so on fair and just terms. To achieve the need popular consensus, this campaign must accord with overall economic efforts. In Nigeria, we shall build political consensus by highlighting remedial actions which also promote economic good. Projects such as Green Wall to stop desert encroachment, halting the destruction of our forests by mass production and distribution of gas burning stoves, and providing employment in local water management and irrigation projects are examples of efforts that equally advance both economic and climate change objectives. Continental efforts regarding climate change will register important victories if established economies were more forthcoming with public and private sector investment for Africa's preferred initiatives. Again, this will go far in demonstrating that global solidarity is real and working. As I'm about to close, let me emphasize Nigeria's objective accord with the guiding principles of this world body: peace, security, human rights, and development. In fundamental ways, nature has been kind to Africa. Given abundant land, resources, and creative and industrious people, yet man has too often been unkind to a fellow man, and this sad tendency has brought sustained hardship to Africa's doorstep. To keep faith with the tenets of this world to this body and the theme of this year's assembly, the poverty of nations must end. The pillage of one nation's resources by overreach of farms and people of stronger nations must end. The will of the people must be respected. This beautiful, generous, and forgiving planet must be protected. As for Africa, we seek to be neither appendage nor patron. We do not wish to replace old shackles with new ones. Instead, we hope to walk the rich African soil and live under the magnificent African sky, free of the wrongs of the past and clear of the associated encumbrances. We desire a beautiful, prosperous, vibrant, democratic living space for our people. We will do it. To the rest of the world, I say, work with us as true friends and partners. Africa is not a problem to be avoided, nor is it to be pitied. Africa is nothing less than the key to the world's future. I thank you for listening.
De l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of Nigeria for his statement, and I ask protocol to please escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address from His Excellency Mr. Luis Lacalle Pou, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. I ask protocol to please escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Mr. Luis Lacalle Pou, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay, and to invite him to address the Assembly. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My greetings to the President of the General Assembly, which are also extended to the United Nations Secretary General, to the heads of state and government, to official delegations, and to this organization that has worked so much to hold this Assembly today. Today, once again, I am here speaking on behalf of my country. I am here speaking on behalf of my compatriots. We have come here to this forum where more than 190 representatives come to deliver their message from different cultures, different governments, different ideologies, different social situations, different economic, climatic, and geographical situations. However, the fact that all of us are here means that somewhat a long time ago we agreed to work together to achieve the same rights, obligations, and principles. On international law with not much coercive power, where often the same bar is not applied to the larger countries than is applied to smaller ones. We are back here at the Assembly with a positive vision, an optimistic vision of humanity. However, we objectively must say we live in a better world because, of course, nevertheless, we still have challenges to overcome. We are convinced that globalization, ICT, artificial intelligence, real-time communication, all of these things are tools that help for integration and development for our people. Of course, if these tools are used well. We are seeing a growing responsibility of global leaders. Earlier, I heard the United Nations Secretary General emphasize this matter. We are living in a world of a lot of words without actions. We're here. A global leader can bring about consequences with just his words, an international conflict, banking matters, etc., etc. Uruguay has come here to this Assembly with a full, stable democracy, with full respect for institutions and the law, which is an historic tradition in our country. And despite the pandemic, despite the Russian invasion, despite different climatic factors, Our country's economy has recovered to what it was before the pandemic. Employment has improved, unemployment has decreased. We have historic public investment in infrastructure, and significant direct foreign investment has been received, and a lot has been invested in our country, which shows the significant amount of trust. Our public finances are in good order. Inflation is at an 18-year low. Taxes have been able to be decreased, and at the same time we have undertaken reforms that had been urgent for a long time, such as educational reform and reform to social security. The Uruguayan people have a responsible sense of freedom. Today, when I was writing some of my speech, I remembered what I said here in September 2021. The end of my speech said that the pandemic had reminded us that all of us were one. And for this reason, we are all one. And so, based on that, I wish to refer to the responsible freedom, international responsible freedom, liberty. It is clear that our well-being as countries, our independent countries, is intrinsically linked to the common good. We need to be aware of this, accept it, and act as a result. Since early on, a lot of heads of states here have referred to the environment. I belong to a country that was classified and given the name Natural Uruguay a few years ago. Renewable energies in our country represent more than 90%. We have significant reforestation. We have sustainable production processes. And I could continue with a long list that underpins this concept of natural Uruguay. After many years of statements and commitments made, the international community really understood that the economy and the environment were intrinsically linked to one another. Uruguay, a few months ago, issued a sustainable bond that is based on prizes and punishments, penalties, depending on the level of compliance with the Paris Agreement. And here I wish to draw your attention to the fact that we are convinced, we understand that this system of benefits and penalties should be applied to international loans, for example, market access, quotas, and tariffs. It is not just our vocation to punish lack of compliance, but rather to reward those who engage in processes that are environmentally friendly and that are sustainable. In this way, just like it is when we are children, there are incentives to improve. And this would mean that nations would make more efforts in their domestic economies and also globally. In this same vein, I wish to share a situation that my country is going through with you, and I'm sure your nations are probably going through the same thing. I think we can call this the sin of doing things well. And what am I talking about when I talk about this sin of doing things well? Well, my country has achieved a level of significant human and economic development. And thanks to reaching these standards, often we do not benefit from systems of cooperation, from preferences, for example, instruments for international trade support. And of course, I would be remiss not to share the spirit with which these mechanisms were created, but I do think that we need to take a fresh look at them, because often countries grow and then they lose access to these conditions. I wish to make it clear that Uruguay is not coming here to beg or make exaggerated claims. However, simply what I was referring to, responsible international liberty, I think that it's necessary to act with justice. If we do things well, we should act as a consequence of this, and this means nothing less and nothing more than improving access to opportunities. Just to wrap up, because I know you've had a long day, I wish once again here at this forum, like others have done, to firmly condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine and express our solidarity to the Ukrainian people. Further, I wish to agree with the Secretary-General, the United Nations Secretary-General, and raise our voice against authoritarian populism that are bringing impoverishment to their peoples, violating human rights, and condemning current and future generations. Once again, perhaps here we should engage in a mea culpa, because often the absence of a robust and effective reaction from the international community has led to us not avoiding these types of situations. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
on behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Uruguay, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Petr Pavel, President of Czechia. I ask protocol to escort His Excellency.
au nom de l'Assemblée générale, j'ai l'honneur de souhaiter.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and a humbling experience to address this distinguished audience for the first time. This forum carries a great responsibility for the shape of humanity's future. First and foremost, I see my address as an opportunity to present a view of how we can coexist and cooperate as nations and global citizens. Czechia aims to play a proactive role and responsible role within the global community. No one can cope with the current global challenges alone. That is why we strongly support the reform proposed by the UN Secretary General in our common agenda. We want to work together on a more effective and inclusive multilateral system that is able to address the needs that we face. This is why Czechia announced its candidacy for non-permanent membership of the Security Council for the term 2032-33. Last year, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, one of the founding nations of this organization, blatantly violated the fundamental principles the UN stands upon. The Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine continues to constitute a manifest violation of the UN Charter and international law we all subscribe to. My country has its own experience with wars and interventions, including decades-long military occupation imposed by Moscow. It taught us what it means when might makes right. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has come at an even higher cost. I personally visited Ukraine in April this year. My wife had this opportunity to visit a war-torn country only 2 weeks ago. I saw the infamous crime scenes of Bucha and Borodyanka. I found myself in Dnipro region, only a few miles away from the front line, in the area ravaged by war fighting. The account of Russia's atrocities, human rights violations, and ferocious attacks against the innocent civilian population is overwhelming. Children forcibly separated from their families, deported for re-education in order to make them forget their culture and who they are. Entire towns and villages wiped out for no reason. Mass graves and torture chambers in which people just disappear. Sadly, the evidence tells the story better than any statement. The list of stories full of horror is endless. Yet we cannot just passively observe it. This must end. Russia must unconditionally withdraw all troops from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Russia's leaders must be held accountable for the crime of aggression against its neighbor. This is why we have extended our support to the establishment of a special tribunal to prosecute the crime of aggression against Ukraine. It is our duty to ensure that those responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity are held accountable. Apart from violence, injustice, and suffering of civilians, every war also brings destruction. Reconstruction of Ukraine may be the largest rebuilding effort in modern history. We support establishing the register of damage caused by Russian military, and we call on all states to join these efforts. Czechia will support Ukraine in its defense as long as necessary. From day one, we have stood by Ukraine's side and provided the defenders with weapons and ammunition. With the outburst of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, Czechia has also stepped up its support for Russian and Belarusian pro-democratic voices, and Prague has become an important hub for journalists and human rights defenders in need. For over 18 months, Czechia has been providing humanitarian assistance to the war-affected Ukrainian population. Per capita, my country has received more Ukrainian refugees than anybody else, mostly women and children. What Ukrainian people truly deserve is peace. Not just any end of hostilities, but just and durable peace. If it is to be sustainable, it cannot be based on an unjust compromise or conditions imposed by the conqueror. Neither shall it leave hopes for Russia to fulfill its imperial ambitions. It must be peace on terms of the defender and not the aggressor, as early today stated President of Ukraine, Zelensky. Don't forget, the damaging impacts of Russia's aggression are felt across the world. Russia's blockade of Ukrainian ports and destruction of infrastructure and grain continues to weaponize global food security in the most reckless and cynical way. Let me be very clear. Ukraine's security is our own security. From Africa to Europe to Latin America to Asia. I call on leaders of the free world to keep the unity and support of Ukraine. Mr. President, the threats we face are global and interconnected. Because of Russia and a handful of other countries, our world is more dangerous and rougher. Instead of cultivating cooperative security, we have to build up our militaries. Instead of boosting social cohesion programs and overcoming economic insecurity, we have to boost our defense budgets. Those who contest the international rules steer the wheel of global security backwards into confrontation, and sooner or later at the expense of all of us. Russia's reckless threats to use nuclear weapons, its policy of coercion and intimidation, represent a threat to balance and integrity of the whole system of non-proliferation. The announced stationing of nuclear weapons in Belarus is a further irresponsible escalation Czechia condemns in the strongest terms. Unfortunately, Russia's fingerprints can be found in several other current crises. Mr. President, the security, humanitarian and political crises unfolding in Sahel region are more than worrisome. The international community must try to find a way to end the series of military coups and ensure a return to constitutional order. This is the only way countries can effectively protect themselves against terrorism. It is the only way the much-needed economic and social development called for by African people can take place. The region remains vulnerable to numerous political, economic, and climate risks. Its long-term stability, security, and prosperity is crucial. We must offer genuine, pragmatic partnerships. Some countries pretend to be willing to help. In reality, they create economic and political dependencies. These undermine the long-term stability and manipulate the free will of people by spreading lies and disinformation. In Asia and Pacific, Czechia is an active and reliable ally and partner. The word cooperation must remain key for our joint efforts in the region. We deplore China's military actions which raise tensions in the Taiwan Strait and its unfriendly actions against partners in the South China Sea. Any dispute or contagious issue must be solved peacefully. Any potential armed conflict in the region would have negative consequences for the whole world. In North Korea and Iran, reckless escalation of nuclear or intercontinental ballistic missile activities combined with lack of transparency threaten international and regional security. The same applies to any material support to Russia's military aggression in Ukraine. It is clear that such supplies only aggravate the suffering of the Ukrainian civilian population. The Middle East remains the world's most volatile region, troubled by spread of conflicts, terrorism, and sectarian violence. Efforts to normalize relations between Israel and its Arab neighbors bring positive steps towards stability and peace in the region. Mr. President, our efforts to maintain peace and security are closely linked with our ability to promote human well-being and sustainable development of our societies. One may ask how a country of 10+ million people can contribute to global ambitions. Having our own national experience with oppression, fundamental rights and freedoms are deeply embedded in our value system and foreign policy. Czechia strives to pursue an active human rights and democracy policy. We are a staunch supporter of international human rights mechanisms. Currently, we are proud to serve as the presidency of the UN Human Rights Council. More than ever, we have to support media freedom to enable access to independent and factual information. Without it, disinformation and propaganda will prevail. Mr. President, the Sustainable Development Goals Summit yesterday sent a strong message of urgency and determination. The 2030 Agenda is a promise to current and future generations which we have to keep. There is an urgent need to highlight the link between peace, security, climate, environment and development on one hand, and human rights, justice and strong institutions on the other. In the latest SDGs index, Czechia is ranked as the 8th most advanced country in the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and its SDGs. Yet we also face many challenges and we need to step up our efforts. Climate change remains the single most destructive threat to the current and future existence and well-being of all humankind. It threatens our lives, livelihoods, food security, prosperity, and ultimately peace and security worldwide. Czechs devote a lot of attention to this issue. It is no coincidence that it was under the Czech presidency of the Council of the European Union last year that we finalized crucial legislation which shows the path towards the green transition of our industry. 30 years after the end of the Cold War, we are witnessing efforts of authoritarian regimes to redefine core principles of multilateral order. Malign actors use cyberspace, disinformation, economic, political and other tools to disrupt democratic processes, to undermine our institutions and to weaken our security. The challenges we face today are significant, and it is apparent that only collective action can ensure a safe and prosperous future for all. In this respect, Czechia recognizes its global responsibility and remains committed to ensuring that no one is left behind. I personally commit to work with the international community to fulfill urgent work that must be done. All the best to you, and thank you for your attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
on behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Czechia for the statement just delivered, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Sir Angel Whips, President of the Republic of Palau. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
au nom de l'Assemblée,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Sir Angel Whips, President of the Republic of Palau, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
President Dennis Francis, Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ali, and warm greetings from the people of Palau. President Francis, congratulations on your election. As a fellow islander, you are well aware and acquainted with the common challenges that SIDS face, from economic resilience and climate change to financing and security. We all look forward to working with you over the next year to meet these challenges. Secretary General Gutierrez, we thank you again for your tireless efforts and advocacy for a more secure, prosperous, and sustainable world, which is our ultimate goal and what brings us here today. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is a universal call to action. As a small island developing state, Palau faces economic challenges related to our small population. We are vulnerable to climate change, and we struggle with the high cost of imported foods and goods, and face infrastructure challenges due to our remote location. These shared issues highlight the unique challenges faced by SIDS in our pursuit of sustainable development and a better life for our people. Mr. President, like other SIDS, Palau is working to build a diverse and resilient economy. We are looking to the digital world, which doesn't rely on land mass, but on our determination to succeed. The new perspective is born out of a harsh lesson learned when Punchet started coming about 7 years ago. In 2016, Palau's economy, heavily dependent on tourism, had a significant downturn. When first, in 1 year, we lost 13% of our tourism. And by 2019, these numbers had dropped by 47%. And in fact, when COVID-19 hit and in 2021, that number had reduced to 3,400 visitors, or we lost 98% of our tourism numbers since 2015. Mr. President, I share these figures to underscore the susceptibility of external influences and the profound impact they have on our national economy. Already suffering from the drop in tourism, Palau was hit hard by the worldwide delay of goods caused by the pandemic. Factories shut down and logistical challenges led to delays in the delivery of equipment and supplies. Prices soared, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine further aggravated the situation, causing gas prices to skyrocket. The economic downturn experienced by Palau underscores the interconnectedness of our global community. If tourism challenges and COVID-19 were the one-two punch, the inflated cost of goods could have very well knocked us out. Luckily, we had the help and support of partners. The invasion of Ukraine by Russia, although geographically distant, had a ripple effect that led to high inflation and prices in Palau. This situation raises the importance of security and how destabilizing conflict can be to world order. There are Palauans today who survived a war that was not of their own making, only to suffer the ripple effects of another. Current events serve as a stark reminder of the urgent need for peace and stability worldwide. We unequivocally condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine and call for an immediate cessation of hostilities. Similarly, we urge the United Nations and all parties involved in the Taiwan Straits to exercise restraint and seek a peaceful resolution to reduce tensions. The well-being and prosperity of nations and their economies are intrinsically linked to global peace and stability. For the last 2 years, we have been striving to build a resilient economy amidst external pressure. A significant challenge has been outmigration. Since 1994, when we gained our independence, nearly half our population has left and seeking new opportunities outside and beyond our shores. The brain drain has not only reduced local capacity, but has hindered growth. We are grateful to partner nations, including the United States, Japan, Taiwan, and Australia, and others that provide assistance in training capacity to upskill our local population as well. And we are encouraged by discussions to promote economic investments and potentially create job opportunities that can help discourage outmigration and promote economic growth. Climate change is the most significant challenge to our progress toward achieving sustainable development. The impacts are evident in our coastal areas, agricultural lands, marine resources, and cultural heritage, and most importantly, our livelihoods. Assisting in mitigating and adapting to these impacts is crucial for our continued progress and survival. In my youth, I'd spearfish on the reef with my father, helping to provide for our family. There was one remote island in Palau's southern waters where we would go. It was alive with birds, turtles, and fish and clams. Recently, I revisited this island with my children, witnessing turtles laying their eggs. The island had diminished in size by 2/3 due to sea level rise. And sadly, half the turtles' eggs that were laid that night were in the tidal zone and unlikely to survive. This heart-wrenching reality mirrors the fate of our homes and cultures if we fail to take decisive action. We urgently call on the G20 nations, responsible for 80% of global carbon emissions, to uphold their commitments to the Paris Agreement and limit warming to 1.5 degrees. This is crucial to mitigate the climate change impacts like disappearing islands and unhatched turtle eggs. As major emitters, the G20 nations have a crucial role to play in emission reduction and leading the path towards sustainable development. We urge the UN to simplify access to multilateral funds for SIDS and other vulnerable communities. Promoting faster transition, we call on the international community to work with the SIDS to increase access to climate finance. And we believe it's time that we change the metrics we use to determine how we access these funds by using a better index, a multi-vulnerability index, to determine how we help. However, we must ensure that commitments pledged here are acted upon and not forgotten. We have a saying in Palau that goes, Ngora terbesel adaw. Let's not be like the foam riding on the waves of the ocean, drifting without settling. This Palauan saying refers to meetings where much is said, but afterwards no action is taken. Despite these challenges, we acknowledge progress that has been made. COP26 in Glasgow, COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh were successful in leading to green domestic policies in some of the world's largest economies. And we appreciate the support of nations opposing and putting a moratorium on deep sea mining. Proponents argue seabed minerals aid renewable transition. But the reality is we lack the knowledge about the potential impacts on the underwater ecosystems this devastating action could have. Disturbing the ocean bed, we know, could release stored carbon dioxide, which directly contradicts with our efforts to combat climate change. We advocate for a global deep-sea mining moratorium and adhering to the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas precautionary principle. On a positive note, Palau will sign the BB&J instrument tomorrow. Universal participation is crucial, especially from developed countries that can provide the implementation means and engage in areas beyond national jurisdiction activities. This movement signifies global unity in protecting the high seas biodiversity. Palau also would like to take this opportunity and second President Biden's call for the Security Council's reform. We believe such reform would introduce fresh perspectives and allow nations like Japan a permanent seat in the Council, which has seen little change since its establishment in 1945. We propose considering the abolishment of the veto powers, which can obstruct effective UN action. The upcoming summit of the future in 2024 and the 80th anniversary of the United Nations in 2025 present fitting opportunities to demonstrate progress in the Security Council. We also advocate for change regarding the Republic of China's Taiwan unjustly excluded from the UN processes. Despite its remarkable leadership and innovative solutions, Taiwan has collaborated with Palau on many vital issues, such as tourism, agriculture, ocean conservation, climate, gender equality, education, and innovation. And we urge the UN to allow Taiwan's meaningful participation in crucial specialized agencies and processes like the WHO, ICAO, and the UNFCCC. Taiwan's 23 million people have much to offer to the world, and the UN Charter affirms the equal rights of all peoples and nations, and we urge the UN to uphold the vision by allowing Taiwan to participate and contribute. Our world is under siege from war and climate change and threats that undermine sustainable development and have driven many into poverty. The Ukraine crisis exemplifies this, with lives lost, property destroyed, and essential supplies disrupted. These crises are not distant threats, but harsh realities affecting millions, including those in the Pacific Islands. We must act now to improve life across our shared ocean and world. The Palauan story of Tebang, a son, teaches us about unity. Tebang and his friends went to the forest to fell a large tree to be carved into a canoe. Unfortunately, the log ended up in a taro swamp. Unable to move it, Tebang went home to consult his father, who gave him a chant. He returned with all his friends, and together chanting Ikkamu, or we like to say it can move, they began pulling in unison, which allowed the log to be pulled from the swamp to the shoreline to be carved into a canoe. Just as Tebang and his friends moved the log, we too can move mountains if we speak and act together. Our task may be daunting, but remember, Ikkamu. We can move towards a sustainable future where our grandchildren can breathe clean air, swim in pristine seas, live in peace, and prosper. So let's raise our voices together and chant Ikkamu. Let's move this world toward a better tomorrow. Together, we are unstoppable. Together, we can ensure a thriving planet for generations to come. Let's seize this moment with unity and determination. Let's unite for a better tomorrow, because together we can move. We are truly stronger together. Sulang, thank you, and God bless you all.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Palau for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President, President of the General Assembly, dear colleagues, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. President, on behalf of Senegal, I wish you every success as you preside over the work of the General Assembly. I thank your predecessor, and I renew our support to the Secretary General as he carries out his work in the service of this organization. Since our last session, the state of the world has not improved. For millions of people, daily life is one of fear, violence, poverty, and inequalities. Many countries continue to suffer for the economic and social impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Climate change has reached an unprecedented level. The tragedy of illicit migration reminds us of the need to implement the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration, and to continue to combat the criminal networks that are organizing this illicit traffic in human beings. A high-intensity war is leading to humanity standing at the risk of a major disaster. In Africa, the resurgence of coups d'etat remain a subject of grave concern. Senegal reiterates its firm condemnation of any type of anti-constitutional government change. The current emergency is also that of terrorism, which continues to gain ground in Africa without appropriate action taken by the Security Council. Particularly during its mandate in the Council in 2016 and 2017, Senegal has repeatedly raised the inefficiency of the peacekeeping operations in Africa, whose mandates and equipment are not in line with the current situations. There is no peace to maintain where the peace needs to be restored. Armed groups need to be fought. Those who are pillaging and attacking innocent populations every day. They're occupying entire territories and threatening states. They're threatening the very existence of states. The tumultuous history of two current peacekeeping missions in Africa are quite telling when it comes to this. And therefore, Senegal, once again, calls on the Security Council to fully assume its responsibilities in combating terrorism in Africa under the mechanism of collective security as envisaged in the Charter. In the same spirit, we call for de-escalation and a peaceful settlement to the war in Ukraine. We renew our support to the right of the Palestinian people for a state that is living coexisting peacefully with the State of Israel, both within their safe and internationally recognized borders. Mr. President, the theme of this session reminds us that the ideal at the very foundation of multilateralism is to create and promote confident and inclusive relations between countries, relations that are created in solidarity. Senegal recognizes the significant services that the UN system and that of Bretton Woods has been giving to its member states for almost 80 years now. But we all know that the multilateral system is the heritage of our past, and now it is obsolete. As was rightly said by the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, a system that continues to ignore the realities of its time and the needs of more than 3/4 of its members highlights the inequalities, generates the conditions for this system to be contested, and provokes a risk that it may fragment. If we want to avoid this fragmentation, wisdoms would tell us that we need to reform political, economic, and financial governance at the global level. It must be more just, more representative of the diversity, and thus reaffirm its legitimacy. We can do so if we devote the necessary political will to it. The G20 showed this by admitting the African Union as a full member. I warmly thank the members of the G20 for their unanimous support to this initiative, which Senegal had proposed while it was presiding over the African Union. We hope that this example of inclusion given by the G20 will be followed by the Security Council and the Bretton Woods institutions for a multilateralism that is more representative of the interests of all its members. In the same vein, Senegal remains committed to the vision of peaceful international relations based on the equal dignity of peoples, cultures, and civilizations. On the 31st of October, 1961, 1 year after the independence of our country, President Leopold Sédar Senghor expressed this vision using these words: "A particular civilization cannot be established without causing the majority of humanity to rise up against it." 62 years later, our position remains the same. Between free peoples, where the socio-cultural realities in history are diverse, there cannot be any legitimacy for some to define and force a single way of living upon all. For example, some sort of one-size-fits-all civilization. What works for some does not necessarily work for others. Together, we can practice our common values, but also together, we must respect our differences. This, for Senegal, is what must be the foundation of a revitalized universalism, one that is more open, more effective in addressing the challenges of our time. And amongst these challenges is the climate crisis. While extreme phenomena are multiplying, Senegal remains committed in the implementation of the Paris Accord on climate change. And through our willing policies when it comes to energy mixes and renewable energies now represent 31% of our electricity.